Welcome, everybody. Sorry we're late. I had some issues today. I'm not feeling well, but I'm here. We're gonna talk the Severance season one finale. Finally made it through to the end, and just in time for season two. So I'm excited to finally talk about it. And Scarlett just watched it for the first time for this live, so now we can talk
Mm-hmm.
about the whole season. Any theories? Spoiler? There are no
Spoil it.
spoilers anymore. So
Nope.
anything goes now. We can talk about the whole
Mm-hmm.
season and
About
yeah,
that Lexington letter, everybody. I just stumbled over that. The Lexington letter. Let's open it. Let's read it. Let's find out what it's all about.
yeah. I didn't have a chance to read the Lexington letter yet, but I have heard about some of the stuff that's in it, so we can talk about it. I'll read it when I have a chance before the finale, but yeah, we can talk about that, and we're gonna also go through the trailer and the 8 minute preview after that, which is like the first 8 minutes of the season of episode two, season two rather. So yeah, let's see who's in the chat here. Miss J's reviews. This was a good episode. I kind of feel like watching this series again. Yeah, it's definitely great for a rewatch. This was my second time rewatching the show, like watching the show. So the first time
Mm-hmm.
was last spring. I didn't have to wait as long as a lot of people. Um, Thankfully, I didn't have to wait 3 years for the resolution to this insane cliffhanger. And,
This is
and
also my second viewing because I watched it once and then I immediately watched it a second time and took notes.
nice. Yeah.
So I watched it
Yeah.
twice.
I watched it last week in our watch party, and then I watched it again in the watch party a second time. So yeah, it's actually technically my third watch for this episode, but it's phenomenal. It
Mm-hmm.
actually was it was nominated for multiple Emmys. I can't remember if it actually won. I don't watch award shows, but
Mm-hmm.
I just, I like to hear when quality content does win awards, like From should be winning awards.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's nice, when you hear that
Firm
they're
should be
getting
nominated for something, actually, first. Has it
right.
been nominated for anything?
It's only like I forget what the name of the award is that they were nominated recently for some kind of awards that are for like the horror genre, but
Oh, like Saturn or something?
yeah, Saturn, that was it. But no Emmy nominations or wins or like no Golden Globe nominations, nothing like that. But
Hmm.
yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and it looks like they Severance was nominated for multiple things, but didn't win much, which is crazy to me. It
Mm-hmm.
like they got nominated for um like Adam Scott was nominated for Outstanding Lead Actor,
Mm-hmm.
didn't win. Um, eh, Patricia Arquette nominated for Supporting Actress in a Drama, didn't win. That's insane to me. How the hell did Patricia Arquette not win? Ben Stiller
Mm-hmm.
nominated for Outstanding Directing, didn't win.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who plays Irving, John Turturro,
Yeah.
nominated for Supporting Actor, didn't win. Christopher Walken, again, nominated, didn't win. That's crazy. They all should have won. Um, Damn, they got a lot of nominations though.
Yeah.
The one of the writers got nominated for the We Are, which is this finale that we're going to talk about.
Uh-huh.
Um, they did win an Emmy for their music composition, which they totally deserved. The music was amazing in this episode. It reminded me a lot of a Twilight Zone episode
Yeah.
when
Uh-huh.
there's this frantic part with this crazy piano score. It's
Yeah, yeah.
so intense. This like frantic piano playing that just puts you on edge, and the camera's shaking. And I think it's when Miss Cobell is driving on
Mm-hmm.
her way to Lumen or something like that. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that might be when it is. And I found that so impressive because I feel like not enough shows really take advantage of the ability to create this kind of intense, unsettling mood with music the way that the Twilight Zone did. For
Mm.
example, Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone, that's what was missing. The music
Mm.
really creates an ambiance, and it's
Yeah.
important. And Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone didn't have any kind of unsettling musical score like
Yeah.
the original did. It matters. These things really
Yeah, yeah,
matter.
there are some like Mr. Robot, which I know you haven't seen, has a really crazy musical score, and Legion, the TV show, also does. Like those two composers do a lot of good work.
Right. Yeah. It's
Like they one Joe. God, I can't remember his name. Jeff Russo, maybe. I don't know.
yeah.
But
And
the ones that do those, Mr. Robot Legion, the ones that compose the music, excellent.
it's yeah, so cool. I love that because music really creates a mood. It creates an ambiance. It's important. And but yeah, so that won, and also they won an Emmy for outstanding main title design, the opening credits. It's just well
Hmm.
deserved, extremely
Yeah.
creative. The animation of it, it's so good. And yeah, it was also nominated for Outstanding Drama Series and didn't win that either, which is just nuts to me. But yeah, but they got nominated for this episode that we're gonna cover. They were nominated for Best Director, Best Writer, um, and yeah, didn't win. But you know, From doesn't win or get nominated for anything either, so we know
Hmm.
that's not a measure of quality.
Yeah, yeah.
But anyway, hey, just me. Nice to see you. Hey, Dieter. Thank you for being here as always. I appreciate it. Um, hey, All City Big Heck. Season 3 gonna be lit. It is gonna be lit. Yeah. I can't wait. It's gonna be amazing. Just Me says I still haven't seen a full preview for season 2. Oh, it's on YouTube. Yeah, it's on YouTube. I would play clips from it, but then the video would get pulled, so I can't. But I'm gonna break it down in screenshots. So it's really good. The preview is crazy. There was this section where stuff is flashing on the screen so fast that I had to actually slow it down into slow motion in order to take screenshots of those things. Really, pretty nuts. Yeah. So definitely check out, just Google, I mean, on YouTube, just search for the preview, full trailer, full trailer. It's there. Hey, Amy. Thanks for coming to the watch party. Even though you saw everyone in the watch party had seen it already, but it was cool they showed up anyway. Big Heck was there. Thanks for
Mhm.
coming, Amy and Big Heck. Appreciate it. And Vanessa Wicked was there. Um All City says the early reviews are saying season 2 is generational TV. Damn. All right. Um, yeah, and I know last I heard 23 reviews were in and Rotten Tomatoes gave it a really high score. I think what was it? I'm looking at it now. Wow, my new laptop is so much faster. 97%. 97% is pretty damn good. So, um, yeah, I mean, I don't judge everything by reviews, but that's a good sign. It's not easy to get almost perfect rating on Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, Big Heck said, don't know if they're overhyping it. Hopefully not. Um, and yeah, generational TV. Yeah, it's like kind of, you know, top tier, like Big Heck is saying. I expect it to change my life.
Once in
I,
a
I might sign
generation.
up once in a generation. Yes. Like I might sign up to be severed. Give me that chip, Lumen. Nice. I don't know if I'd go that far, but um oh, Amy, sorry to hear that you're not feeling well. I hope you feel better. I hope your antibiotic helps. That sucks. Yeah. Yeah, feel better. Let's see. Yeah, so the 8-minute preview, Dieter shared it. For people who haven't seen it, you can watch it. Dieter shared a link in my Severance channel, my Discord. It's in there, and we're gonna be doing it. It looks like we found a way. Um, I told Big Heck how I managed to stream from in midnight watch parties, and I think we cracked the code. He
Mm,
tried it and it worked, so it looks like it's a go. I should be able to do midnight watch parties for
yep.
Severance when the episodes drop, which
Hmm.
is great. I was really hoping I'd be able to do it, and it's looking like we're gonna do it. I'm gonna test it out this weekend just to be sure.
Yeah, I
I'm
would
gonna try
too.
watching a whole what?
I said I would too. I wouldn't be waiting around Thursday night with my finger on the button.
No, we did a quick test and it worked, but I'm gonna do a longer test this weekend, make
Mhm.
sure before I like go into this and it could be a disaster. So,
Mhm.
uh, um, hey Vanessa Wicked, thank you so much for coming. She was so sweet. She always has kind words, and I really appreciate you, Vanessa. Um, with Alice, hey, too late for me. I'll probably fall asleep soon. Sorry with Alice. Yeah, it's been a rough day for me. Rough week, really. So sorry about that. Maybe you can catch the replay. And I'll stomp your corpse. What is that, Big Heck? It's the Bronx, of course. Is that a lyric or something? It must be. It sounds like a lyric. Um, yeah, Dieter, thanks for letting people know. I appreciate it. Why I was late. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Um, I try my best to do what I can and stick to a schedule, but sometimes my pain just dictates what I do, and I have to just listen to my body and do what it says. So, um, hey, Elliot, fact checker, start now. Yeah, I was a little late after that, but sorry about that. Um, thanks for stopping in. Yes. Hey, Doc, good evening. Nice to see you. Appreciate you coming. And thank you, anybody that is listening or watching. If you could hit the like button, please, that would help me out with the algorithm. A lot of people don't know yet that I'm covering Severance. I haven't had time to really try and find the fandom online and make myself known. I just haven't had time. So hitting the like really helps people find the stream and the channel. Um, so that really helps a lot. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Dieter. You're so sweet. Um, I'm really glad you watched Severance. I'm so happy that I got to introduce this to some of the Fromaholics, so we can keep discussing this together. I love talking From, and we're still going to talk From every week. But it's also important to, have other stuff, like new things to talk about, new stuff to watch. And so I'm really happy you love the show, you're enjoying it, and Vanessa Wicked is loving the show, and now Scarlet too. I'm so glad that you're into it, and I figured you would be.
Yeah,
It's up our alley. These deep thinking kind of shows that you can analyze,
yeah.
right?
I had the Blu-ray in order when it came out because it's always one of those shows I wanted to see.
Yeah, yeah. I'm psyched. I'm so happy to see people from the fandom watching it because of me, and now I can, it's just more awesome conversations we can get into together. So I'm really happy about that. I didn't know if I could get anybody else into it because it's very different than From. It's it's still it's a very deep analytical kind of thing that you can, I mean, you can really scrutinize this the way you can with From and look for hidden meaning and make theories. There's a lot of mystery to it, but it's not the same type of series. It's not horror, so I didn't know if I could recruit anybody from the Fromly or the Fromaholics. So I'm very happy that some of you guys have watched it because of me, and others were already into it. So that's fantastic.
Well, it has a
That's
lot of
fantastic.
psychological horror in it.
Yeah, I would say so.
I mean, I find the
Psychological
two of
horror.
them really the same. People want to escape from Lumen. People want to escape from Fromville. It's about the same.
Exactly. Exactly.
There's
They're
monsters in
trapped.
both human and not.
Yes, exactly. They're both shows about people trapped and they don't understand why, and yeah, we with Severance we know more about why they're
Mhm.
trapped, of course, but there's a whole lot of mystery as to what is going on with the company, why these people even signed up for these jobs, and what are they even doing? So yeah, it's there are a lot of parallels to From and Goats. Goats are parallel.
Goats. Yep. Most
We've
good
got
shows have
goats, and
goats.
yeah, all the best shows seem to have goats. I don't know why, but Matt Gilbert said, "Wow, I am actually on time for a Severance stream. You were before me, and it's my it's my stream." Okay, kids, let's find out what's for dinner. Yes, I loved that line.
Mm.
Yep, let's find out what's for dinner. That's what they did in the finale. So, yep. Um, Elliot said there's not much on TV except for this for a while. Yeah,
So for
TV.
Yellow Jackets, Yellow Jackets.
Yeah,
I
that's
guess it's
coming
a
in
month till
February.
Yellow Jackets, but it's a month. That's not very long.
That's not bad. Yeah, most new TV sucks though. I tend to find things late. like from
Mm-hmm.
Silo and Severance, I found them late. It's so hard to find good shows that are current, and usually when I do, they wind up getting canceled. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm totally with you on that. That's why I watched nothing but reruns for years because I couldn't find any new shows to get into. But I feel like TV is just it's getting better and better now. The last few years, I don't, it's been amazing. I feel like I don't know, like maybe everyone was like writing awesome things during the pandemic, and
Mm-hmm.
now we're seeing the benefit of that. 'Cause I don't know, like there's some
Okay.
relation to it, but
Have you listened to the podcast with Ben Stiller and Adam Scott yet?
no, actually, I haven't had a chance.
Like all the stuff they had to do during COVID, it was crazy. All the stuff they had to wear like almost like cone things on their heads. It was just like crazy what they had to go to shoot the thing.
Oh my God, yeah. It's like they had to actually shoot from during COVID too. It was right
Yeah.
when they were going into production. So
Mm-hmm.
pretty crazy.
So another thing in common then.
Another thing in common. Yeah, they both came out around the same time, and yet From has managed to release two more seasons completely done in the time that Severance is finally getting around to releasing season two. Like,
Well,
this is
quality. Well, I mean, I think that you get when you have people like Patricia Arquette and Christopher Walken, everybody's got schedules, so trying to schedule everybody at one place,
mm,
after 3 years, it's got to be kind of hectic.
yeah,
Or even a couple of years, I mean.
and even though the writer's strike was only 6 months,
Yeah.
again, that screws up their scheduling issues, and some of them might have
Hmm.
had other projects that were
Yeah.
slated for that
Hmm.
time. So,
Yeah.
um, yeah. So, yes, it's the waffle party. Welcome to the waffle party, guys.
Hmm.
That's going to be the name of the lives. It was
Yeah.
Scarlett's idea. I think it's fitting.
See, I heard that on the podcast too. I didn't know. I thought that the like waffle party was that you just smacked the tempers with a can of nine tails, like go away from me, and made them
Yeah.
go away. But I guess Ben Stiller said you're just supposed to have sex with all of
Oh my God.
them.
Wow. So it was going to be an orgy.
Yeah, and I think, what about female employees? Did they take the fact there would be female employees eventually, or does
Right.
somebody might get pregnant
Yeah.
there?
Yeah. That's problematic. What the hell? When I first watched it, that never even occurred to me that that was what was supposed to happen. That's crazy.
Hmm.
Something
Because I thought it was
they
kind
get
of like the painting, like there would be gone away from me, vile tempers. Do not seduce me,
right,
vile tempers.
right. Yeah, with the cat o' nine tails, because they all four of them got into the same position they were in the painting too,
Uh-huh.
uh, right at the end.
Hmm.
And yeah, so that's crazy. What was I gonna say? I went out of my head.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
it's gone.
Well, the only other thing
Um,
they had one of the podcasts with the guy who created the program. And he said
mm,
originally they're on a table originally because in his original draft they were birthed through a giant sphincter in the ceiling and they fell out on the table.
oh my God. Wow, that's crazy. I was wondering why they start out on the table. Yeah, that's so strange to me.
Hmm.
Um, and someone pointed out, I read online when I was reading different theories and watching videos. I forget where I saw it, but I watched some video that said the view from above of Helly laying on the table when the series opens makes it look like she's laying in a coffin.
Mm,
The table looks like a coffin, and
mm,
she's laying on it looking like she's dead. And I don't know if that was intentional or not, but also the area around it is green, like it's grass,
hmm.
and the coffin is is right there. So I don't know. I don't know if that was on purpose, if it means something, but it was interesting
Yeah.
because it's really like she's being born. I don't know why they'd make it look like a coffin. Um,
I don't know why they make it look like a sphincter.
yeah, that's
Except for
hilarious.
the comedy of it. It kind of read like Brazil. I know you haven't seen the movie Brazil, but it kind of read that's kind of like crazy like that with the imagery.
Right. No, I haven't seen that. Interesting. Okay. I
Yeah.
remember watching the finale again. I picked up on something I hadn't I didn't pick up on before. When
Yeah.
Dylan is in the security room and Milchick is trying to get in, he said something about, you know, the Tempers were disappointed. So, and I didn't pick up on that before. He must have been referring to those four people in costumes.
Yeah.
Those were the four Tempers. They were disappointed that he disappeared. He left the waffle
Yeah.
party without doing the orgy.
Yeah.
I
I
didn't
have a.
notice that.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were finished. I
No, I'm done.
wonder. I wonder if Harmony didn't dance as the jester in one of these waffle parties when she was younger.
Mm,
I
maybe.
feel like the picture of the little girl in pigtails is her. She probably got adopted by Kier, and one of her initiation rites in the cult was to put on that jester's outfit and shake her moneymaker.
Maybe that's why she has the mask. Um,
Yeah, on her altar, or her, yeah, I call it an altar.
yeah.
It
No,
was from good old days.
I thought that was her in the picture because she has the pigtails,
Hmm.
but then again, doesn't it look kind of old? It's black and white. I mean, could that be her mother?
Could be from the
I don't.
60s.
It could be from the 60s. Yeah, that's true. It just looked really, really old, but yeah, it could still be from the 60s. But yeah, I assumed it was her, the pigtails
Yeah.
and all. Hey, Gabby Critiques. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Muncher Luncher. Hey, what's up? Let's get it. Yes. Yes. Let's see. Oh, Dieter, thank you for sharing Gabby Critiques channel. Oh, and Gabby is going to cover the show also. Definitely subscribe to Gabby Critiques channel, guys. Let's support our fellow content creators. Always want to do that. So definitely check out her content. I'll be checking it out too. Absolutely. Um, Amy says, that one. Okay, I don't know. That's just okay. You guys kind of talking amongst yourselves. Hey, Gabrielle, Alexa, Noel, caught up just in time. Nice, nice, awesome. Glad you're into it. You're caught up on the show. A lot of people just binged it or watched it recently for the first time, which is great. Just the more people who watch this, the better. I've been trying to find a fandom for this show, and I'm not finding enough people. So maybe we can try to build it from the ground up a little more, like Tony did with From. I could never imagine being on his level, but I do know that when he started covering From, like nobody was doing lives for it,
Hmm.
um, and he just, he helped build the fandom. Now for Severance, I don't know. When the season is actually airing, I don't know if anyone else does lives. I'm guessing somebody will.
Hmm.
It's a very popular show, so we'll have to wait and see. But
Yeah.
like maybe movie blog or somebody, I don't know, might be
Hmm.
doing lives, but who knows? I know we're going to be covering it extensively, so hopefully we can find enough fans to want to talk about it because this is one of those shows that needs to be discussed with other
Hmm.
people. It shouldn't be consumed in a vacuum. Same with From. It's the same thing. Um, it's a quick read. Well, maybe I'll look through it and like read passages from it or something. Could always
34
do that.
pages.
It's yeah, it's like 34 pages long or something. Um, let's see. Yeah, awards bite. Award shows do seem to be kind of rigged. Um, but it's nice to see shows being honored, especially it kind of also gives me the sense of security that they're not going to be canceled. That's the main thing for me. I like to see them get recognized, and it makes me think, okay, they're probably not going to be canceled then if they win awards. Season 2 is out on the 17th, and welcome, MoFi. Gabrielle said I listened to the 8-hour Severance theme looped that they have. That won an award in my heart. Wait, what's that? The 8-hour Severance theme looped. What is? I don't know what that is. Hmm.
So did somebody
Um,
loop the Severance theme for 8 hours?
th that's crazy. That's nuts. Um,
Go to sleep and wake
hey.
up to it.
Yeah, I don't know. This sounds crazy. Hey, Umbra. Nice to see you. Elliot, yes, we need a term for Severance addicts. We really do. We need a good fandom name. Kier Dix. Good evening, Grow and Thrive. Nice to see you. It, severing yourself is basically what what is it, sever side? Is that what that's supposed to say? Or I don't know. Um, yeah, it's pretty nuts. I'm gonna share the link in a sec after I finish greeting you guys. Matt said Severance is dystopian. From is more utopian with monsters. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. It's kind of like a Garden of Eden situation going on with monsters. Um, I get what you're saying there. Matt, I tried to get into Yellow Jackets, but I found it tough to digest. But yeah, nice. Yeah, it can be.
Don't check. Nice, yeah.
Mm, yeah. The community is quasi utopian in a primitive sense. You mean on From? Um, yeah, kind of. Um, let's see. Everyone lives together, more or less. Resources are held in common. It has a superficial utopian character. That's true about From, yes. Yeah, and nobody has to work. No one has to pay any bills or anything. It is kind of like a screwed up utopian situation going on. Severance is like our world. Everyone is fully alienated. 100%, Matt. Severance could even be called Alienation, the TV show. It's not subtle. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not subtle.
Did you skip over did you skip over the comment about my somebody loved my coffee cozy?
Oh, I didn't see it. I was trying to get
I
through
don't
quick.
know
I
who
missed it.
said it.
Was that
I don't know
earlier?
who said it now. I can't find it.
Oh, is it this one?
Yeah, thank you.
There
It's
it
Slim and
is.
Blue.
Yep. Scarlet always has the perfect avatar for every live. Always on theme.
Oh, there's coffee
Nice.
cozies. There's paintball.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that Milchick thought that was going to work on Dylan, like, are you kidding me? He found out he has a kid. That's a game changer. Even
Yeah, I don't
Dylan is
even
not going
know.
to go for coffee cozies now.
Yeah. I don't know if Milchick was lying about the children or not. I thought maybe he threw it out there so Dylan would stop.
He said he's got two more kids,
Yeah, I don't
so
know
I
if
don't
that's
know.
true or not. I don't know if he just used it to like as leverage.
He might be
I hope
lying.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Dylan might be
but yeah,
quite the
that'd be
family
crazy.
man.
Yeah. Um, he's like, I'll tell you their names and everything. Like, what do you want to know? What the fuck? Seriously? You think that's gonna be enough? Anyway, Amy says the masks they wore are just not everybody's kink. They were scary. They were scary. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good Friday night, depending on your mood. They
True.
looked really
Yeah.
good though. Like they looked really good. They looked like the ones from the paintings, especially the dancer in white. I
Hmm.
mean, it looked like her actual head. They were done really well.
Oh yeah. They were done very well.
I
And
was really surprised in
like
listening to listening to the podcast
creepy.
about how either
Hmm. Yeah, I
of
hear
how
you.
of how little CGI they use. They try to not use CGI whenever possible. So when they're going up in
Mm.
an elevator, they're using a Zally, which is a combination of a zoom and a dolly. But with everything
Oh.
else, and I thought that's probably why they're trying to get the best mask possible and just everything's just nice and practical. It's really nice.
Hmm. Mm. That's cool. I like that. You know, CGI is great when you need it, but I really prefer practical effects whenever possible. I like the old school way of doing things. So that's cool. I'm gonna have to make time to listen to that. Um, I'm so glad they made a podcast. This is what From needs to do. We need more supplemental material.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. Matt says Melchick said that Dylan could get back into the Waffle party. presumably to, put his finger in a finger trap if you catch my drift. Right?
He lets go of it and he
Yeah.
runs underneath Milchick right into the waffle party.
Yeah. This is how innocent I am. I didn't catch on to that when I watched it by myself last spring. I really didn't figure out what they were going to be doing. I
Mm-hmm.
went over my head. Like, jeez. Um, um, Amy, I was asking Dieter if we're allowed to do watch parties in your Discord when nobody is live or anything important. Of course. Of course you can. Yeah, you don't have to wait for someone else to have a watch party. Anybody can have a watch party in there. Like so anybody that wants to, you wanna watch something in there? Absolutely. Yeah, that's meant to be used, the watch party voice channels. You guys, like anybody that wants to have a chat in there or watch something in there, by all means. And yeah, like let me know when you're doing it. If I'm free, then maybe I'll join. So yeah, but absolutely, yeah, you use it anytime you want, Amy. Matt said with those fucking masks, I wouldn't be able to. That horrifying bride mask. They were creepy as hell. Yeah, like they looked attractive, but those masks, I'm sure they'd have them on too. They probably would leave them on the whole time. Yeah, not a turn on for me. It's creepy.
Maybe
Elliot
that
said, I know
ram.
it. Huh?
I said maybe the ram. Leave the mask on and the hooves.
In the hooves.
It's
Oh my
very
God.
Greco-Roman.
Oh yeah. Not my thing. Elliot said, I know it doesn't seem like it, but I think Dune Prophecy has a good mystery aspect you'd like, Julie. Oh, okay. I don't know much about that, but maybe I'll check that out. Um, but isn't that based on a video
Yeah, it's
game?
based on
I think.
a book series,
Okay.
a very popular book series from the '60s, and a
Yeah.
great David Lynch film from the '80s that I will die on the hill of. Thank you very much.
Um, what did you say? What from the 80s?
I said Dune had a great David Lynch film from the '80s. The '80s version is the best, and I'll die on that hill. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Um, okay, let's see. Yeah,
Probably
yeah,
Golden Child.
Dieter does have a cool font. Yeah. Um, let's see. Um, okay. Hey, AAMM, nice to see you. Um, yeah, I didn't know that you could change the font on your name in the chat. That's cool. Um, oh, thanks, Dieter. I appreciate all your help. Thank you so much. See you later. Um, and Golden Child, hey, nice to see you. What? Scarlet is cray cray.
Getting funky.
Yeah, right. So, think we're ready now. I caught up with everybody. I'm gonna share
Just
the
when I was
link.
going to make a joke about the jester juggling the balls, but there you go.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Um, yep. So, I'm gonna share the link if anybody wants to join the panel. We're gonna go through the episode and break it down. And if you want to join, you can come join and discuss with us as we go through. Hold on. Gonna go through scene by scene and break the whole thing down like we do. So there's the link. I'm pinning it. Oh shoot, that's my other I'm logged in the wrong account. Anyway, that's me. That's me that just posted that link, but it's my personal account.
Mm.
Trying to pin it and it's not letting me because damn it, I can't pin it because I'm in the wrong. How do I do this? Okay, I gotta switch to my channel account. It won't let me pin it because I my other account doesn't own this chat. Okay,
Mm.
I'll do it again. It wouldn't even let me post the link because I'm not a mod in my
Uh-oh.
own channel on my personal account. There we go. There we go.
I was gonna say you could
And
probably put it in the Discord, and the people in the chat would find it because most of them are on Discord.
that's true.
There we go.
Yeah,
There it is.
if if this were a really large chat and more chaotic, I probably would do that just to minimize the risk of weirdos calling in, but I think we're
Mm-hmm.
pretty safe with that with this, it's not like with From where a lot of people were joining,
Mm-hmm.
so I feel pretty secure doing this. Maybe when the new season starts, I might not share it publicly and just share it in the Discord though, if we get more people. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
But I got all the pictures here. I'll pull it up.
I'm gonna say one thing. I'm so glad people are agreeing with me about the David Lynch Dune. When I look at Dune books from the 60s and they're all really vivid blue and a very nice brown and those colors like that, I expect a Dune film to be like that. Not that weird beige mom thing that the new Dune films are. I'm sorry, they're a little slow, they're a little beige. I mean, they're fine, but I love the Dune
mm,
one. I love the Dune David Lynch Dune. So
mm,
let's talk Severance.
yeah, yeah. So this episode is just a non-stop thrill ride. Like the
Mm-hmm.
entire thing
Yeah.
is it's non-stop from start to finish in real time. That's what's so special about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's all of it is happening in real time, and Dylan, this goddamn MVP of the episode, is holding it down, literally holding it down the entire time, holding these levers with his arms. I mean, how in the hell did he do this? Because this literally, we can pretty much assume this was about 40 minutes. This was, or maybe when you take apart the opening credits, take
Mm-hmm.
that out, it was maybe, I don't know, 37 minutes. This guy
Mm-hmm.
was holding these levers up with his hand, with his arms. I mean, he's like a superhero.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Dylan is the MVP. He just in this entire thing, because of him, these three characters, they get to experience life, what their outies lives are for the first time, and I love how they did this. The fact that they made it real time and it's just jumping from one to the next, back and forth the whole episode. And one thing that I thought was cool too, they use a lot of times when they're transitioning from one character's experience to another, they used that glitchy effect that they use when they're switching from innie to outie. So it's like a cool little
Mm-hmm. The Zali.
glitchy, yeah. There's a
It's
glitchy
called a
noise
Zali.
and
Mm-hmm.
and huh? It's called a
It's
what?
called it's called a Zali.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
a zoom and a dolly at the same time in film terms. They're zooming in and
Right.
they're zooming in and moving the camera at the same time. So that's
Yes.
cool because
And
it's not a CGI effect, which is cool.
I love that. I love that. It's such a creepy effect, and Hitchcock used it a
Mm-hmm.
lot. It's
Mm-hmm.
goes back a long time. Um, it's used a lot in horror, and yeah, in this one, it uses the same sound effect too. That when they're switching from innie to outie mode, even though in this they weren't switching from innie to outie, they used that same little sound bite, that
Mm-hmm.
glitch noise, and
Mm-hmm.
the whole like picture kind of glitches, the camera glitches. I would show a clip
Mm-hmm.
and show what I'm talking about if I could, but I'm
Yeah.
sure you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
As they're switching from one character to the next, so it'll go from Mark
Mm-hmm.
to Helly, and then to Irving, and then
Mm-hmm.
it just keeps kind of glitching in and out, and there are a lot of POV shots, point of view shots. So you get to feel like a lot of the time like you're in their body experiencing it, looking through their eyes at this, this disorienting new world that they've never seen before. Like looking around, I loved the use of point of view shots to really give you that sense of confusion, like you're in their skin experiencing it with them, looking at their lives for the first time. Like so well done, just brilliantly done. They should have won all the awards just for this episode that they were nominated for. But anyway, um it was and also the way that it was done, it's completely different than any other
Mm-hmm.
episode of the season. None of them are like that. It's not
Mm-hmm.
real time. So this was really special the way it was.
Mm-hmm.
My only complaint, literally, my only complaint is that it's too damn short. way too short. That
but
sucks.
but that's all the time
It,
they
it,
had, Julie.
oh, I know, but like honestly, we gotta suspend our disbelief anyway because nobody could hold their arms out like Dylan did for 37 minutes that way. I don't believe you.
If they wanted to
How
be a
could it?
hero, they would. He wanted to be a hero.
I mean, couldn't we have just had another 10 minutes? Just give us 10 more minutes. Come on. This
His
was
arm's going to
short.
take 10 more minutes, Julie.
This was only 40 minutes, but you got to subtract the long opening title sequence and the end credits. So it's less than that. It goes by like a blip, but anyway, but it was genius. The entire thing was genius. The way that it opened here with
Hmm.
their eyes.
Yeah.
So it's just like when they're in the elevator.
Hmm.
Their their eyes are closed and then they open them and you have that what was it called effect?
Zolly.
Zolly?
Yeah,
Cool.
Zolly. Zoom and
Zolly.
Dally mixed together. Zolly.
Yeah. So they do that
And they also did
and
it in Jaws. Somebody in the comments said they used it in Jaws. Yes, they did. And they commented about that in the podcast as well.
nice. And also they did a lot of interesting visual effects with transitioning between scenes. Like I managed to catch like a little blip of it. Like look how they did this.
Mm. Hmm. They're
They
moving
kind
them
of
over.
you had the three of them here and then it moved Helly and Irving to the left.
Hmm.
Like and then you're left with just Mark.
Yep.
The really sophisticated types of transitions that they did, these shots. I'm
Hmm.
not a film buff. I don't know what the technical terms are. I just
Hmm.
appreciate it. As a lay person, you know
Hmm.
more about this stuff than me, of course.
I wanted to
Uh,
know because it was a cool effect and put it in my storehouse if I would ever use it.
it's cool, right? Yeah. Really brilliantly done. And another thing they did a lot of when they're doing point of view shots in this episode, they do a lot of like actually no, not point of view shots. They do those too, of course, which are awesome. But another thing they do, the camera is kind of sweeping around the characters in a circle from
Hmm.
one side to the other,
Hmm.
and it's just so like visually, it's just so such a treat to look at because it's just kind of you know you're looking at everything through each of their perspectives, and then after the point of view shots, you're also seeing like a cool sweep around each person as they're just taking it in, and you see the look on their faces, just absolutely dumbfounded at what they're seeing. Remember, these people have only ever seen each other for their entire
Hmm.
lives, for for all intents and purposes, and they've only been in that office. That's
Hmm.
it. So, so Mark wakes up and he's confused. He
Hmm.
sees Miss Cobell there. She's like,
Hmm.
"What the hell?" Immediately,
Yeah.
like, "What is she doing here?"
Why does she have that voice?
Yeah, yeah,
Why does she sound like Tallulah Bankhead?
yeah. Why does she sound like
Mark.
Tallulah Bank? I love the way she says Mark. Um. So yeah, saying, "Are you all right? Maybe you should talk to your sister." Because recall in episode 8, he had just told her before he woke up as his innie, he had just told her that he wants to quit his job. So at
Hmm.
first, she did say actually at the end of episode 8, "Do it, Mark, do it.
Mm.
Get away from them."
Uh-huh.
I found very strange. I'm not sure why she said that. That's out of character.
Probably because they fired her.
And yet then she goes rushing over to save the day for them in this episode. So
I think she wanted
I
her
don't know.
job back.
Yeah,
Change of
I
heart,
guess
I
so.
guess.
I guess so. I don't know, but yeah, I just felt like it was a weird. She had a different reaction in this episode.
You
She
look at
went
these.
back to
Oh, you didn't get a picture of their friends.
the what?
Oh, look at. Okay, it's later on. It's later
Yeah.
on. But the guy walks past him the first time. I kind of had a comment, but he's going to walk past in a weird way that I can't say anything really. Okay, let's keep going.
Oh, okay. Weird piece of art on the wall. And then it glitches to Irving, and he's just now we get a point of view shot, a very disorienting point of view shot from him. he finds himself painting this what we now know is the hallway to the severed not the severed, the testing floor elevator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So somehow he knows what that is, and but I mean his innie doesn't. So his innie wakes up and doesn't know what the hell this is about. He's never been there, not to his recollection anyway. But apparently he was there. His innie probably just doesn't remember. I think they probably wipe their memory when they want to. Like I would bet money on that. He looks around at his million paintings of the same thing, and you get this disorienting point of view shot of his apartment. It's kind of scanning around. Irving's story, it's not as exciting in this episode, but it's still really interesting. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
it's interesting the stuff he finds in his apartment later. But obviously Helly here has the biggest reveal. This is the
Mm-hmm.
biggest part of the whole episode. I mean, well, there are two big reveals. Helly being revealed as Helena Egan, and
Mm-hmm.
Mark finding out that his wife is alive. So, but yeah, this was huge.
Are there any clues that she's his daughter that I didn't pick up on?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. Because I
There's
would not
really
have guessed daughter. I would have guessed. I just felt like the family wouldn't ever get their hands dirty anymore. Like they're so removed from it that they would send somebody in that was like a wife or a husband instead of an
right.
actual relative.
I'm surprised too. I would have guessed if I had to guess, I would have guessed wife rather than daughter. I do agree. Yeah.
Because it'd be
Um,
almost like if he had a son, he's like, I'm just going to send my wife in there. I don't want to send
right.
myself in there. Kind of like the politician.
Right. Yeah, I found it surprising that they would send her in of all people, like his
Mm-hmm.
daughter. But this is all a giant PR stunt,
Mm-hmm.
so they can convince the public that severance is a good thing and we should spread it worldwide. Everybody should be severed. It's insane, but that's what it
Here
is.
come the
It's like,
Silver
okay,
Army.
if sever an army, if
Yeah,
an
the in
Egan
the
is willing to
army.
do it,
Yeah.
yeah. If an Egan is willing to do it, then it's going to convince people that, oh, maybe this is like okay. That's the
Mm-hmm.
whole idea. But notice how she said, we need you nimble. Nimbleness, is-
Yeah.
nimble, nimbleness is one of, I just noticed that earlier when I
Mm-hmm.
watched it for the first time. I, nimbleness is one of the, I think it's 9
Mm-hmm.
core principles or
Principles.
something.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
the one of the cat of nine tails that hurts the worst and leaves a welt when you're smacked with
Yeah.
it. And nimbleness
Yeah.
leaves a welt.
Oh yeah. Um, because that's such an odd thing to say. That to me suggests that maybe she's a true believer herself,
Mm-hmm.
like a member of the cult. The
Mm-hmm.
fact that she said, "Good, we need you nimble." Nobody says
Mm-hmm.
that. Nobody uses that word like that. So I'm guessing she's a true believer her too, Natalie.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think it's 9 core principles. Harmony recited them. She's got them on her
Mm-hmm.
wall. So um,
Well, in the videos they show of Helena, she's also talking about them.
right, right. And so yeah, she says the board is really grateful for this. Helly's dress, I thought it was interesting that the dress is blue and green.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 main colors featured in the show are red, blue, and green. Now we have all 3 here. Her hair is
Mm-hmm.
red. That the red represents the Audi mode, and then she's got blue and green.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's kind of fitting that there would be blue because her innie is now
Mm-hmm.
taking over, but I'm still
I,
not sure about what the use of green is for, like if it represents something or not, but
yeah,
yeah.
I see. That's another thing that threw me off about the Egan family. Nobody has red hair. I know she could have dyed her hair.
Yeah.
The red hair is kind of rare, and if they had red hair, everybody in the Egan family had red hair, pretty much, as a recessive gene.
Yeah, she had to have dyed her hair for
Yeah.
sure.
And
This
Natalie's
is
got red
something,
on, so she's got the red on because she's always outside, I'm assuming.
yes. Yep. She got the red dress. This is something I noticed for the first time actually watching this again.
Mm-hmm.
This is any Gabby. They're calling her Gabby, not
Mm-hmm.
Gabrielle.
Yep.
Gabby. So she's in her any mode for this gala, which
Uh-huh.
is interesting. She's sh- so she's the senator's wife, the state senator's wife, and she she got severed so she could give birth to her children and not have to
Mm-hmm.
deal with childbirth and other facets of taking care of the kids, I guess. She probably turns into any mode during some of the time she's taking care of the kids. She says that she has a lot of help, um, meaning her
Mm-hmm.
any is basically the help. But I find it so odd that she would be in any mode at this gala. To me, I
I
think
don't
it
know if she is or not. Because she does say something about like somebody didn't bring the bottle. I don't know if she's talking about the Indy not bringing the bottle. She might be in
I don't
outie
know.
mode. They
I
might
don't
just
know.
call her Gabby in outie mode.
I don't know. I doubt it. They use those
Hmm.
names deliberately in the show.
I don't
I
know.
doubt they would do that.
She just kind of said things that contradicted that I kind of picked up with the kids and stuff.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
who
if they
knows?
yeah, I mean, maybe they made a mistake, but I mean, in this show, they use names deliberately, so that told me that she's
Hmm.
got to be in any mode, and maybe they did this so that maybe she is doing this, like to be kind of like a Stepford wife.
Hmm.
So being in any mode would make her like the more submissive, childlike self for
Hmm.
this public event. That's what I took from it, but we'll see as we break it down.
Yeah.
Maybe there are
I
signs
mean,
that she's
it's interesting that Helly and Helena and then Gabby and Gabriella, but Mark's name is still Mark, Irving's still Irving, Dylan's still Dylan,
right. Yeah, no,
as
like they
far as I
didn't
know.
right, like they didn't give them more childish nicknames,
Bert's
but
Bert.
they do always use their one of their last initials, which kind of childish too, like they're in school. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
Helly's supposedly last name was Riggs, and I never got that her last name was Riggs.
Riggs.
Yeah, it says it right in Wikipedia, like when they have all their names, and it's like Helly Riggs.
That's so
I never
strange.
saw Riggs.
Yeah, I wonder why they picked that. Um, this
She's
I
rigged.
loved, huh?
I said she's rigged.
Yeah, she's rigged. So this is when she finds out who she is. Like she's literally being introduced to someone, but she's being introduced to herself,
Hmm.
which
Yeah.
is ironic. This is Helena Egan, and Gabby says, "My gosh, Helena, so good to finally meet you." Helly is meeting herself right now.
Hmm.
Her, this shot was so good. They did this cool effect
Hmm.
um, that just showed her disorientation, um, which is really it's cool. Like you
Hmm.
feel that sense of holy shit, what the fuck is happening? It's like a Twilight Zone moment. She's an Egan. Amazing
Hmm.
reveal. When I watched it the first time, it was spoiled for me, so I knew it was coming. Sucks, but
Oh,
like
really?
look what they
That sucks.
yeah, like look at behind her. I don't know what they did to this shot to make it look
It's
like
really
that.
cool looking. Yeah, it looks
It's
very dazzling and very like brainwaves coming out of her head.
yes, it looks all blurry and it's blue, which is the any color, and then it gets
Hmm.
more blurry. It was it's such a good effect.
Hmm.
Puts you in that mood that she must be feeling right now.
Yeah.
Complete confusion and shock.
Poor Dylan.
Poor Dylan. God, he was like it just reminded me of a superhero being able to hold his arms out that for this entire time. Look at this guy. He wasn't kidding when he said he's got impressive delts. Damn, that's amazing. Look at that. How? How? I mean, he's like, this better be working, assholes. I love Dylan. He looks at the
Yeah.
he got
Sweet.
this is what he requested and he looked down at it as he said, this
Hmm.
better be working, assholes. But he cares about them.
Yeah.
It's sweet.
And
It's
it's kind of red. They're red right now in the block.
they are. There's a reddish glow on
Hmm.
that. Yep. From the I don't know. I guess there must be a light shining on it, but
Probably
yeah.
intentional.
Dylan, it's hard to pick a favorite character, but Dylan, it's either number one or number two for me, just because he has the funniest lines, and
Hmm.
yet he does have a heart underneath all that. We're seeing more emotional depth coming out of him toward the end of the season.
I
He's
see
not
some.
just comic relief.
I feel like some of this is the best acted, even down to people like Rebecca. Like Rebecca's really selling the lines that she has. It's like everybody in the show is just on.
Oh yeah,
From the lead. I
absolutely.
like this thing on the wall.
What is that?
It's like one of those things that Dylan has. One of those drawings
It
with
looks
his
like
head really
Rickon.
big,
Yeah, I was trying to get a shot of
like a
it, but it's
caricature.
yeah, it looks like it definitely looks like Rickon on the wall there. He would have a caricature of him, his face on the wall. Seems like something Rickon would do.
Yeah,
I wish they had. I looked, but they didn't give us a clear enough shot of it. I couldn't get a better
yeah,
view.
yeah. I couldn't get a good look at it either, but I thought it was funny all the same.
It is. It is funny. And there are theories that maybe Rickon and all of his weirdos are severed too. So there's that. I don't know. I don't know about Rickon.
Mm.
Maybe, maybe he is. I, I, I think that his friends are probably severed also. There's something not right about them. Rebecca. I mean, what a weird name too. I forget what.
I think they're just pretentious.
No, they're bizarre. That story Rebecca said about a bird pecking the back of her head, I think that could be
Those
a
lines are
clue.
great. Those are some great lines.
That could be a clue. That could be a clue. That whole weird story about a bird pecked the back of my head. Well, what do they do to put chips in their heads? They make an incision and stick the chip in your head, in the back of your head. So, yeah, I don't know. That might be a clue that she's severed.
Her eyes are
Um,
also too close together. I mean, her lines are just fun.
they are so
You
bizarre
okay, my
and
lady?
yeah. Anyway, Mark is really disoriented. This the direction and the cinematography did such a great job of really conveying how disorienting and confusing all of this is for these people. And that he's looking around, "You
Sorry.
okay,
So
milady?"
Rebecca
And
smells weird.
Rebecca smells weird, his sister said. She was
She
making
was
chewing
making
noises, but she
chewing
was not
noises, but
chewing.
she wasn't chewing. That line is so funny.
Yeah. Just be prepared because you might have to share a book with her. Oh, yeah, he gets to sit next to Rebecca, who smells weird. And remember, he doesn't know who the hell she is right now. So this is
Hmm.
hilarious because he thought maybe this is his baby and she's his wife
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something.
Hmm.
Um, so he's like, "How's our baby?
I love her response to it.
How's our baby?" Uh, Awkward moment. She's like, "I assume you mean that in an it takes a village sense." So awkward. Yeah. I mean, it's like he can't just come out and say like, "I don't know who you are." Like he's
Hmm.
I mean, I guess he could have just said
Hmm.
like, "I'm Mark in any mode. I don't know anything." He could have just told her immediately. One of the things that frustrated me about this episode when I first watched it was like I was like, "Just tell her already." Through the whole episode. But I know they had multiple opportunities that got cut off, they got interrupted,
Hmm.
and it took forever for me. It took so long for him to finally tell her everything.
Well,
I was thinking he should have
he
told her
need
right here.
yeah, he needed to get her alone though because he didn't know who was. I mean,
Oh
Corbella
yeah,
was supposedly out there, and who knows who else from Lumen.
that's
That's why
right.
when they get to his friends too, I thought was funny as well. When we get to that.
That's right. I forgot. I just remembered too. Like he doesn't know who she is yet, so he
Hmm.
can't just tell her. He said
Hmm.
before they all switch to their any mode, he said, find someone you can trust and tell them
Uh-huh.
everything. So he
Hmm.
can't just spill it to the first person he sees. He doesn't know if he can trust her. So I get it
Hmm.
now. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
just frustrating waiting.
Yeah, it was pretty long, but it was fun.
Oh yeah, it was like, oh, come on, they dragged it out. The
Hmm.
suspense was really good. So yeah, once they get interrupted, um, and he still doesn't know who she is though.
Hmm.
So again, there's that we can't see it. It's not in focus, but it looks like a picture of Rickon up there. I don't know.
Maybe he does his own portraits. It'd be really pretentious if he did portraits of himself.
It would be very Rickon if he does that. So then it switches to Irving, and it's again point of view shots.
Hmm.
It's really cool. You see his hand reaching, and all that disorienting camera work. He looks around at his paintings and his dog.
You
This
know,
is the first time he's ever seen a dog.
yeah, I had two opinions on this. I was like, first off, it's interesting that he knows he can approach the dog because he's never seen one before, and I was worried that Radar wouldn't react to him because there'd be something in him the dog would sense wasn't right.
Hmm.
But then he came up to the
Yeah.
dog and it was okay. So the dog did accept his innie, so his innie and outie are the same person, really.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good point.
Because
So yeah.
I thought Radar might bark at him and might think something's amiss.
Yeah. But I guess the dog senses that he's still the same person. So,
Hmm.
and yeah, his name is Radar, and he knows he was told that his Audi likes the sound of radar. So now we know what that means.
They couldn't have just said your outie has a dog.
I know they have to make it weird and ambiguous in those statements. It makes you wonder what some of the other weird statements meant, but it was so sweet, him meeting his dog, and
Hmm.
he's never even seen a dog or
Hmm.
been around a dog before, and he's the only one out of the three. He wakes up all alone here, so it was touching.
Hmm.
I thought it was touching, him and his dog. Um, so these are the
Now look at these
friends.
people. Yeah, look who did they look like?
Um,
Get them when they're
who,
facing forward.
um,
Keep going. They look like Milchek and Colbert.
they do kind of look like them, yeah.
When Mark walked to the bathroom and this guy came through, he gave a look. As he was kind of scared because I think he thought it was Milchek.
Huh.
And them standing together remind me so much of Milchek and Corbell or Harmony.
Yeah, yeah, maybe he thought that was Milchick from the back or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I could totally see that now that
He
you
just gave
mention
him a
it.
really weird look when he went to the bathroom and he was passing the first time. And I thought, oh God, he hasn't seen many people. He might think that for a second, he might think that guy's Milchek.
Right, right. Um,
But I thought it was funny that Rickon had friends that parallel people at Lumen.
yeah, yeah, I thought that was interesting. Now that you mention it, yeah,
And
it
they're
is
always like
interesting.
sitting together too, and it's like really weird that they're grouped together.
Yeah, these two. Okay, okay. Um, and because of what they say here, he knows now that Devin is his sister.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, they mentioned that they were talking about whether she should have put off introducing the child until after tonight's event. So it's like they're they're placing this stupid event for the book reading over the introduction of a baby. Like,
Yeah, his kid.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, It's it's so bizarre. Like, oh, that's more important than the introduction of the child. Like, I don't know, that might ruin the book reading or something. I found that so bizarre. But and Rickon himself had said like something about how this is his baby's first party for daddy. Just very self-centered.
Yeah.
Um and I think that was episode 8 that he said that. But yeah, he's like, "Oh wait, that's my sister?" Yeah. Didn't they find that weird? He said that that's my sister with the baby.
Yeah, but
And
I don't think these people exactly listen, so they probably just heard what they wanted to hear and then said, exactly, it's his sister. You know,
right.
I don't feel like they're the most attentive types.
Right, and they were discussing, whether or not his sister should have put off the introduction of the baby so that she could interpret it that way. Like, yeah, that's his sister. We shouldn't ask him this because she said, "Mark, you don't have to weigh in on that." So,
Hmm.
so they took it that way.
Yeah.
Not that
That
he
was
didn't know
funny.
who she was.
That was funny they took it that way.
Yeah,
That was awkward.
it's like, yeah, well, that was awkward. So my sister has the baby, and Cobell is here. So yeah,
I kept calling her Corbell. My apologies. Cobell. I'll call her
yeah.
Harmony. I can say the word Harmony pretty well.
Yeah, I usually just call her Harmony. Um, Rebecca says, I've been asked to share my book with you. And he says, Rebecca. And she's like, Rebecca. No, it's
I
Rebecca.
have small eyes, so I have to read pretty close.
Yeah.
This actress is really
Okay.
selling what line she has.
Small eyes have nothing to do with how well you can read. That doesn't make any sense.
It's this pretension. They're so pretentious.
They are. Yeah, Rebecca, made up name. And I have sores on the back of my head from my bird. So yeah, I don't know about that. Like that's bizarre. What a random thing to say. And they insert chips through people's heads, so could be a clue. Maybe she's
Yeah,
severed.
you know what I thought she said? Like when she first said this? I thought she said, and I
Yeah.
have some sores on the back of my head from my bird. Do you want to see them?
Oh man,
Instead of the line she said, you might see them. I was
you
like,
might
no, I
see
don't want to
them.
see them.
Yeah, that would be a no from me. But um, so yeah. So Mark is like, "Oh, this is gonna sound weird. We're close, you and I." And of course she's confused and they're interrupted by Rickon saying, "Okay, my dearest ones." Uh, he's talking to the whole group. Rickon is talking to the whole group and says, "Okay, my dearest ones, if you'd all peacefully waft in the living room." He's so pretentious oh my God, like a- and calling them my dearest ones, it's so infantilizing too. Like
Yeah.
they all are very childish, these people. Extremely childish. Um and he has great lines. Rickon has some of the best lines too. But I think Dylan has the funniest ones. Rickon is just funny in a different way because he's so weird and childish and awkward. And like strangely pretentious at the same time as childish. But
Yeah.
um like yeah, so Irving here finds medals. This is looks like a yes, it's like a military a medal that I think was won by his father. I think his father was awarded that based on what he finds in a trunk. Ugh, I'm trying to scroll. I'm trying to zoom out
Yeah,
more.
I didn't know if he was in the service as well. I couldn't really figure that out.
I couldn't either.
I
It's
didn't
it's
know if
not.
maybe he got severed because of some kind of military trauma.
Yeah, that's the going theory. That's the popular theory that maybe he had PTSD from being in the
Mm,
military. He was also in the military like his father.
hmm.
So, um, so she she said Gabby says I just gave birth to my third kid. I should have stopped at two. Like seriously, who says that after they've had a child? Like I should have stopped at two. Like you're
That's
regretting.
why I think that's Gabriella and not Gabby. I feel that's the Audi saying I should have stopped at two.
It does sound like something that Audi would say, but it just doesn't make logical sense that they would call her Gabby because they're supposed to be two separate things. They have separate names for a reason, but I don't know. Maybe it's an
Maybe,
inconsistency in the
maybe
script.
not. Maybe they don't have separate names for a reason. Maybe only
No, but
Helly does.
no, but I mean, they literally did call her two different names earlier in the season. She was Gabby when she was
Hmm.
like the innie, and she was Gabriella when she was the outie until this episode. So yeah,
Hmm.
I don't know. Maybe it could be a script inconsistency, but um, yeah, there's the senator. that Hallie meets, and yeah, he says so she says she couldn't find the bottle. Um, I don't know what that means.
I'm assuming
She
that's a
says couldn't
nanny
have,
or somebody.
yeah, it must be. She says couldn't have done it without a little help. So yeah, it does sound like the Audi. I don't know, maybe they screwed up in the
Mm-hmm.
script because I feel like that logically doesn't make sense to call her Gabby. But anyway, not an important
Mm-hmm.
issue. Anyway, she's
Well, I'm just
so
kind of going
Helly
by
is,
what she's saying. By what she's saying, it sounds like she's the Audi.
yeah, I would just say that would be a flaw in the script then. So anyway, it's not something I want to belabor. It doesn't really matter. But
Mm.
but so back to Irving here. Um, so he's kind of rummaging around.
How does he know to go here and get this trunk?
Well, he doesn't know. He's kind of rummaging around his apartment, looking through stuff, and he just happened
Oh,
to grab the trunk. I
because it
mean, he
looked
doesn't
like
know
it was
anything.
way in the back of the closet. It looked like he was intentionally going for it, so it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think he's just looking around. Honestly, I don't know how he knew what to look for. Anyway, if I were him personally, when I
Hmm.
watched this the first time, I just thought, I don't understand why he's staying alone in his apartment for this long. Mark said to go find someone you can trust and tell them. So why is
Hmm.
he wasting all this time looking through his apartment? I wouldn't be doing that. I feel like he spent too much time doing this, in my opinion.
Unless he knows something, like he has some memory of having that list.
I
I
mean,
think
well,
Irving might have some kind of recall or some kind of memory because he does have that
uh,
list.
yeah, he has the list. So I mean, I think that Audi Irving is definitely doing some research,
Mm,
and so Audi Irving has a list of severed employees and a map,
mm.
and any Irving doesn't know what the hell's going on. So,
But then
um,
how did he know that trunk opened with that like second drawer then?
it's possible on like some deep subconscious level he knew what to do,
Mm,
but any Irving has never shown any indication that he knows anything. So if he's some kind of a mole and he's pretending, I mean that's possible, but we just don't know.
mm,
Yeah, I know there's some theory that maybe Irving I just don't get that vibe. Any Irving is too
mm,
genuine. I don't get the vibe
mm,
that any Irving knows anything. The only bleed over for him is those dreams with the black paint.
mm.
I don't see the argument for any Irving knowing anything personally.
Well, he has bleed
He's
over for the testing floor. He can't have bleed over for anything else.
well, yeah, Audi Irving has the bleed over for the testing floor. Yeah, that's the Audi one.
But
That
then
pink one.
anyone
That's
might have bleed in as well.
right, but we haven't seen any proof of that other than just the dreams with the black paint. There's been no hint that he
Mm.
knows anything. I mean,
I just need more of a reason for him to grab this trunk and know that the top part of the trunk comes out and everything. He seemed to know
uh,
how to rightly just go to this thing.
honestly, yeah, I don't understand his actions in this episode at all, really.
Mm.
I was yelling at him in my head the whole time, like, what are you doing? Go find someone you can trust. Why are you just
Yeah.
rummaging around your apartment? So if he's faking that he doesn't know anything as an innie, then he's putting on one hell of a performance when he's down there at Lumen because he comes
Mm.
off as nothing but genuine. It's
Yeah.
weird.
Well, I just thought what we were saying before with the painting, there was bleed through the other way, and he just knew to go to that trunk. But that's all he really knows.
Right, there might be some slight bleed through that it just came up now. Like
Hmm.
it's not something he was planning to do when he was still
Yeah.
down there.
Maybe it
But
was
now
somebody
that he's
connected to those paintings or something when he saw those paintings, and he was like, "Oh, I know something about I need to
right,
go get this trunk."
maybe it sparked something in the moment. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the moment. Like that's entirely possible. I just don't think when he was down there at Lumen he was planning this and was aware of it or remembered
Mm.
anything then. But
Hmm.
now that
Yeah.
he's here, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It seemed like he knew like something was sparked in his head
Hmm.
that he knew what to do. Yeah. Um, this guy is such a typical slimy politician. It's
Mhm.
perfect. The state
Well, he's
senator.
probably getting a good funding from Lumen for his campaign.
Oh, I'm sure he is. Yeah. Yeah. He says, he's so happy, like this is gonna really help with his push for
Hmm.
severance. Seeing Helena and hearing what she has to say, he says, all of this could really make a difference. He
But
wants
it might make a difference in the opposite way he intends.
now it will. Yeah. He was thinking this is gonna be really helpful because they're debating this issue in the state Senate, apparently.
Hmm.
That was in the newspaper that we saw earlier in the season, and it's
Hmm.
a controversial issue. So, yeah, let's change some minds. Yeah, sure.
Which also makes sense with what she's gonna say. I'm certainly gonna try.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Please thank your father if you see him. She doesn't know who that is yet. She doesn't know like
Mhm.
he's there. Yeah, it's crazy. Um, Rebecca. Here's Rebecca. Now this is hilarious. She hands him the book, and
Yeah.
he's absolutely blown away and looks up and sees Rickon, and it's like
Like he's a rock star.
it's like he's seeing the Messiah in front of him. Like, oh my God, it's Rickon. Like he's starstruck. He's absolutely starstruck. Holy shit, because this is the guy who blew his mind. He
Hmm.
blew his fucking mind with this book. It radicalized him. That book for him, even though it was this ridiculous, pretentious drivel full of platitudes, for him, this is the only thing he ever read other than the Kier Handbook. So it was like reading Socrates or something,
Hmm.
like the highest level of philosophy, and it completely changed his life and radicalized him, opened his eyes, enlightened him. It was his enlightenment. So there he is in front of him,
Yeah,
and
Rickon, being Rickon.
with this corny line, sorry, you
It's so
can't
stupid.
unring the bell ringing app, apparently. Yeah,
Oh
you can't
boy.
unring a bell. And that metaphor, you can't unring a bell, it's
Hmm.
fitting to put it in the show because it's kind of like once they get knowledge of their outie life, it's like kind of like ringing a bell, you can't unring it. They've experienced this now, unless their minds are like literally wiped of memories, which is possible. Maybe that they can do that to them, but yeah, like you can't unring a bell. Once Dylan found out he has a son, it
Hmm.
changed everything for him.
Hmm.
That everything's different because of that.
My bell's
So
not an app.
you have a real bell.
Real
Yeah.
bell. I could use it for
Yeah.
this. I didn't realize there would be a time.
Yeah, you could have used it for this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um look at his
He's in
his
awe.
face. He's in absolute awe of
The
Rickon.
Messiah has come.
Yeah. I love that. It's hilarious. Rickon is such a buffoon. The
Hmm.
way Mark is looking at him, I love it. Um,
I
so
thought he was gonna thank himself.
yeah, he says there's one person I want to thank first and foremost. Family is both my bedrock and my inspiration, and he dedicates the reading to his firstborn daughter. So yeah, he didn't thank himself, so that was good.
I guess he also thinks that Devin's gonna be cranking out a bunch of kids for him, being firstborn.
Yeah, that's right, firstborn. Um, and they're not exactly young looking parents, so I don't know, it seems kind of late to be having multiple kids, but okay.
I like
Um,
how he just extends his hand and doesn't even like touch his own kid.
yeah, I know, that was weird. Everything about him is weird. Um, let's see here. Oh, hey, Decipher. Oh, Umbra, I'm so sorry. Why didn't it make a noise that there was someone backstage? I don't know how
Oh
long you've been here. I'm so sorry. usually it makes a noise that there's somebody backstage, and it didn't make a noise. Hey, Umbra.
Hey, I'm stealthy like a ninja, typically. So that's
I
Haunting the StreamYard.
yeah.
I am so sorry. If that ever
No, it's
happens
all right.
again, you can always just like DM me on Discord and I'll hear that notification. I'm sorry about that. How long were you
Oh,
there?
I was only here for like 3, 4 minutes, something, nothing crazy.
Oh, good. It wasn't like an hour. I would
Nah,
that would have been awful.
if it was that long, I would have hit you up like, hey, let me in here.
Okay, good.
How you ladies doing tonight?
Doing okay, hanging in there. How are you?
I'm super. Thanks for asking. I was gonna. I thought you made a great point with. I'm gonna call them the sycophants. The lady that's next to Mark right there.
Yeah.
I think you made a great point, and this is why I've been saying this already. When we talked last time, I said that I thought that his sycophants, Rickon's sycophants, were severed, right? And I think Rickon might be as well. It's possible, but
Mm-hmm.
his sycophants certainly are from the weird behavior of the guy who I found the baby. It was me. I found him too.
Oh, I countered that by just saying they're way pretentious.
Yeah, but it's not pretentiousness though. It's more, right? It's weird. It's a weird behavior, almost adolescent.
Have you been around pretentious people? I
Oh
have.
yes, I'm around them every day, literally. Where I work, I'm literally around them, and they don't act like that. This right here is different.
Well,
From
this
when
is
she was
also a
talking about that,
satire.
and not fully though, right? Like, and I think they do this to show
I
the behavior is different. For instance, when she pointed out that, oh, my head, such and such, that's intentional. You don't say that for nothing. Like that's a throwaway line otherwise, right? So they didn't do that for anything. I think Julie was absolutely right. That was her pointing to her being severed, and the chip being. It was a little
so
hint
I
to
can't
us,
agree
I
to
think.
disagree.
Who the you talking about the chat or me? I don't care if you disagree.
No, I
But
mean, like, two people that make me have a voice.
yeah, I mean, you got your opinion on it. This is my opinion on it. I don't
Yeah.
mind you having your view of it. I think that Julie is correct though, that she's severed, and I think it just goes to the theme of the show. I mean, the entire town they're in is Kier based.
Yep.
The houses they're in are founded or at least funded by Kier. Everything around them is Kier. That's why I have
Mm-hmm.
such a hard time believing the situation around Devin. I think something is odd there too, because why is she even with Rickon? It seems all out of place. Even when you all were
Right.
mentioning the baby situation, and like, let's show the baby after the book reading situation, or whatever. Even that's odd. It's such an
Mm-hmm.
oddity around the behavior of everybody around it. It's not pretentiousness in that case to me. It seems to
Yeah.
come off as some type of weird behavior due to the severance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I guess I have a friend in Matt Gilbert in the chat because he's been with groups of people just like those friends of Rickon. I get you. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, well, we can disagree. It's fine. I, you know, I think they're probably severed, but it's a theory. Some people have different theories. It's cool. Um, yeah, I think they're probably severed. The whole town is named Kier. It's just the whole thing is bizarre. They even have their own newspaper, the Kier Chronicle. So it makes me suspicious of the whole town. Like maybe they tested this on the whole town. Like the entire town is a testing ground. Who knows? But I don't
Yeah,
know. It's
that's a great
all
point too,
speculation.
because remember, if you remember on um, the 8 minute preview of season 2, when Milchick was showing Mark like, oh look, you guys were heroes, blah blah blah, right? Remember that?
Yep.
The paper they showed him, like you just said, was the Kier Chronicle.
Yes.
And who's going to tell the truth on themselves against themselves?
They're not going to. It's probably just
Exactly.
propaganda.
It's all
It's nothing but
propaganda.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and in that 8-minute preview when he showed him that newspaper, I noticed that a lot of it was blacked out so that he couldn't see most of the articles. It was blacked out, so they censored it.
Well,
Oh,
Exactly.
but
A
yeah.
lot of
I've seen the still of the shot, and it definitely is a doctored photo. They definitely put their pictures in there. In the
What
car.
pictures?
In the car in the newspaper. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, I don't remember what was in the pictures. Yeah,
Is
I don't
it
remember.
is that the one
So it
that
was,
says the innies? The innies. It's about the innies. The headline.
yeah, yep, yep.
Yeah, they're in a car, and that car is definitely like taken from some like president's route or something, and they're just photoshopped in there.
Okay, yeah, I didn't get a chance to look at it that closely. That's funny. So,
What, they were in
yeah,
like a
it had to
presidential
be.
car or something like that, you said?
Yeah, I think it's like some like something from the 40s. It just took like a picture of maybe Kennedy or somebody riding in a
Oh,
car, and then just
it
put them
did
in
look
that
like that.
car.
Yeah, I know what you're
Yeah,
talking about. It did
yeah,
look like
yeah,
that. Yep.
yeah.
It had to be because why would their four Audis agree to do that? They wouldn't. There's no way they would. Like, I don't believe that the four of them as Audis would get in that car together and do that. So that had to be fake. Yeah, I agree. Um, but anyway, hey CT5V, nice to see you. Yeah, we're not all gonna agree. It's okay. They're theories. It's all good.
Well,
Um,
I felt mine was being shoved to the side, so I had Matt as my buddy.
well, I kind of felt like you were shoving some of my opinions to the side earlier, Scarlett. So I mean,
Like, what
it's
opinions? If we're all
uh,
having the same theories, so we're just
like
theorizing.
l- like the Gabby thing. You were pushing that pretty hard, and
Well, I had evidence that you agreed with when she sounded like an Audi.
yeah, I know. It's just it's kind of a little thing. I just thought we should kind of let it go and move on, um,
Well,
but
Gabby's character kept talking.
yeah, and I felt like you were kind of dismissing my opinion on the fact that on the theory that I think that they're severed. So I mean, I kind of felt the same vibes. But it's
Well,
fine.
I
We
can
can
just
have different
leave, and you
opinions.
guys can just talk then.
No, we don't want you to leave. Jeez, it's you can have different opinions. It's fine.
Well, you
It's
seem to
cool.
be upset that I have a different opinion than yours about Gabby. So, I mean,
She
you
I'm
can
doesn't
just
not
sound
agree.
upset
upset.
at all to me at all. But I think the bigger point is that we all have different views on it. Sometimes we might agree on theories. It's fine.
So
I
we
don't.
should all be on the same ground.
No, we
So
should all be
nobody should be
fine with us
upset.
all having different views. That's all. That's what I think she's saying, and I'm good with that. You're good with your views. I'm good with Scarlett. You having yours. I'm good with Julie having hers, and I'm good with me having mine, and the chat having theirs. I think that should be fine with everybody.
Yeah. Um, yeah, absolutely. It's all good here. Seriously. Like we can have different opinions. It's fine. I wasn't gonna even bring it up. Because it's really not that serious to me. We're just here to have fun. For real. Like no big deal. Um, um, Vanessa here said, how was Irving investigating and knew where Bert lived? Did they already have a relationship? Um, yeah, like that. I mean, she found a map that helped him figure out where Bert lived, but you got to wonder like how did he even figure out where to go with that map? I don't. It was kind of weird to me how he figured it out that easily, and he knew how to drive a car too. Um, so I think he was investigating like his Audi must have been doing some detective work for sure, some low key detective work. Um, on the on the innies and trying to I don't know like maybe he was trying to connect with Bert, but he's
Mm.
definitely not together with him because then we know that he sees Bert later in the episode with a guy. So
You know something, I thought
um
about this when we talked about this last time, Julie and Vanessa. I think you're spot on. The Wicked One. I think you're spot on because when you look at the last time that when he was doing all of that, I first off I have a theory that him and Bert were actually together, and because of his, we can all agree. I think you even agreed with me last time, Scarlett, where we were talking about how there's his consciousness is bleeding over from his outie to his innie, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
it seems to be the case that the reason, like you were mentioning before I joined, the how he knew to go to the closet to get that. I think maybe some of that consciousness from when he's out is bleeding into to his innie, so he
Mm-hmm.
kind of knows some things, or at least has intuition about it. And it's possible
mhm.
that him and Bert were actually together on the outside, and he remembers that to some degree, and that's why they connected the way they did inside.
Yeah, maybe they were together in the past. They had a relationship in the past. Yeah, that's highly likely. That could be why they have that connection on the inside. That that makes total sense to me. Hey, Debbie.
I totally thought that when Irving was going to see Bert, he was going to be a straight guy with a wife and kids, or maybe even
Oh,
grandkids, because I thought his innie was going to be gay and his outie was going to be straight.
Wouldn't that
that
have
would
been
have been
crazy?
It would have been crazy, but it was totally wrong on my part to guess
No,
that.
that would have been crazy. I thought that for a brief second, honestly. That would have
Yeah,
been something.
like
that would have been crazy.
ton of grandkids, like a ton.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But no,
Imagine that.
yeah. But I guess
Imagine
essentially they
coming,
really
hey,
are the
Grandpa.
same.
Right. Hey, Grandpa. And secretly, he's over there like longing for Bert.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah, so apparently, yeah, they are the same person. So if they're gay on the inside, they're gay on the outside. It's just how they're wired. But hey, Dabby, Abby, Bo Babby, nice to see you. Um, Doc Kaiju here says a lot of people seem to theorize that Ms. Cobell's shrine is to her mom who passed to a faulty feeding tube, and she actually aims to take down Lumen from the inside. I've heard of that theory. Yeah, it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Actually,
possible.
makes a lot of sense too when you look at how Miss Cobell or Harmony, how she's been moving. Like we still haven't figured out why she has this weird fixation on Mark. Even they don't understand it, Lumen. And I remember I said the last time we talked that I think she might end up being like a good guy at the end of this. She might end up doing
Mm,
something positive to help Mark.
yeah. Yeah, maybe, we could end up being pretty surprised by her, I think. She even the things she says in this episode, it could be taken two different ways when she's telling Helly that they're all going to suffer. It may not be that she wants them to suffer, but she's like telling Helly, like, if you do this, they're going to make you suffer.
Great point.
Um,
Yeah.
so, and she doesn't do anything to stop Helly from going out there either. So it does make you kind of wonder. But um, so yeah, she could be trying to take down Lumen. Debbie, I completely agree. Such an intriguing, interesting, and intelligent series. One of the best I've ever seen. Absolutely phenomenal. Creative concept. Like, it's rare to find a series like this. I'm so glad I finally found one that's, yeah, I only missed season one. I got caught up, so now I could see this going for a while longer. Hopefully a few more seasons. It's just so good. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I would think sexual orientation remains constant too, Matt. Yeah, it's not a function of memory, so it's just who they
Mm,
are,
good
you
point.
know.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point.
So
One of my
I think
thoughts too
Irving
was,
would be gay too. Yeah.
yeah. One of my thoughts. Remember, I said I thought maybe, um, at least initially, I thought that maybe his Mark's wife would have turned out to be Helly.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that have been something?
Oh yeah,
Then
Although
that
still
would have been
they
wild.
would have been right when she kissed him, and then when they were making jokes about it.
true.
But they
Now
were
how
all
are they
like
going?
married to each other.
Yeah,
Weird.
right. They got a secret.
I mean, not like a throuple or anything, but like if
Right.
like Kelly was married to Mark or Dylan, and like Irving was married to Mark, like something like that, or Helly.
Yeah.
They
Would have
were
been a
even
hot
joking
mess.
about. They were even joking that maybe they're married on the outside and they're gonna wake up and they're in the middle of an argument over
They sure
bills or something.
did, didn't they? I forgot
Yeah,
they said that. Yep. Now
yeah.
what happens now then with them seemingly having a relationship they're building, and now his wife is there, and
Yeah.
what if they, I don't know what the situation is with his wife. We don't know yet, but what if she is able to come back into, the world, if whatever, to make, I don't know how they're keeping her alive or whatever. What if she's able to come back into the world? How does he handle that?
I don't know. It's gonna get messy now. He knows he's got a wife. He mentions in the trailer that he wants to get her out of there, but now he has feelings for Helly. He doesn't have his Innie doesn't have memories of his wife. He might just be torn. He wants to help her because she's his wife, but he's got feelings for Helly. So yeah, that's gonna be some messy relationship stuff there. I don't know what they're gonna do.
Oh yeah.
But Debbie said agreed. I think Cobell studies Mark and Miss Casey because she wants to bring back her mom. Yeah, I've heard theories like that. Like she wants it seems like maybe she wants Mark to remember and she seemed disappointed when she watched the wellness session, the last one, and Mark didn't remember Ms. Cobell. Mark, and then Milchick said that's a good thing, he doesn't remember her, but she didn't look happy. So maybe she wants him to remember, and I'm not sure why. She wants something to do with her
Yeah.
mom, maybe. I don't
You know,
know.
I didn't even think about it until you and Debbie said this, but because my thought, I think the thinking they want us to believe at least is that her mother is dead, right?
Right.
Maybe her mother is alive and just trapped inside of Kier, or in their lumen, should I say? And she's looking for a way to reverse her severance because her mother is, I guess, eternally in Innie and doesn't know her.
That's possible. I never even thought of that. That maybe her mother's alive. She could be.
Yeah,
She
she's alive.
Yeah, maybe.
Are they
Maybe she's
gonna know that
alive.
that's Gemma they're talking about when he said she's alive at the end?
That's great. I'm
I
glad
think
you
so.
asked that because I wanted to ask you all about that. How do you all think that can go? Because that can go a lot of ways. They're probably going to look at him like, "What? Is he crazy?" Like, and not quite get what he's saying. Devin might get
Right,
it, but she might think he's
right,
just stressed out because now his Audi is snapping back into place. So he's not going to know what he just said it. So
right.
yeah,
Yeah. But yes, I didn't know how they were going to handle that. But then in the trailer, she does tell him, Mark, your Innie said your that your wife's that Gemma's alive. So how did she know? I wonder how she figured that out just from she's alive. But apparently
I
she
guess that
knows.
was the only other person they were talking about between themselves, I guess.
So I guess she just puts two and two together.
Mm. I mean,
Says,
she's
yeah,
smart. A relatively smart character, I assume.
oh yeah, she seems very smart. So yeah, yeah, maybe
But
she's
not.
trying to somehow bring back her mom. I don't know. Uh, yeah, Matt, this is the thing we weren't sure about. If that picture of the little girl in pigtails, if that was Harmony or if that was her mother. I don't know. What do we
Yeah,
think about
I
that?
could see the arguments both ways for that one.
I could too. I'm not sure.
But it seems to be more like it seems like an orphan photo, like she was orphaned because her mom died or something, and then became the property of Kier? Question mark.
mm, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Maybe.
No.
They could explore that. I mean, they have that special room where they sent Gemma to, so maybe
Mm-hmm.
she's down there
Right.
with her.
Maybe. Yeah. Um, it, Matt said Cobell kind of dresses and acts older. She does
Mm-hmm.
when she's
Yeah.
Selvig. She
Yeah, she
definitely
has
does.
like old European or something. Mystical.
Yeah. A- Amy said, "What if you woke up during the act? That would be wild."
Who was this
Yeah,
on top of me?
or like if you woke up and you were driving, like you suddenly woke up and you were just driving.
Or yeah, or in
Uh,
the act like she was talking about. You just hear somebody, whose is this? I'm sorry.
right? Oh my God. That'd be nuts. Yeah, like Amy said, it would be scary, especially if you don't know who the other person is. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You love
If
me,
you
don't
got
you?
awoken.
Who is this? What are you? I don't love. Who are you?
Yeah. Oh man, that'd be wild. If you got awoken and your Audi was in the middle of an acid trip. Oh, there's all kinds of things that you could dream up. Like you'd be in the middle of doing skiing down a mountain. Like you don't know what to expect. You know, that would be scary as hell. Uh, let's see. Matt said there's something going on with Selvig and Charlotte Cobell. I don't know what it is yet, but there's something going on with something going on. And Patricia Arquette said as much. Oh yeah, yeah,
Let me
yeah.
ask you,
There's
Julie.
something there. Yeah,
Now, when we first saw Cobell like that, and even Milchick, I think the thought was maybe everyone there inside of Lumen is severed, and then when they step out, their Audi, takes over. But we know now for a fact that she and Milchick aren't severed at all when it comes to that. So going back to the point that was made about her putting her hair in the pigtails, and even when you see her room and it looks like a hospital or prison bed area, like, or I guess a hospital is better, and
right.
has that weird aesthetic. What
Mm-hmm.
do you think? Is she just like going through some type of psychosis?
Um, maybe, like, because it is so bizarre. It looks kind of like a prison room or like a really old boarding school. Like maybe that was like her room when she was in boarding school, if she went to that Keir school for girls or Egan school for girls. Um, and yeah, there's just it seems like she's brainwashed to me. I think she's I think she's brainwashed. I mean, she could be trying to take down Lumen from the inside and she's brainwashed because Lumen has kind of, I think, perverted the original message of Kier, and she seems to be a true believer in the original message of Kier, I think. So I think
Mm.
that's probably what's going on. Like Lumen
Yeah.
bastardized Kier's philosophy and turned it into a corporate thing.
Mm. And she does seem to have some type of reverence for Lumen. The whole little, um, I don't know what would we call that prayer, um,
Shrine?
shrine. Yeah, there you go, shrine. Thank you. It would be
Yeah,
like she seems to have some type of reverence for him, right? So
she does.
yeah,
Yeah,
and we can't forget the Lumen song that she sang, the Kier song as well.
right. Yeah, that comes off totally genuine to me. I think she's a true believer. I think she only wrecked the shrine out of just rage because she was fired from Lumen, but yeah, I think she's a true believer.
Yeah, I think
Brainwashed from a young age.
I think you might be right. Yeah.
Yeah. But she could be trying to take down Lumen because there's a clear divide, and we've heard other references to it between the original message of Kier and the way Lumen has interpreted it and changed it. Like they refer to things like, Kier originally intended the departments to mingle with each other, and Lumen now keeps them separate. And Bert mentions like there are like Kier himself met his wife or whatever when they were doing some kind of labor together, some type of job, and and then he quoted something that was not from the Lumen Handbook, but it was part of Kier's original message. Irving was so confused. So I think Lumen is to have taken Kier's original message and changed it. And then you look
Mm.
at that crazy perverted dance. I look at that as they're perverting the original message of Kier. Like they're taking those four tempers and putting them in lingerie, and so they're literally perverting the message of Kier. I think that's what Lumen is doing.
That's a great point. Yeah, makes
Yeah,
makes a lot of sense.
thanks. Yeah, because if you think about it, it makes sense because the painting looks very biblical and old-fashioned and formal. It's the four tempers and Kier with the cat o' nine tails, and then when they reenact it, all of a sudden they're in lingerie. When I first watched it, I was so confused. What the hell is going on? And then on the rewatch, I thought about it. Okay, wait. So they're literally perverting his message by putting them in lingerie and turning it into an orgy. They're literally perverting Kier's message, this company, and that's probably why
Mm.
Harmony seems to want to take them down.
You know, not only is that a great point, um, I have to wonder what was going to be the end goal of them dancing around like that. Was Dylan about to get him into some freaky orgy nonsense with them, or what was going to happen there?
That's what we're thinking. I missed that completely. Like I didn't even think of that until Scarlet pointed out that there was a cat of nine tails laying on the bed next to the big Kier mask. So
Yep, it
they
was.
were
Yep.
definitely they were gonna I think they were gonna have an orgy and reenact that painting after. Like
Yeah, he's going to allow that. They were going to allow him to like whip them with the thing, I guess.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And in the Lexington letter, I didn't read it yet, but Scarlett skimmed it and no, not Lexington letter. That's not what she did skim it, but she also listened to the podcast. And in the podcast that they just released, they said that there was supposed to be an orgy after that. That was what that whole waffle party was leading to. So they confirmed
Mm.
it. Yeah.
Waffles and then orgy sex.
Yep.
That's a crazy combo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell
Waffles
you.
and
I'm gonna tell
orgies.
you. I want to ask you, were you? Because I was, and maybe it's me. I don't know if it's my black sense. I call it my black sense kicking in. It's like the Spidey sense, but for black people. And
Right.
when I sense something weird or out of place or danger, I get like, oh, hold on now, my black sense is kicking in. Don't go over
Uh,
there. It's dangerous. Hey, you see that over there? I don't know. Don't do that. But when I saw that scene mixed with the music and the atmosphere, I was creeped the hell out. Was I the only one?
mm,
I thought
no.
I got very weird vibes from that scene. Like, Eyes Wide Shut, how that was done and everything. Have you ever seen? No, you know what? Have you ever seen Eyes Wide Shut?
I've seen bits and pieces. I've seen some scenes from it, so
Okay.
enough to know what it's about. And yeah, it totally had Eyes Wide Shut vibes.
Okay. Well,
100%.
at least you know what I was referencing this time.
Oh, yes.
we gonna
It was
get you.
pretty
We gonna get you
freaky.
right. We gonna get you right, Julie. We gonna everybody. Let's all put together a list of movies and shows. We have to get our good friend and great host Julie to watch. We'll watch it with her if need be. Um, yeah,
Yes.
but yeah, I just felt bad energy. I don't know how else to explain it, but I felt bad energy with that scene personally.
Mm. No, I completely agree. I found it creepy as hell. I wouldn't be turned on by that. Maybe some people might be into that, but that is not my thing. No, thank you. I would be out of there.
Sticky fingers from the waffle party, and
Mm.
and a nun mask and a goat mask. Like, no, thank you.
Yeah, I'm good. I'd be out that side door just like Dylan. I would have left way sooner than him. I wouldn't stay for the dance. That was creepy as hell.
Yeah,
Nope.
yeah.
Goodbye.
It was it. I was gonna say, did he have the mask on when they started dancing, or did he have it off? I can't remember.
He had it on. He was sitting there on the bed with his mask on. It was creepy. That
Okay.
made it even creepier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, Matt. I'm sorry. I'm just
Yeah.
but yeah. Yeah. That scene was something else. Yeah.
Oh,
It was not enticing at all.
uh-uh. Nope. It was not for me. I watched a few scenes from Eyes Wide Shut once. It's pretty freaky. I know exactly what you're talking about. Totally. I think they were going for that vibe and this weird like Illuminati vibe with the animal masks, the orgy, the black and white checkered floor. They got all of that. So, yeah. CT5V says, so you're telling me people use the cat of nine tails for sexual purposes, but in disrespect to Christ? Oh yeah, they sure do. There's some kinks out there.
Yeah.
They do. Yep. Um, Dieter, what theory are you talking about here? Dieter said, "What if write down the theory, please? I can't listen now." I'm not sure what you meant, Dieter. Maybe you can clarify. I missed something. Cat of nine is from maritime discipline. Oh wow. Yeah, I wasn't sure, Matt, where that came from. Ugh. Yeah, yeah. Umbra. Oh shit. I couldn't see. There are people down here, and I didn't know how long you've been here. I am so sorry. Grow and thrive. With Alice, hey, I am so sorry. I couldn't see that there was anybody here because it was down out of frame, so I couldn't see anything. Grow and thrive. Please call back in. I am so sorry about that. Hey, with Alice, you
Hey,
there?
I'm here. I wanted to comment on what he said about his spidey, his black sense, I felt that way
Yeah.
about the dance. When he came in with the dancing and the red lights, that gave me the same kind of feeling. I was just like, am I the only one? But okay. That's all I wanted to say.
No, listen. I'm glad I'm not alone, and we are shared. We have this shared blackness right here that we both understood. It's the ancestors speaking to us. That's all it
Mhm.
is.
All right.
I'm sorry. I hope you weren't waiting long, Alice, with Alice. I mean,
No, just
um,
a couple of minutes.
You got to
okay.
go. You don't want to stick around.
No, no, I don't have to go. But I don't have too much to say. But I just thought it
Yeah, you
was
can
so
just,
funny that you brought that up. I just
You can
had to
just hang
comment.
out.
yeah, just hang out. Hang out
Just
if you want.
hang out.
Okay,
It's a waffle
I'll
party.
just. All right.
Oh, hi. Hi,
I mean, I
it's
don't
a
know if
Grow
you
and
want.
Thrive up here too. I
Hey,
wanted to,
grow and, grow
oh,
and
hi.
thrive.
I
I
just
didn't
wanted
know
to
if you wanted
say,
to hang out for all the waffle party because there's 2 parts to the waffle party, and you might just want to stay for the first.
Yeah, you might not like
Yeah,
the next part.
You wait a couple
yeah,
hours, who knows?
yeah. I don't know. What's on your mind? Grow and thrive.
no,
Welcome.
I was going to say that, didn't Dylan say that he had prior waffle parties that he won?
I thought I
Mm-hmm.
heard that too, and that's why I
Yeah,
was asking about the mask if he had it on because it seemed like he was like, "This is
Mhm.
nothing to me. I've been here before."
He didn't seem too
exactly.
shocked.
Yeah. So
No.
he's used that cat o' nine tails before.
I think so. Yep.
Or he's had that orgy before. That's old hat.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he's
Um,
like been there, done that, and he leaves.
yeah. Like these people never get to leave there. So, I mean, this might be their only opportunity to actually get to engage in this. So, um, but they might take whatever they can get. They're so hard up. So maybe a creepy orgy with a bunch of
Literally,
masked people.
literally hard up.
Oh my goodness.
Gonna have to start calling that party the Waffles and Whips.
Waffles and whips. Yeah.
Wow.
Vanessa here said Dylan asked if baby goats were coded for sex, so maybe waffle party is coded for orgy. Yeah, basically. Um, AA said, can we read the Lexington letter after we finish going through the episode? I could drop a link to a YouTube video that has the Lexington letter in it in the Discord. Um, we could at least read parts of it if we have time. Sure, we gotta get back to the
Yeah.
episode, but
I sent
yeah, we
Julie a
can.
PDF of it if she wants to scroll through it. But it's 34 pages long. It's really long.
It's pretty long. Probably take a long time.
I just
I just
wanted
wanted to,
yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about Irving before we move on. Um,
yeah,
my impression of Irving, his outie, is that
yeah,
he's a loner. He has no friends. He has nobody in his life except his dog. This is my impression of him. And
it's sad.
maybe,
Yeah.
and I do agree with what you said that he may have been in the military. And maybe he has like PTSD from it. And that's why he wanted to be severed. So he's not reliving those memories.
Yep.
But
So,
he's suspicious and paranoid. And I think he wants to know more about what's going on in the office there. And it's strange
hmm
that he had everybody's name on that list,
hmm
including Bert and Bert's home address.
Yep.
Nobody
Yeah,
else's home address except for Bert's.
that's why I feel like maybe it was a case where
No,
they
he
were
had
actually
other people's homes
together.
addresses on that
Oh,
list.
he did? Oh, I didn't notice
Mhm.
that. Okay.
Yeah, there are a few
Okay.
other addresses in there. They're all PE too, the state, which isn't a real state.
Right.
Okay.
Unless
There's no
it's
abbreviated
Pennsylvania
PE.
where. I was calling it Pennsylvania where, like Pennsylvania and Delaware mixed.
So it's
Yeah.
possible that he is really like He wants to take Lumen down himself, I think, from the inside.
I think I agree with your theory, and I definitely agree that he may have been ex-military. I get the sense of that too, especially with his dog named Radar.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. And I also agree with what you said, Infinite Umbra. I think he does know Bert from before. I think they did have a relationship before. Yeah.
Hey, Groans Rive, can you turn your volume down a little bit, because you're a lot louder than everybody else?
Oh, sure. How do I do that? I'm sorry. Am I still so loud?
100%. There is a little adjuster
pretty good.
in here. If you go to the settings, you can adjust the volume a little bit.
Are you on a PC?
No, I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay. You sound crystal clear off your phone.
Yeah,
go
I
into
know.
the settings and lower the volume.
Yeah, it should be the let me see.
Maybe could that be why?
The
I don't
dots,
know.
the three little dots.
You know what I'll do? Oh, okay. I'll speak lower. That's what I'll do. How is that? Is that better? So Infinite Umbra, I agree with you. I think that he knew Bert from before and they had a relationship, and Bert wanted to be severed and he probably didn't want that to happen. But then he agreed because he wanted to be with Bert again. And he wants to take Lumen down from the inside.
I didn't even think of that part. Like, why would he go through with it too? But now that makes even more sense that he did it for love. He joined in to try to go get his beloved Bert. That makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Look at us coming up with these theories.
And that's why, Julie, when you said he's alone, why is he alone? Everyone was told to go find somebody. He did. He went to find Bert.
Well,
he went to find Bert.
Hallie, like, blah, 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 blah. Hallie has no one except herself, I think.
Yeah.
Well, she has Marquez now.
Right. As far as her outie goes, yeah. I mean, she walked into this situation just the way Mark did. They walked into a social event. They, they couldn't choose where they were going to be, right? So they walked into a social event, and then they had to quickly become their outie, and they had no idea who their outie is. They had no idea. So, what I did think was strange was that when Mark transitioned and he saw Cobell was hugging him, I would think at that moment he'd say, wait a minute, I must still be at work because I'm with Cobell, but this looks different to me and I feel different,
He definitely felt uncomfortable. If you look at it, she was like, oh, hover over, I forget what she called it, but she's like, I'll hover over you and like read the book with him. And he was looking like, what the hell is she doing here? If you look at his face, he was definitely uncomfortable.
I caught that too. Definitely, he was uncomfortable with her.
Well, because she's so strict in the office and she's very unemotional. And here she's like hugging him and being very close to him. And it made him feel really weird.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Why was she there in the first place? I'm sure he thought.
Yeah.
You're out here too.
You're like, yeah, you out here with me?
You're everywhere.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, so that was interesting. But anyway, so that's my take on it.
Before we leave talking about Irv, didn't he have a Navy uniform, an old Navy uniform in his possession when he was going through all that stuff?
I think it's his dad's.
Oh, was it his dad's?
What's in the trunk is his dad's, but I don't know if the medals are his. I don't know if he has a history of being like in a service family or it's just his dad. It's not really 100% clear.
Okay.
I've been talking with my mic muted. So anyway,
I was wondering what happened to you. I thought you may have stepped away.
I did that like the other night for like 5 minutes.
Yeah. I've been
That's
saying
funny.
stuff, and my mic was
So,
muted.
Why
so
is
you
why
were
isn't
muted
anybody listening to
and
me?
my mic was too high. Is my mic better now?
Oh,
I
you're
made
great.
it lower.
Oh, it's
Does
good.
it
It's
sound
perfect.
good.
better? Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
you're
good.
Yeah.
perfect.
Okay.
Julie,
Yeah.
I thought maybe you stepped away, and all this time you probably over there like, why are my guests out talking me? This is
I
disrespectful.
thought she was just letting everybody talk.
At first I was, but then
I
I
thought
was
she was
trying to
being a
talk.
gracious hostess.
At first I was like, all right, I'm gonna go heat up some, I'm gonna go like put some pasta on the stove and some boil some water, but then I was trying to talk and nobody could hear me. Duh. Oh my God. It's embarrassing. Anyway,
Welcome back.
yes, I've just been
This
listening
one
to
was
you
nice.
guys and yeah. But yeah, Irving, I have screenshots of all the stuff Irving goes through so we can look at it up close. The list of names and the map and the Navy stuff. It does look old, so I think it's probably his father's, but it's
Mhm.
possible he was in the military too and did this because he has PTSD. That's possible.
Mhm.
But just to go through a few comments real quick before we continue, that I starred. I just thought this was funny. Doc said, wait, not that. The one before it. Waffle party at FROMCon, my room, JK. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be a FROMCon. Cool. Put that on my
Yeah. I
list.
mean, technically we can't call it FROMCon and Tony can't call it FROMCon because of copyright, but it's Tony's convention he's doing in June. And it's essentially like a FROMCon. He just can't call it that. So
Mhm.
yeah. And I'm gonna find a way to go for Tony. Tony said he's gonna help me. I don't know what he means by that, but he's insisting that I need to go, so I'm gonna go. And Doc's planning on going, so yeah. Waffle party at FromCon. I think we might have to skip the part with the cat o' nine tails, though. That's not really my thing. I'm not into the
But
BDSM freaky shit.
plus people who only watch From are going to be kind of confused to what's going on in the dance part of the program.
Yeah. Yeah. Doc said I'm gonna call mine the blue waffle party. No, no, no. It's my favorite color. No.
Mhm.
Don't Google that. Yeah, don't Google that. You don't want to see that. Trust me. Trust
Then
me.
everybody's going to Google it.
Ew.
Don't.
Please.
Just definitely don't. Matt said the cat's out of the bag is a reference to Cat o' Nine. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
When it's already out,
That's
it's too.
Mhm.
When the whip is already out, it's too late.
that's a
Yeah,
I
it's a
real
had no
like
punishment.
idea.
reference from that. I didn't know that either.
It's
Oh.
it's that pirate song. Yeah,
That's
it says something like, "What do
wow.
you do, a drunken sailor? Hope this
Dun, dun,
isn't
dun,
Yep.
dun.
copyrighted."
Oh wow, I never knew that.
Yeah, the cat's in that
Oh,
song. It says, "Take out the cat and something something." Yeah, you
oh
punish
my
drunken
God. I
sailors.
didn't know that. I never knew that part of the song. Wow.
Me
That
Hmm.
either.
sucks.
The only part I knew was like
Jeez.
early in the morning. That's the only part I knew.
Yeah, we sung it at the
Yeah.
steampunk con I went to, TeslaCon.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the guy who
Uh,
was singing it to me told me about the cat of nine tails, and I was like, "That's really interesting." And I kept a little nugget in my head.
yeah.
Nice.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah. Oh, Dieter. Okay. I guess. Oh, yeah. Someone said I had a great theory, but you didn't hear it. I don't know what that was. I don't know what theory that they were talking about. I'd have to go back and listen to whatever it was we were talking about earlier. Um, Dylan won many waffle parties, said AA. Yeah, I think he probably did because he didn't have any reaction when he left that waffle party. He just walked in there. He didn't look shocked or anything. He just took off and went on his mission. I definitely think he had waffle parties.
Mhm.
100%. Yeah, Matt, I think so too. Definitely. Okay, now I am worried about the goats. Me too. I want to know what they're doing with those damn goats. Like, are they experimenting on them? What are they doing with these goats? I don't like that. We're seeing more of them in the trailer. We'll get to that. We got to get back to the episode though. Um, yeah, I wish I could read all of your comments, but then we'd be here all night. So I'll just read through a few quick and then we'll get back to it. AA said if Irving probably got severed so that he can be on the inside to take down Lumen. it makes sense because of all the stuff that was in his room, like you guys said. That maybe he did literally get severed so that he can take down Lumen, and he's the one who's been there the longest. I believe it was 30 years that he's been with the company. I mean, if that's the case, it's taken him a long time to try to do this. So I don't know. Talk about playing a long game if that's the truth. So Ben Stiller doesn't have that much to do with it, Matt. Huh, I thought that he did. So he doesn't do much writing. He just directs and does PR.
Dan Erickson is really funny. Like the podcast that has Dan Erickson in, I highly recommend because that guy is funny.
Oh, okay. He's in the podcast. Cool.
Yeah, he's on the first episode.
Oh, he's in it. Oh, okay. What else has Dan Erickson done?
I think this. I think he was like on his last leg financially, and he was eating food he ran over with his Vespa. He delivered food on a Vespa, and he had like chicken nuggets, and he ran over them, and he was so poor he took them out of the street and ate them, even though he ran over them.
Oh wow!
Okay.
Roadkill.
Yeah.
That's a glow up.
Stuff like that.
To where he's at now. Yeah. Happy for him.
Yeah. Wow. That's awesome. I have to make time to listen to that podcast. I meant to. They also had this really cool thing with the podcast where you could call a phone number and leave a voicemail asking a question, and they might feature it on the podcast. And I didn't know the deadline was so soon. Dieter sent it to me, and I missed the deadline. So I really hope that they do it again for future episodes of the podcast, because I want to try and call in and see if they might pick my message.
Well,
cool.
Ben Stiller threatened to actually go into people's lives and dial in the StreamYard and stuff. So,
like, what makes you think that he might, though? What, did you hear something?
He said it on the podcast.
Okay.
He said he'd been watching a lot of people's videos about it, and a lot of people's lives, and maybe sometime him or Adam Scott would just happen into someone's life.
Holy shit. Can you imagine if they just popped into our live stream some night during season 2? That would be crazy.
Yeah. You know, I just looked into the Cat 09.
He popped in and we didn't know who he was, and then we kicked him out.
And he started saying some stuff. You're like, shut up, you. Get out of here. And it was actually him. Why I
would lose my shit. I would lose my shit. Right? Oh my God. So we got to make sure, like, I got to do everything I can to take better care of myself so that I can be on time and start our like, for the lives for Severance season 2, I want to start on time at 10 p.m. It also helps that we're not doing, like, tonight we did a watch party right before. That delayed me, plus my pain situation and other stuff at home. But I really want to make sure we do 10 p.m. for the season 2 lives, and that's not that late at night. And they're on California time. I'm guessing Ben Stiller probably lives out in Cali, so that's not too late. You never know. He could pop in sometime. Who knows?
I know.
And it makes me, I'm kicking myself now that I didn't make time to make Severance videos for season 1, do one for each. But there just wasn't time. I haven't made any yet. And maybe he would have watched them. Who knows? But
you know what?
Anyway,
just bounce back strong with season 2 with all of our help.
Yeah.
The audience supporting you. You do your thing. You make your thumbnails popping. You know, we get to share it out, big you up. I talked about you on a podcast earlier, by the way. Shout out to Tress who came by. Is it Tress or Tress? How should I say that?
I was going to say, is it Tress? Because you said Tress.
Uno, dos, tres.
I'm guessing.
I think it's Tress.
I'm guessing Trace. Yeah, I'm guessing that's what it is. But
shout out to Tress
for
coming by.
What was this? A podcast?
On my podcast earlier. Yeah, Tress came by to say hello and everything. Put a little support. Appreciated that.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm looking into the Cat 09, by the way. So this thing goes back possibly to Egypt, right? And it apparently they believe that getting whipped with it, the victim gained virtue. So that's why they use it for the show, because they think it ties into virtuousness.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Interesting. Yeah. It seems very, it just seems very, it kind of like this whole thing seems like a cult. So it just seems very culty that they would use something like this to tame the tempers. That's their catchphrase, tame thy tempers. So
I guess
it
in a way
it
it's
fits.
taming the sins, and so to speak, right?
Right.
Mm.
Exactly. Yeah. And
Well, they're
what you
also giving, I'm sorry, they're
mm,
also giving him the power to discipline these people, right?
yeah,
Because in his
Mm.
daily life, he has to follow orders. And he
right?
won the waffle party, so now he's the boss.
Ah, good
Yeah.
point. Good point. I'm the
He gets
captain
to be
now.
yep. He gets to be the big cheese with the big Cure helmet or the big Cure mask on his head and experience that sweet power, get to lay on Cure's bed, which no one's even allowed to touch.
I would not
Yeah.
want to. I would not want to get on that bed.
Hell no.
Like
Ugh.
bring one of those black lights out.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was gonna say the same thing. Like,
Oh my goodness. Mm.
I don't want to see what's under that black light.
Yeah. What did Star Lord say in Guardians of the Galaxy? He said it looks like a Jackson Pollock painting.
Yep. Yep. Um, but what you said a
No.
minute ago, Umber, I appreciate it about, supporting my channel and my content and trying to get the word out. I appreciate it. Yeah,
Of course,
And
it's an
don't
anytime.
uphill
forget,
battle.
you were invested in From. You
Right.
put so much work into From, and a lot of good stuff came out of that. You're growing your channel, all your subscribers, and plus the interviews you're getting, right? So a lot of good
Right.
stuff came out of that.
Yeah. I I put my all into it. I just threw myself in head first and I'm really grateful for the support. And it's really changed my life. So I hope I can branch out into other shows and maybe more and more people might find me. With From, I had a built-in advantage because I spent months obsessively diving into the fandom, never planning on starting a channel. I was just so deep in the weeds with everybody, obsessed with the show and in the Discord, in all the live chats every week. So people knew me. I had a presence. And then I just kind of fell into this. I didn't intend to start a channel. It just sort of happened. Someone suggested I do it. A friend wanted to join me who, ended up parting ways with me shortly after. And then I was just kind of thrust into it. And so I had that built-in advantage. People knew me. It wasn't as hard to get people to watch because they already knew me from the fandom. But with Severance, I don't know where the Severance fans are. I've never been able to find an active Discord for Severance. So it's going to be more of a challenge, but that's okay. Even if I just get, you know, 20 something people watching, like right now, hey, it's a great conversation. I'm fine with it. I'm enjoying it. It's
Absolutely,
just, I'm doing this for fun.
for
And
So,
sure.
the early reviews, they said it's great. It got 100% rating, I think, on Rotten Tomatoes. So the
yeah,
show is going to really get very popular. I think so.
I
The
think
word is
so. I
going to
think
get out.
I think it's going to blow up more and more now. Definitely.
Mhm.
I think, I expect it to be a huge hit. Yeah. Trace said there's a company named Lumen in real life. Huh. Used to be CenturyLink.
Uh-oh.
Interesting. Yeah.
But it's
Both of
interesting.
those names sound
Apple
worrisome.
TV doesn't really promote their stuff. I mean, they had a show called Servant. Did you see Servant?
Yeah, yeah,
I loved it. It was
Servant?
great.
yeah.
Servant.
No.
It had Lauren Ambrose in it.
Yeah, Lauren Ambrose.
It was an
Ever
M Night
since I saw
Shyamalan.
her in what is it, 6 Feet Under, she was so great.
Mm-hmm.
Lauren
How long did it
Ambrose
go
is
Yeah,
for?
she's
great.
also in Yellow Jackets.
Oh, right, she's in Yellow Jackets too. It was 2
Mm-hmm.
seasons, or was it 3 seasons? I can't remember,
I can't
but
remember either.
it
Yeah.
was great. But
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
it just like flew under the radar. It's like no
Yeah, it did.
one really knew about it. They don't
Mm-hmm.
promote their shows for some reason. I don't know.
They promote
Yeah,
Ted
it's strange.
Lasso.
Oh, Ted Lasso, yeah.
Ted Lasso is funny, but yeah, they don't promote this stuff good enough. You're right, because I barely
Mm-hmm.
like hear about this stuff. That's how I didn't know about Severance until after the season was done, and then somebody else
Mm-hmm.
just mentioned it, and I was like, "Oh, Severance." I'm like, "Okay,
Check
let me
out
look into that."
Servant. Servant is right up your alley.
What
All
now?
of
Does
you.
it leave on a cliffhanger? Because I don't want to watch it and be like, "Oh, I'm never going to see it
No,
anything else." Okay.
no. They end the show very well. And you know who's behind the show? Shyamalan. M.
M. Night
Night
Shyamalan.
Shyamalan. He
M. Night
created
Oh,
it.
M. Night
Shyamalan?
Shyamalan. Okay.
Shyamalan. I'm sorry. I always
And when you said
Shyamalan.
it,
Shyamalan.
I'm like, who is that? Because when you
What a
said it like it
twist
was,
Shyamalan.
guy. The guy that says
yeah,
what a twist.
he said
M. Night
Shemailan. I'm like, who's that?
Shyamalan.
My cousin? Shemailan? Hey, Shemailan. I was no, I'm just messing.
What a
But
twist.
yeah,
That's fine. Yeah. No, I always say his name wrong. Shyamalan.
yeah.
He created it. I think he directed it and he wrote it. Yeah, it's great.
You know,
It's
that'll be
really
great
great.
if that's the case because Shyamalan has had some misses. He had some good ones, dude. He had some misses too.
Yeah.
His pinnacle, I think, being Sixth Sense, of course. But
Oh,
yeah,
Sixth Sense was great. No, but
great
this
movie.
is great because this is a story that really you don't know what's going. I mean, it's a real mystery box show. And
Okay, I'll look into it for sure.
you're guessing what's going on.
Hmm.
And Lauren Ambrose is great. I think she's phenomenal. She's really amazing. So
I gotta check. I'm gonna add that to the list, and I'll add Yellow Jackets just for you, Scarlett, because I know you keep
Oh, thank
Scarlett.
you.
Scarlett, there's
You
not a
made me
show that
that
goes
for,
by.
oh,
Scarlett
did
ain't. Scarlett
I
needs
mean
to be the ambassador officially for Yellow Jackets.
I
Yeah,
heard
she
you
that
made me
is.
the happiest girl in the world.
I heard
Yeah.
today that Andrew Lincoln may be in the last episode of Dead City when it comes back,
That's my
which
man
is
right there.
huge news
And
because what happened was they were shooting in New York for like one day. They already shot the show and they came back to shoot like a couple of scenes. And there's rumors that Andrew Lincoln is in the scenes.
wow,
So,
that's
yeah.
the dude. Oh, that's
Yeah.
Rick. If anybody is unsure, that's Rick from Walking Dead.
Yes. Julie, did you ever watch the videos?
Front Drive, I gotta be honest, I've been so overwhelmed with everything that it got kind of buried in my DMs and I
Oh,
meant to watch it and I never got
okay.
around to it, but I will. I
Okay,
will,
good,
definitely.
good. Yeah,
I
because
haven't even been able to keep up with Lost or anything.
he's gonna be
I
coming
have to
back now.
say, I'm in awe of all the movie knowledge you guys have, all the series. I just watch a few here and there and I feel guilty about it, but you guys are going in. And I'm just like, oh, good. I have somewhere to go with this now. I don't have to feel guilty anymore.
Yeah, you don't have to feel guilty. That's why, like the whole watch party thing, I think that's dope. And I know somebody asked it earlier. You answered it, Julie, where they asked if they could use your Discord to do watch parties there. You know, I think for one, I think you've catered or at least gathered a great community. I've said this before, and all love to you guys here on the panel with us, as well as everybody in the chat. I think you all are just good
Absolutely.
people. You know what I mean? So yeah, come together, put some shows. Hey, let's watch Servant together. All right, let's do that.
Yeah,
Sounds
we could
good.
do a
Hell
servant
yeah.
watch party. Yeah.
I would love it if we do watch parties together for it doesn't have to be just From. I mean, people who like From, I think I've noticed that we tend to have similar tastes in other shows too. And so if we're all diehards about From, there are lots of other things we'd probably all enjoy, movies and shows. And you know, it's a running joke of how many things I haven't seen. So I would love it if we could do more watch parties. Like, that'd be a
Yeah.
blast, you know? Like
Could
Saturday
you guys
nights, I
start a
usually
little
don't have much going
earlier?
on.
Could
Huh?
you guys start a
What was
little earlier? Could you start a little
Yes.
earlier, possibly? My goodness.
Yes. I know. I gotta stop being a vampire. I do want to start doing things earlier, for sure.
Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Just got something caught in my throat there.
Yeah.
I would
Lozenge,
be
a lozenge might help.
coffee.
But also cough.
Are you guys? Are all of you guys on the east? Like on the east? Or
I'm
in
on
the
the
east?
East
I guess I
Coast.
should say. Yeah,
Yeah, I am
Michigan.
too.
Yep.
I'm in New York.
that would explain it. Yeah, so you're an hour ahead of me. So right for me right now is 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Yep.
We should
2
probably
a.m.
get
here.
back to this episode.
We should.
We
I've
should
been
get back
making
to this
spaghetti
episode.
while we've been talking here. I'm like, I can take this opportunity to make spaghetti because I haven't eaten dinner.
Spaghetti party.
Well, it's been a great conversation, so I was like, all right, well, we can roll with it. But yeah, we should get back to the episode, or we're going to be here way after the sun comes up. So
Are we gonna hear you like sucking noodles while like we're doing this? Like,
I'm gonna try myself while I slurp my spaghetti out.
There you go. Just introduce it to us and let us take it away while you eat your spaghetti.
Yes, I will do that
you'll
because
have
I'm
to change
trying
the,
to.
you'll have to change the pictures though, because I can't change the pictures.
Yes, I'm trying to take better care of myself, actually hydrate and eat when I'm doing these crazy streams. So I'm working on it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, but before we get back to it, I just wanted to. I highlighted a few. I started a few comments. So I'll just read really quick, and then we'll get back to it. Let me see here. Where is it? Oh, Shaquille Robinson. Hey, just wanted to say hey. I noticed you popped in the chat. And yeah, Trace, didn't know if I said hi to you, but hello, welcome. And he was commenting on he or she, I don't know if it's a he or she, was commenting on stuff that we were talking about earlier behind this chat, but no worries. Debbie said hybrid goat eggs, possibly an experiment to see if they can recycle dead people into workers like Miss Casey. Falling asleep, hoping this made sense. No, that makes sense, Debbie. I've heard theories like that before. That they could be doing something like that. Maybe trying to, yeah, like, recycle dead people into people like Miss Casey. Maybe Harmony. There are theories that maybe Harmony wants to bring her mother back from the dead. So yeah, and Debbie also said you could always review season one during the off season. That's what I'm planning to do, Debbie. After Severance ends, I'm going to do the same thing I did with From. I'm going to immediately rewatch it again and do a video for each episode of season one. I wish I had done it before. And yes, trying to finish Lost at the same time. Dieter, so sweet of you to say. Happy you started your own channel. Came right in time. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for the kind
Can
words,
you
Dieter.
highlight a comment for me?
What is it?
Can
One
you
of the
highlight a
newest
comment for
ones?
me?
Which one?
It was what it's Max Gilbert. It's a Max Gilbert one at 1:51 a.m. that says, "Oh, that's why Hax Doma is always joking that Stiller is his best friend." I just wanted to comment to him because I did ask Hax Doma to be on our live, and he said he was busy, but he got back with me, and that was cool.
I
Okay.
like
Hax Doma
Hax.
has some great Severance videos.
Speaking of that, you were mentioning a second ago, Julie, about getting more Severance people like fans and such. That might be the way because I think he has a Discord. You can kind of pull him on over here and say, "Hey, I do some watch parties and talk over here." You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with poaching audience. He doesn't do what you do, so
Right, he doesn't do, I checked his channel. He doesn't do lives, but
Yeah.
maybe, Geek Academy also doesn't do lives, but sometimes he does guest appearances on other people's lives. And he was gonna do mine, but then his child was born on the day he was gonna do it. But
Yeah, but when I
yeah,
asked
I
him
should.
when I
What
asked
did
him
he
in the
respond?
Yeah, there was a lot of likes on the comment because I just mentioned your deep dive and everything, and there was a lot of thumbs ups. And he just said he was busy. He didn't say he wasn't open to like maybe coming on. Just so he couldn't do it on
Oh,
Thursday.
okay, that's cool. Wait, what did you say? There were people liked the comment?
Oh yeah, people were like, "Yeah, you should do that."
Like saying he should do that. He should.
Yeah, you should guest on lives.
And this was on your comment on one of his videos?
Yeah, because
Oh,
I watch his
cool.
videos and I really like his videos.
yeah.
That's
Hax, I've been watching him for years. By the
Oh
way,
yeah,
he had like 50,000 subscribers, so that'll be a nice
yeah,
get for you if you can get him to come on to the show.
yeah,
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. That would be
yeah.
great. That would be kind of like, it's amazing. Like I was lucky enough to make friends with Tony Teflon. I mean, at this point I consider him a friend. He's not just somebody who supported my channel. We're friends on Facebook. We've talked, he's given me like life advice, not just channel stuff. But I'm very fortunate to call him a friend. And this is a guy with like 100,000 subscribers, and I'm so grateful that he's supported my channel. I'm truly grateful to him. So, you know, um, and yeah, it would be cool to network with Tony. It just kind of happened naturally. I wasn't trying to network at all. It just happened to become, I loved his channel, and he just, started supporting me when I started my channel. But But yeah, in terms of just networking, I need to network with with other Severance creators and try to
Mhm.
meet people. So that's smart of you, Scarlett. Thank you for doing that.
Well, when we said we wanted to make a fan base, I've been trying to do that. I mean, I don't have
I
much of a
appreciate it.
social presence myself, but I do like a lot of people who make videos, so I can contact them.
Yeah. See, I appreciate it. I've been meaning to do that, but I've been so overwhelmed the last
Hmm.
few weeks with the holidays, personal,
Hmm.
stuff at home and my pain, and then just really trying to juggle the Severance rewatch and the From rewatch and all of this stuff.
Hmm.
So I just haven't had time. Dieter's been doing so much stuff. He's been tagging me in a million different things on Twitter, trying to get the
Hmm.
word out about my channel because I just haven't had time. So I appreciate
Well,
you looking
well,
around too, Scarlett.
oh, thank you. It'll be easier once the second season starts because then we'll only have the pre-game parties.
Yes,
And
that'll
then
be
we'll
much
watch the
easier.
episode, and then if anybody needs to go to bed, they can, or the rest of the people can talk if they want. It's a little bit more chill.
Yes, definitely. Anyway, just a run through the last couple ones I highlighted or starred to highlight. CT5V said I came up with the name Frumberins, like it or is it corny? No, I like it. I like it. We're trying to merge the Frumily and the Severance fandoms. So I like it. Let's do it.
Like some kind of
Matt
fan
said Dylan
fiction
was
with
like,
both in there.
yeah.
No,
Dylan,
fan fiction with both From and Severance characters in it.
yeah. That's that's awesome. Oh shit. Hold on 1 second. I think my spaghetti is done and I have to take it off the stove. I'll be right back.
Okay.
But yeah, Matt said
Okay.
Dylan was like, this shit again. Dude's a player, been alive for a few months, and he's had more tail than me. Me too, Matt. Me too. I
Literally
feel
more
you on
tail,
that.
huh? 9 tails, to be exact.
Oh,
Mhm.
yes, 9 tails.
I'm clever, no, I'm
And
joking.
a
Anyway,
Kobo.
yeah. Even when he was eating the pancakes, by the way, I would have been creeped the hell out in that scene because the mask is just over there staring at him. I'm like, nah.
Those are waffles, not pancakes. It's not a
Yeah.
pancake party. The pancake
When he
party
was
is something
when
different.
he, when he was eating that, oh yeah. Pancake part came after the fact.
Maybe.
No.
This isn't quite Friday, so we'll have to say that for Friday.
But yeah, like that mask, even when he was eating, and I'm like, and I just see the mask
He
over there
did
in the
eat the
distance.
waffles too. He did finish the waffles. So
Didn't he? I thought he finished it. He didn't finish them.
yeah, he did. He finished it because the
Oh.
plate said go to the bed.
Right. I was gonna say I thought he maxed that, but yeah, he's eating that, and he's eating, staring directly over to the mask of Kier, and I'm
Mhm.
like, all I could think in my head was like, that's a severed head over there looking at you. That's all I could think. I was creeped the
Yeah.
hell out.
Well, he wanted to finish those waffles all the same.
Right. He's like, I only get one chance at this.
Well, I mean, he has to have the energy to hold both of those switches.
Yeah, hey, good point.
So
He gave the
Yeah.
energy.
he needs
The
that
energy
maple
he
syrup
needed.
and waffle energies. I hope that was maple syrup.
Right.
Didn't we
Soylent
hear
Green.
What else do they
it?
get? Just eggs and melon, They don't get much to eat there, do they? Eggs,
They get
Egg
all
melon.
those shitty snacks in the vending machine, like nothing that
Well,
Yeah, like
special.
trail
well,
All
like
mix
Lumen
and
raisins
something
brand
and
like
nuts
that.
snacks.
and healthy stuff.
Yeah, like trail mix or was pistachios and stuff like that.
Yeah, I love pistachios.
Yeah.
Well, I can understand why he finished those waffles then.
Oh yeah.
Oh God, yeah. That looked amazing. Looked like some of those. But the only difference is you need strawberries and whipped cream. That's how you eat Belgian waffles. Make it decadent. If you're gonna do it, go all the way with it.
I
Matt
guess I
said,
saved the decadence for the second act.
I think so. That's the real decadence. Yeah.
You can use the whipped cream in the second act too.
Yeah, and the strawberries.
Oh,
They play hide the
yes.
strawberry, Julie.
Both, yeah.
Yeah. Matt said so yeah, I heard somewhere that Irving had been there 30 years. I don't remember where I heard that. Could be wrong, but I heard that Irving had been there 30 years, and Dylan, I don't know how long Dylan's been there, but it's I think nowhere near as long as Irving. He's been there the longest by far. Even Bert wasn't with the company all that long. I can forget the length,
7 years.
7 years, yeah,
Yeah, it was
yeah.
in the video. He
I
said he'd
just
been there 7 years.
yeah, I looked it up. It says Irving had been there 6 years and now 9 years in
Say
another
7
one
years in
though.
the
So
video.
it's
That's
confusing.
weird. That's
Yeah,
weird.
see, it no, it's confusing. It's not confusing. It's inconsistent because one is saying 6 years here,
Mm-hmm.
and then another one is saying 9 years here on the
Why
Severance
it says
TV
7
fandom
years on the
page.
video?
Yeah,
That's weird. Okay.
Why am I remembering 30 years from something? I don't know where I got that from, but yeah.
I think it's
All I know
because
is he's been there the longest.
I think it's because they said he was like a lifer. And
Yeah.
I think there was some reference to 20 or 30 years, like he had been there like a very long time.
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
know if there was a direct
Anyway.
year count, but it just seemed like he was a lifer.
You guys
Right.
have probably already gone over this, but how long? I mean, did they actually force him to retire? Bert, I mean, or
Oh,
was that his idea?
no, I'm pretty sure that they forced him to retire after he got
Right.
too close to Irving and he let the MDR people come into O&D
That's
department.
what I thought, but I wasn't sure.
To me,
yeah,
it's not clear, but it was implied, I think.
Okay.
But it's unclear.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's possible. We don't have any proof to say one way or another, but he did seem content in retiring.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, but I don't know. And
I
that's the
think
mystery about it, right? We don't know what the Audi is necessarily was happening with them. Even with Helly, when she had her like so declaratively telling her, "You're going to stay there," essentially, we don't know what
right.
pressure was going on around her.
I think I think Bert is very much drunk on the Kool-Aid too with
Mm-hmm.
Lumen and Kier. So he was probably just content with whatever they said. Like, okay, if I need to retire, then this is it, you know. He was just accepting of it. That's how I took it. But I
Yeah,
feel like the timing of it is sus. The fact that they did this right after he got close to Irving and he let the MDR people into
Mm-hmm.
O&D, revealed that all those people work there when that was a secret, apparently. So I feel like they probably made him retire, but that
makes sense.
they didn't say one way or the other.
Yeah,
And
makes sense.
to answer Mr. Grant Gregory here, I have some personal reasons why I haven't monetized the channel, some issues I don't want to get into publicly, but um so I'm not sure if I should do it. But for now, I just have Cash App and Venmo, which is in the banner at the bottom of the video. And even if I did have super chats, I mean, I'm never going to be that person that only highlights comments from people who give money. So it's like, you know, if people, yeah, I highlight comments whenever I can, as many as I can. And if people donate, then, you know, I see that and I thank them on the stream. And yeah, you know, some people have donated to the Cash App or Venmo, and that's really cool. I'm gonna look into potentially monetizing the channel. I could have done it a few months ago, but again, certain issues. But yeah, we need to get back to the episode. And yeah, see you later, Matt. Very belatedly. Hope you can pop back in later. Miss J's reviews agrees that it feels like a cult. Debbie said I'm going to try to go to to Tony's convention. That's basically a FromCon. She said I haven't traveled in almost a decade, and FromiliaCon is my goal. Debbie, I'm totally with you. I don't travel at all because of my pain. I don't go anywhere. I barely even leave the house. And my pain is a huge obstacle to traveling. And I know you have your own health battles, but I don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Tony invited me. He wants me to actually be on panels with him, which completely blows my mind. Like I'm just, I feel like I'm just this nobody who just appeared, and I have, you know, a little bit of, you know, experience, just a small number of subs, and he actually wants to include me. So I've gotta overcome the difficulties I have with my pain and just and get there and be part of it. I think it would be an amazing experience. And I want to meet as many of you guys as possible. I would love to meet you, Debbie, and everybody, like anybody that can manage to get there. go to the con. It would be so awesome to get to meet some of these amazing people from the Familia, the Fromily, the Fromaholics. I'd love to meet you guys. So I'm gonna try to make it happen too. I know traveling with health problems can be difficult. I know that firsthand. But yeah, I hope you get to go, Debbie. And Debbie says Severance is so smart that a lot of the fans will be introverts. Definitely harder to find. I'm neurodivergent, so can't help picking these things apart. Yeah, that's a good point, Debbie. Maybe that's why the fandom is kind of quiet. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I could
I
see
don't know.
that.
I think introverts are pretty vocal online because online is kind of an introvert's medium.
Yeah,
But
that
I go
definitely
to cons
helps.
all the time as an introvert. That's what I'm saying. You get a hotel room, you go do your lecture or your workshop, then you recharge. You go up to the hotel room and you recharge from introvert stuff and the pain, or if you have pains, then you come back down again. I mean, it's not something where you have to spend all day with people.
Right, right. So
You should do
that
it. It was fun. You'd have fun.
since you said that, it makes me feel less intimidated by it. It's just
Mm-hmm.
I can't help but fixate on the things that I'm not going to be able to do because of my pain, and I hate that I have to settle for so little when I could be doing normal things like everybody else, mingling, going to these events, and just walking around
Mm-hmm.
like a normal person. Things that the average person takes for granted, I can't do.
Mm-hmm.
I can't walk around and stand around and talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stand for more than a minute without my pain spiking really bad. I have to be constantly moving or resting. I can't just stand around,
But
walk
people
around.
at the con, the people at the con will understand that and will accommodate you.
Yeah. And I'm just going to
I
have to
know that you
accept that
want to
I
do
can't.
more, but at least you'll be doing what some of what you want to do.
It would be better than nothing. I've got to learn to
It'd be better than
accept
nothing.
something. This is better than nothing. That's what I have
Mm-hmm.
to learn to accept. It's hard because it's
Mm-hmm.
like it's such you can't even do basic things that the average person could do. It's
Yeah.
it's so upsetting and nobody knows
Mm-hmm.
why or how to fix it or how to treat my conditions. So it's
Mm-hmm.
depressing, but at least I could be included and get
Yeah.
to meet as many people as possible, be on some panels, get up and walk in between when I need
Mm-hmm.
to. So
Yeah.
I definitely want to do it. Yeah. Um, anyway, Mr. Craig Gregory said, I just wished your streams were longer. I mean, longer than they already are. Really?
So
This man wants
short.
you doing 24-hour streams.
They're already
Unless
pretty
he was
long.
listening to that 14-second one we had yesterday.
Yeah. Maybe we had a 14-second live because I screwed up and
The most
and
shallowest
hit the end.
dive.
I hit the it was Julie's shallow dives. Julie B shallow
Yes.
dives.
Shallow
Yes.
dives.
Yeah.
The
I came by
shallowest of
that one at
dives.
first. I came by that one. I was like, why is it over already? And then I left out and saw that you all went back live again.
Yeah,
How
me
dare you
too.
give us such a
Me too.
shallow dive?
I was like, what in the world?
Yeah.
Can I throw this out there, by the way, so we can get, I know you want to get back to this. Irving, just on that whole thing, Scarlet, I'm on the Severance wiki, and it's saying here, and this
Mm-hmm.
feeds into that thought too, that maybe the point that was made
Mm-hmm.
about him having chosen to do this because of maybe Bert, possibly, and because he was part of the old, I guess, model of what Kier was doing. It says that
Mm-hmm.
he worked at Lumen for 6 years before agreeing to undergo the severance procedure.
Oh, okay.
And then
Oh.
he worked at is it MCR MC, what's the name of it department he
MDR?
works at? MDR. For 3 years. So apparently he's been in 9, possibly, it looks like it's the same, but he was there
Okay.
6 years before he even got severed. So
Okay.
maybe the old Lumen with Kier, like you said, like
Mhm.
Julie was pointing out, it was changed and perverted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's why, like, a lot of things play into that thought. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
I'm sounding disjointed right now, but it's
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering if that plays into that too, because even when Julie pointed out with Milchick
Mm-hmm.
correcting him on, like, oh, that's old, we don't use that anymore, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
previous Kier passage or whatever it was.
Mhm.
And maybe that it plays into what's who joined us at the bottom here. I can't see it on the screen here.
Me,
Mhm.
grow
Um,
and thrive.
Grow and
What's
Thrive. And
Grow and
with
Thrive.
Alice.
Grow and Thrive. Okay.
Yeah.
What's a nickname we can call you? It feels like Grow and Thrive is so long to say. Hey, grow and thrive. How about G and T?
GT.
GT.
GNC. Well, I'm actually going to change my name soon because I'm also going to do a channel. But
Nice. Okay.
yeah. So
Mm.
for now, G&T is fine.
G and T.
GT.
You made the mention of. I'm sorry to kind of go along with this, Julie. I'm gonna end it right here. But you mentioned
So
about.
you're saying that Irving only worked for about 10 years.
Well, yeah, close
10-ish.
to 10 years, right? And that's
Okay.
it goes into the thought that he'd been there as a lifer, right? Because he's been there for so
Yeah.
long.
Mhm.
Because it couldn't be just like 5 or 6 years like that, unless they like have a real
Yeah.
short turnaround. But
Right.
Mhm.
so
Yeah.
6 years he's worked there before Severed,
Mhm.
and then he decided to get that. Why would he do it
Mhm.
after the fact? Something must have happened, and I guess that must be centered around Bert. That's my
Yeah.
guessing.
So
Mhm.
he worked in both departments before he was severed, right? Or did he only work in the MDR one?
It looks like well, it doesn't go into it, but he does say I think he worked in MDR after it, so he must have been in a different department because it says he was there 6 years, and then he mentioned himself in the show that he worked in MDR for 3 years.
Wait, which is the department they're in now?
MDR.
Okay.
MDR.
So maybe he did
Microdata
work,
refinement.
right. And what's the name of the department that Bert's in?
The optics
forgot.
and optics
Some-
and
What
the
is that?
brutality of the optics and what is the little
Let me look. What is that? What I forgot.
Julie?
Optics
do
and
you hear?
design.
Optics and
Optics
design.
and
Okay.
design. Okay.
Okay.
So maybe Irving had worked in optics and design before he was severed, and he knew Bert from
Maybe.
then.
Well, he does
That
art.
that makes more sense actually.
He does
Mhm.
art.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he does.
He's
right.
Maybe. Scarlet. I just thought about it. Maybe he's the one that drew the art pictures that they see in there.
Oh,
Yeah.
that'd be funny if that was the reveal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
love this painting. I wonder why I love this painting.
Right.
Beautiful painting.
yeah,
Well, great
he probably
craftsmanship.
painted it. And that's why now I think he's very depressed. His outie is depressed. His innie isn't, but his outie is. And that's why he paints such bleak black pictures of that hallway.
Yeah. The
Because
testing floor. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's I think he's depressed. I think that's what it is. Yeah. He's depressed because
I think
of
that was
whatever psychiatric issue he has,
yeah.
from maybe PTSD from the war. I mean, this is all speculation, of course. We don't know. You know, I mean, I don't know
paints
for
the
sure,
same
but
picture over and over.
Yeah.
right,
Yeah,
it's the
same
same thing
picture
over and
over and
over.
over.
It's like he's traumatized, and I think he misses Bert. And I think
so too.
Yeah, and I think he's very lonely. I think he's
Something
extremely
must have
lonely.
happened in that area because what's her name? She seemed a
Gemma.
little she seemed a little nervous when she was asked to go down that way.
Yeah, I got a great sense of sadness for her because it seemed like she knew she was going somewhere where they were going to do something she wouldn't like to her, right? Some type of something, procedure or something was going to get done.
I'm hoping they don't, do away with her. That's the feeling I got when she was going down that way.
That would be terrible. Imagine if at the end, like maybe season 3 or 4, he finally gets a chance to try to save her or something like that, and he finds her and she's like, what do they call that when they mess your mind up? Yeah,
state.
What's the name of that though? And they lobotomized. Thank you.
Lobotomized.
Yeah, shock treatments. Yeah.
Yeah, imagine that.
Terrible. These people are sick.
Yeah.
It seems,
But I'm just thinking, like, who was the one that wanted her to go back down there? Was that Covell or Milchick?
Cobell.
So if Cobell, getting back to what Julie said earlier, if Cobell maybe wanted Mark to remember her, why would she send her away?
I don't know.
I don't think she does. It seems like
Like,
she wants him for herself.
you think so?
It
That's
did
how
feel
it
like that.
is.
It felt like that at a point.
And they just use this to split people up and do whatever they want to do, you know?
I don't know. I at first I thought, yeah, she was sexually fixated. Maybe she liked him, but I don't think so. I think she, like, I don't know if Julie's still there. I don't hear her, but Julie was speculating that there's something there. Maybe there is some history there. There's some connection there, maybe with family, that she has an interest in Mark. And maybe it's about her mom, you know, what we said earlier, that her mom may have been severed and she's trying to find a way to fix that. This person, you know, we're not talking about Petey. There is somebody who unsevers people. Where
Mhm.
did she learn that from? Maybe Cobell is involved in that in some ways.
She said that she was the one that
Hmm.
does it and she can undo it.
It could
Right.
be. And that's why I said my theory is that Cobell, her obsession with Mark goes so far as it's tied to her mother being cured of or whatever, like unsevered or whatever. What's the name? I forgot what they called it. But
Reintegrate.
reintegrated,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reintegrated.
Thank you. And so maybe that's her interest is in so much in him and so much as seeing if he can overcome the severance. So maybe like, because that was mentioned earlier, maybe her mother can have that chance too. Maybe her mother is actually alive, but also in the testing floor. And so she sent Gemma back down there. Or maybe they could have somebody she has working on the inside down there to try to undo the severance. Because we see with Ragabi, I don't think Ragabi is the only one doing this, right? And
You
I don't
know,
think she's a lone wolf.
I like that. I like what you just said. I think that makes a lot of sense. She sent her down there to unsever her so that she and Mark can get back together.
Yeah, I just wonder how it's a lot. I just hope they give us some good answers in the second season.
Oh, I think they will. But it's really interesting where they're going to take this. And then we still don't know much about Dylan. The only thing we know is he has, well, now we know he has 3 kids, according to Milchick, right? We know definitely he has 1 child, but Milchick said you have 2 others.
Is he telling the truth?
Right. That we don't know.
Yeah, because he could be an unreliable author, as they would say, right?
Yeah, that's true.
He could have been using it as leverage to get Dylan to stop.
Yeah.
True. That's true too.
So we don't know anything about Dylan. Is he married? Is he divorced? Is he widowed? We don't know anything about him other than the fact he has 1 son.
And by the way, I have been here. I just muted myself while I was heating up my the sauce was in the fridge, so I was heating up my spaghetti.
Julie's
No
over there
problem.
chefing it up. She's like, I'll let you guys talk it out. Let me get my Italiano on over here.
Yeah, you guys are you're cooking over here. You're cooking in your own way. I'm cooking over here, cooking my spaghetti, and so I feel like, hey, what the hell? Okay, before we get back to the episode, I starred a few more comments. Let me see. Let me go back to my starred comments. Hey, David and Jill, nice to see you. We have discussed a bit the Waffle Party and the Four Tempers. I haven't heard the podcast yet though, but we did discuss. Scarlet listened to it and how it was actually supposed to lead to an orgy, which is crazy. Yeah, pretty nuts. Doc said, "Are we making videos to attract celebrity crushes now?" Do you think Jeff Goldblum is too old to make videos on? No, not at all. Never too old. We're not ageist here. No.
Love
absolutely.
Jeff Goldblum, by the way.
Oh, I love him too. Amazing actor. And thank you, Dieter. Thank you. That's very sweet. One step at a time. Yes. I've got an interview tonight with Doug Hughes, and it's nerve-wracking, but so I'm gonna try to get enough sleep and get ready for it, and hopefully it'll go well.
That's great.
It's nerve-wracking. I'm not used to doing interviews. Yeah, Doug Hughes, who plays the Man in Yellow, I'm gonna interview him. So It's
Are you,
it's scary though.
are you going to record it? It's going to be a video?
Yeah, it's gonna be a video just like with Simon Webster. I'm gonna
Oh,
record
great.
it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I I could have maybe asked him to do it live, but I was too scared to yet. I'm still so new to interviewing and being on camera, and I'm gonna be on camera, so I'm already gonna have so much anxiety as it is. Having it live would make it so much worse for me. So I just needed it. Maybe he would have done it live. I don't know, but I needed it to just be like this for this interview. And then I think after this, as I get more experience, like I'll start asking if I have opportunities. I'll ask them to come on live because I know people would love that, and I want to do that. But yeah, it's
Yeah,
nerve-wracking.
nothing wrong
Take
with
your
doing.
time.
Listen, do it. Yeah, take your time and do it when you're right. I believe the same
Mhm.
way.
And what about Chuck McCord? You're supposed to talk to him too, right?
Yeah, I actually, Dieter entered a contest on my behalf. Amazingly, it was like an amazing Christmas gift for me. He entered it and won. So yeah, I'm gonna get to talk to Scott McCord. Forget how long. I think it was like a 10-minute phone call is the thing I get to do, which is amazing.
Great.
And yeah, I'm going to record it for myself. I don't know if I'm allowed to do anything with it, probably not, but I'm going to record it so I can keep keep it at least for me. And who knows, maybe he'd let me interview him. I might take that opportunity to ask, and why not? Have the
Yeah.
opportunity, so I'll give it a shot. He seems like a great guy, and yeah, so it's cool. I'm excited. It's scary, but I'm really grateful for the opportunity as someone with a new channel. I know that's not common to actually be able to get interviews, so I'm
That's
grateful.
great. So tomorrow Doug, you're speaking with Doug tomorrow. Do you have
Technically tonight now,
oh,
but yeah,
right. Do you have like
yeah.
your questions written out, what you want to ask him? And
I have a lot of notes on questions. I just need to organize them into like a neat list. I wrote down a lot of things, and I just need to organize it all together. I was more focused on getting a more professional, like better looking setup. I hated my last webcam that I used for that Simon interview, so I got a better one. And so I was making sure that's all set and doing a ton of research, listening to his other interviews so I don't make this one too repetitive, asking the same things everyone else did. And um, so yeah, I'm almost ready. I just have a little more prep to do. And
okay, great.
yeah. Yeah, he's a great guy. I talked to him for an hour and 15 minutes on Sunday on a video call, which was completely impromptu. He just we were DMing each other and he just said, "You want to make this a video chat?" And I freaked out. Oh my God, I was so scared to do it, but I did it. No makeup on, not looking my best, but we were just hanging out and talked for over an hour. He's a really cool guy. He engages with the fans a lot. He chats with random fans all the time. So cool.
Yeah,
That's
I
I like
Anyway,
that.
I saw him on Tony Teflon. Yeah, he's a nice guy.
yep, that's where I first saw him. That's the first interview I saw, and he blew me away. Such a smart guy and so nice and friendly. Anyway, um, yeah, for the Aussies, Grant and Gregory, I imagine this is a great time to stream for sure. Um, and Dieter, yeah, thank you for all you're doing, sharing my channel on Twitter to spread the news to Severance fans. I really appreciate everything you're doing. Thank you so much. Debbie said eggs, melons, and waffles are all, please forgive me, female references. That's true. And they have deviled eggs, melon parties, and waffles in the show. So that's a great point. Yeah. I wonder if that was intentional. David said, Woe, Frolic, Dread, and Malice, very similar to the Four Horsemen or Four Intercardinal Points. The philosophy of Kier is that everyone's soul possesses some quantity of the four tempers. Yeah. And they need to be in balance. That's the thing. They need to be in balance and tamed.
I need you to get your frolic in order. Do you hear me? How do you even use that on
Yeah.
somebody?
Yeah. Yes.
You've been frolicking around. I need you to get yourself together, Missy.
Yep.
Or woe is you.
Right. I love it. AA said, I was thinking deviled eggs, melons, and waffles was very 70s, but your idea makes more sense after the waffle party conversation, right? CT5V, Tony is going to be in February. He said he's going down to Nashville to kind of check things out, make sure everything is all set in the area that he's doing the convention. And I think he said in February he's going to start selling the tickets for that thing. So just stay tuned to Tony's channel, and not calling it FROMCon because of copyright, but it's essentially going to be that. And he's trying to get some actors if he can. He's trying his best, and so yeah, just stay tuned. Around February, tickets should go on sale. David said perpetuity, the state or quality of lasting forever. On the map, the perpetuity wing is exactly where the pituitary gland would be in the mind. Nice. Yeah, I like that. I like that. And David also said, I'm pretty sure they're working on eternal life and resurrecting Kier himself. I've heard that theory. That's fascinating. Yes. Yeah, or maybe cloning, like Umbra said. Could be. You know? Thank you, Grant Gregory. I'm more than my pain. I'm trying to remember that. It's tough, you know. It prevents me from doing so many things. Dieter, yeah, focus on the little things you can do. It's hard, you know, because there are so many even little things I can't do. But yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying. I can still get some kind of enjoyment out of life here and there. Decipher, I'm sorry to hear that you know how it feels to struggle to walk too. Sorry to hear that. It's rough. Even just standing still, it's very, very painful for me. So yeah, it's tough. But yeah, I hope you're getting like the healthcare you need and taking care of yourself. MoFi, I haven't really heard of support clothes. I don't know, maybe that would be something that would be helpful. I don't know. That's interesting. Might have to look into that. David here says the glass is half full, but only when we choose to see it. It's all in the mind first. I like that. Yes. I tend to look at things as more half empty, and I'm trying to change my mindset. It's not easy. Yes, each man's character is defined by the precise ratio of these tempers that resides in him. Yep, exactly, David. It has to be like a balance. Decipher, yeah, you pretty much have to be on Twitter as much as I don't like to be. I don't like the cesspool that Twitter has become, but to promote channels, you kind of have to be have a choice. And yes, CT5V, I will check my DMs. I am so sorry to people who have DM'd me and I've taken too long to get back to you. I've been pretty overwhelmed. The last month has been extremely rough, but trying to get back on track here. So I will check my DMs. Absolutely. AA says, I hope you're doing okay. I hope I don't come off as insensitive. Not at all. Not at all. I just can't wait for you to enjoy it with us. Hopefully soon. Keep pushing through. Thank you for the kind words. I truly appreciate it. And you're not insensitive at all. Not at all. Like, no worries. MoFi said, roll a golf ball under your feet, discover yourself, change the pressure that goes up your leg to your hips. Low lunges really drop that knee. Yeah, I don't know. I'm hypersensitive. My leg pain is like off the charts crazy, burning. It's bizarre. Nobody knows why, but yeah, maybe I'll try that. And I appreciate the suggestion. And yes, Miss J's reviews, I think she is obsessed with Mark Harmony. Yes. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. AA says, what if they are cloning and Gemma is a clone? That's possible. That's a theory that's out there. Mark would probably be devastated, but he would most likely just take the clone. Yeah, I mean, I would if I lost my partner. You know, I totally would. Hey, Cena. Nice to see a new name in here, unless you're the same person and you changed your name. It's somebody else, but um, yes, Cena. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to do it. Midnight watch parties for Severance season 2. Yes. At first I wasn't sure if I'd be able to, but we're going to get back to the episode in just a sec. But yes. So we found a way. I think we found a way that I can do midnight watch parties in the Discord when they drop Thursday nights at midnight. So yeah, if you haven't joined my Discord, if you're not in it, I'll try to get a link for you right now. I'll put the link in the chat. I might just pin it to the top because we've already got quite a full slate of people here on the panel anyway. So I'm gonna pin my Discord link and then we'll get back into the episode. Let's see. We've just been having a party here. Actually, it was good because it did give me a chance to go make myself some food, so I'm not starving myself all night for a change, which is good. Now I have food here. And all right, so let's see. Here is my Discord link. So anyone that's not already in there, I'm gonna most likely be able to do midnight watch parties for Severance when they drop. And so I think it'll be a fun time we can watch together. So yeah. Let's see. Let me see. Did I miss anything else I want to highlight? Yeah, AA, maybe Cobell's mom is on the testing floor. That's why she doesn't want to be a part of the company. Could be. Mr. Grant says the Cobell mother theory is about her trying to bring someone back that is severed, is close. I think she was raised by the severed mother, and that's who she wants to get back. We have seen Severance used. Okay, yeah, there's definitely something going on used for matter of family birth, etc. Yeah, definitely something going on with that for sure. David, prostitution and an organization, a reward for good work, and a corporation that kills the soul. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, orgy. That's what you meant to say. Prostitution and an orgy. I got you. I got you. Uh, AA says, congratulations on your interview with Doug. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. It came out of nowhere for me, and I got to thank Dieter and Mickey B, who both DM'd Doug and alerted him that I was hoping to at least connect with him on Instagram because you have to submit a request for Doug to follow you to be able to follow Doug. You can't just follow him. And he didn't see that I was trying to follow him. So Dieter and Mickey B both were already following him and they reached out and then he contacted me. So thank you to Dieter and Mickey B for that. I truly appreciate it. Mr. Grant says I have a ton of questions for Doug that have never been asked about him. I've been researching from the moment I've seen him. Let me know. Let me know. I'm still working on fine-tuning my questions. So are you, I don't know if you're still listening, Mr. Grant, but if you're in the Discord, just DM me, or if you're not in the Discord on my channel, you can see or in the description of this video, you can see my Twitter or my X account. You can DM me there. You can email me wherever it is. I forget if you're in Discord or not, but if you have questions, I'm all ears. If anybody here has questions that you want me to include, I'll take a look at them, send them my way. Absolutely. Dieter said maybe we can give away some tickets for the con. Yeah, maybe. We'd have to talk to Tony about that. And I think we're caught up. Matt said this cloning question was put to the cast in their fan theories debunked video. Unfortunately, they debunked it. Okay, so no cloning. I'm surprised they're debunking things. Like let the theory crafting continue. I kind of wish they wouldn't do that, but okay, cool. Yeah, DM me. I'd love to hear what your questions are, because I don't want to just ask him the same old things we've heard in several other interviews. I watched several interviews and it's a lot of the same stuff rehashed. So why not get some new information on him for sure? Yeah, thank you, Dieter. Now let's get back into the episode. And thank you guys for your patience. We've just been having a great conversation here, and yeah, so let's continue. I don't know if Scarlet is back or not, but thank you, Mr. Grant. I appreciate it. I don't know if Scarlet is back or not, but let's continue. So Rickon starts his book reading, and this is kind of an odd little passage. He says Wolfgang Mozart killed another boy by slamming his head in a piano. And it's like, what? And he said, don't worry. My research for this book has proven the claim untrue. What? Okay. I don't know what the point was in saying that, but he says, as your heart rate settles, though, consider the power and author, and then you don't really hear the rest. So, like, yeah, that was kind of random. Um, Harmony is over his shoulder asking to look at the book because she doesn't have a copy. And so she's once again up in his business, leaning over in his face. Um, and yeah, so he was saying something about as your heart rate settles, consider the power an author can hold over a reader, heretofore called you. But what indeed is you? And then the scene cuts from there. So, like, that's a really as trite and cliched as Rickon's book is, it does raise some powerful questions just in a cliched and trite way. And it raises questions that this very show is delving into. What is the self? What really makes up the self? The you? It's is it your memories? Like because the whole conceit of this show, the whole concept where these people are their minds are severed, so it's like they're two separate people in the same body in a way, and they have two different sets of memories. Does that make them different people? Is it still the same person? Like it's so it really it opens up some interesting philosophical questions. He just approaches it in an extremely cliched way in his silly book. But I like how they sneak in a main theme of the show into this ridiculous book.
Yeah. You know what's
That's
interesting? Maybe we are wrong, Julie. Maybe his trite book is really genius and we just don't see the vision. Maybe that's what it is. But
maybe.
it is funny though that such a book that's like this is trite, as you said, and so mundane, and like he's just using everyday phrases and turn of phrases that we know. But we have to keep in mind that with Mark and the people there that are severed, this is all like revolutionary to them. Like
Mhm.
they
Mhm.
haven't read any other or consumed any other media or literature. So this is like, oh wow, this is like Socrates or something. Like this is like Shakespearean,
Exactly.
you know,
Exactly.
revolutionary. It's something else when you really think about it.
This reminds me of a movie called Being There with Peter Sellers. Did you ever see it?
I've
No.
It's
never
from
seen
No,
that.
I hadn't
it's
heard of it.
from
think so.
the late 70s, maybe early 80s. It's about this guy who's very simple. He's a gardener and he works for this rich family. And I don't remember exactly why it happened, but they think he's a genius. And he's meeting with all these leaders all over the world, the president, and he's talking about how the spring, this is going to come up in the spring and this is going to happen. And they say, oh, so what you mean by that is politically things are going to be good with Russia. And they just misinterpret everything this guy says. They think he's a genius. It's a very funny movie. And all he's
Nice.
talking about is gardening. And they think that he's like this philosopher who has this great insight into political things. It's so funny. But anyway,
That-
I
that's
digress.
that's funny in general because like a lot of times we get into the conspiracy making or theory crafting, and it's like, are we overthinking it?
Right,
So
right.
that
So this
kind of
just
plays into
reminded
that.
me of that a little bit, what you
Yeah.
were saying. But anyway, yeah, if you get a chance, check it out. It's a very funny movie. Very funny.
Absolutely. Caught me with my mouth full of food now. Um, so now, yeah, that does totally fit, and that yeah, to them, he is like a philosopher. He's like Socrates, and it's hilarious. But to them, yeah, it's revolutionary. This is radical thinking for them. Um, and so then we transition to a scene with Helly, and still with Rickon's voiceover continuing to read, which says, "How can you mean different, the quote unquote you mean different things to millions of readers around a vast earth? And perhaps more importantly, who are you?" So, it's a central theme of the show. It's just that he frames it in a cliched and trite way, but it is a profound concept that the show explores. Um, what does make up the self? And yeah, so I really like how they did that. Um, it's like how much of the self, the true self, is still in these people when they're in their different states. Like there's still you're still you deep in there somewhere. Like you don't just leave all of yourself out of there when you switch modes. Like there's still that essential part of you that remains. I think that's why Helly was such a hellcat when she got there, and it must be part of her actual nature that she was not a clean slate waking up in there. She was still herself, missing memories, yes, but still her essential nature of herself was in there somewhere. That remains. So we're not just the sum of our memories. I think we're a lot more than that, making up the self. Um, and yeah, this was a crazy too. I breezed by this quick, but this was Helly when she first sees all the pictures that they took of her. So this whole season, we were wondering, like, why is Milchik going around taking all these pictures all the time, nonstop, taking pictures of everything they're doing, and it's for this PR campaign that they're doing. Now we see all these pictures. This is her when she was getting severed, but then we see pictures later of like the meetings they had and doing stuff in the office. So it explains a lot. And poor Dylan, every now and then we cut to Dylan straining and struggling to keep those levers held. So we're still in suspense this whole time. At any moment his hand could slip and they could snap back. That's what's so great about it. Like um I love when a show can build up suspense like this, you know, keeping that tension going. You're on the edge of your seat the whole time. How long can he hold this position? And every now and then they cut back to him just to remind us, like, this could all end in a second. And then Irving here, he finds this trunk, and like Scarlett said, it is kind of weird that he just happened to discover the trunk. Like, how did he went right to the back of his closet and starts rummaging around. It is odd that he would do that rather than leave. Just go and try and find someone you trust, possibly. But I mean, then again, how would he even know that? He might have to snoop around in his own apartment to see if he could find information of somebody he trusts. He can't just go out into the world and look for some random stranger. So I guess logically this does make sense now that I think about it as I'm speaking now. What else was he going to do? He didn't wake up with everyone around him, people around him like Mark and Helly, so he's just by himself. All he can do is just snoop around his place and try to find information, somebody he could possibly go and talk to. He didn't really have another option. And this here looks like an old Navy. This is a very old Navy outfit, of course, and it's got to be his dad. There it is. It says dad on the back of the photo. It's emotional too, it's like he doesn't know anything about his parents, his upbringing, anything, and he sees that photo that says dad.
Yeah.
And then we've got more voiceover from Rickon saying all creatures from the leaping cat think of themselves as quote unquote you, a logical center for the universe. Now I highly doubt that, like, no, we're the only people that actually have any concept of that. That doesn't even make any sense. Animals don't have any concept of the self, but okay. um it's only people that do that. And so yeah, then that's okay. I had some duplicates in here. So then he says, yet the cat eats the shrew, and we, like Schrodinger, live on to wonder what it means.
The cat was hungry.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I think he's kind of misusing the Schrodinger thing here. I don't know what that has to do with the Schrodinger's cat concept. The cat eats the shrew. So he's talking about the cat and the shrew both think of themselves as a you, and yet the cat eats the shrew, and we, like Schrodinger, live on to wonder what it means. I don't really understand that personally. That's not. I understand Schrodinger's cat concept, but this I don't really know what he's getting at here. Um, it's just a bunch of gobbledygook to me.
That's what I was thinking.
And yet Mark is enthralled. Mark is captivated the way he looks at him. And Reverend, again, he's like the Messiah. And Rickon suggests a 7-minute reflection break and then come back. So they're gonna go reflect, and he asks somebody named Balf to prepare the neti pot. Okay,
That was the
they
guy
all
with the
have weird
glasses.
names.
Yeah, that
Huh?
was the guy. That was the guy with the glasses. Balf.
Yeah,
He's like
they
the
all
pot.
have weird
The
names.
pot is ready. Hey, by the
Yeah.
way, could you read that part with the Schrodinger situation again? What he said there. It was so
Mm-hmm.
weird. I mean, I know he's
And
just
so,
saying a lot of nonsense, but I'm trying to see how that could possibly mean something.
yeah, I want to try to understand it myself. It says all creatures, from the leaping cat to the cowering shrew, think of themselves as you, a logical center for the universe. Yet the cat eats the shrew, and we, like Schrodinger, live on to wonder what it means.
It sounds like he's saying the cat and the shrew both see themselves as the center of the universe, like the main, as the old saying is, they think they're the main character. But then the cat eats the shrew, so the shrew is not the hero of his own story. And now I'm sounding like I'm saying nonsense now. Actually, now that I'm saying it, but
I just wonder what
but
it means in the context of this show and the story. That's the thing I don't get. You
yeah.
know?
So Schrodinger's, as we all know, Schrodinger's theory is a hypothetical cat may be considered both alive and dead simultaneously because his fate is linked to a random event that may or may not occur. So I'm trying to see how that could fit in there.
Right. That's
And I
the
mean
thing.
that fits with the shrew being killed and a cat and living whatever. I don't know.
We're talking about the victim and the prey, and the
and the hunter.
And the hunter. That's what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't know. It could have just been nonsense that he was saying. Right? It could have just
It
been.
could
that.
be, but maybe
could
it's
just
more
be.
to it than that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just that the cat and the shrew are doing instinctively what they know to be true, and we as humans look for the deeper meaning in it.
Right.
Nice.
Right. That makes sense. Mm-hmm.
But how does
Where
that?
I think
How does that?
Lumen is the hunter. Lumen and their what they're doing to people. I think they are the hunters, and then the victims, are the prey. So I'm not quite sure like why he's saying this, but he doesn't
Right.
like the company, right? He doesn't like Lumen, but his book isn't based on that. So
Right.
I don't really know.
Yeah. Like I'm not sure how much it ties into Lumen, but I mean I feel like all of the lines in the book are supposed to mean something relevant to the show. This one is just a little hard for me to decipher. Lumen would be kind of like the hunter, if you had to like put it, line it up to something, and I could see that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And he did leave
And
the book there for Mark. He left it on his porch. So it
Mhm.
was meant to sway him, his thinking,
Definitely.
his
Oh,
alley.
definitely. Right.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
Because he definitely doesn't approve of
Mhm.
Severance. So,
Which is so odd to me because I am just so certain in my mind that the sycophants around him are severed.
mhm. Me too. Yeah.
But does he know
So
that?
I wonder,
I don't
does he
think he
know
knows.
that?
No, I
Mhm.
don't think he's that perceptive.
No.
Right.
I'm still confused
Yeah.
about Devin though. I keep going back to Devin, who seems like the most normal person out of their entire group, between her and Mark and everyone.
Oh
Dylan.
yeah.
Yeah, Devin with the wife of Rickon's
Rickon.
Oh,
Mark's sister. And I'm confused, and it feels like she seems so out of place with Rickon. I cannot get that out of my head. I don't understand. In my head, I'm like, why is she with him again? Why?
Exactly.
I don't quite get it.
Exactly. I
Yeah.
don't understand that. Like, she's so normal. What is she doing with him? And she clearly seems to think he's ridiculous too. So
Right.
I don't get it. She finds him. She clearly is annoyed by him. You see that a lot. So it makes no sense to me. And I know there are theories that maybe she's a mole, but her reactions to Severance, it seems genuine. She's genuinely curious about the senator's wife. She doesn't strike me as a mole at all. So I don't know. And
Yeah, I
Rickon,
don't.
I've seen people speculate about Rickon being severed because Rickon kind of sounds like Rick N, like he's one of the employees, but I don't know about that. Um, I don't know because it seems like he's kind of like the leader of his own little mini cult. Maybe he's not severed, but all of these people are.
Hey, Julie, you have Grant Gregory.
Oh, oh, thank you. I have to fix my settings so that it tells me when there's someone on stage.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
Thank you for letting me know. Hey, Grant. Welcome. Sorry if you were waiting long. I apologize. I've got a. Oh, you got a theory on Rickon? Please feel free to share. And yes, Scarlet, we are getting back to the episode. Yes. But Grant, you want to share your theory first? You there? I can't hear anything. I've got to change my settings so that I can hear when people come in on this device. Um. Anyway.
Would Lumen use Rickon as sort of like a negative kind of publicity? You know what I mean? Like,
And
would
maybe they
they
think he's so ridiculous that they're using him and to further their goals. I don't know.
maybe?
Yeah, because it's just something very off about him. But yeah, I could see all of his people being severed, but probably not him. But anyway, let's get back into it. And Grant's gonna
Okay.
check his settings. If you figure that out, Grant, just you know, interject when you can figure that out. Hopefully, we can hear you. Um, so yeah, let's go further here. So they do their reflection break, and Rebecca is just so enthralled. She says, "It was transformative. I'm gonna have to change my name again." I thought that was hilarious.
That's what I'm saying. That actress does so much with so little. I love her. Rebecca. Now she's gonna have to be like Rick.
What if she does? Yeah, what if she does? My name is Rack now. Respect me. Respect my wishes.
Yeah. Maybe her name was originally Rebecca. She changed it because of Rickon. I don't know. That's hilarious. Yeah. Definitely does so much with so little. Um, and Harmony here said, "What a wordsmith! He seemed to have a little something in his throat." I don't really know what she meant by that, but so Devin says, give me a couple minutes and meet me in the baby room. Once again, more delays. Just dying for Mark to tell her already. He starts to call Rickon Mr. Hale because he's so respectful of this guy. He's like, "Mr. Hale, Rickon." And then Rickon is saying, "I don't know why my voice shakes like that. I sound like a sad old hamburger waiter prattling on about sauces." Which is another funny quote. So
Maybe
he's
we should call
insecure.
ourselves the hamburger waiters.
Yeah, he is insecure.
Mm.
Maybe he
Mhm.
senses his wife doesn't really care for it or whatever. Even though I have never heard her say anything
Right.
negative, you know.
And he knows that Mark doesn't, like, as we see in this scene, he knows that
Right.
Mark doesn't take him seriously, and maybe
Yeah, I
other
think that's
people
why
don't
he's
either.
acting that way. I think that's why he's acting that way, because he thinks Mark's going to say something smart at him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's probably surprised
So,
Mark's even there.
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Mark has never taken an interest in his nonsense. So, yeah, it's interesting. He's kind of like a culty leader here with this, self-help book and this party that's all centered on him, and yet he's insecure underneath that. A lot of times, people who seem to have a big ego is actually covering up deep insecurities. So, that's very true to life, actually. And then he said hamburger waiter, what the fuck is that? He's even like questioning what he just said, second guessing that. So he
So
says,
you could ca-
Jesus, why do I ever open my buffoon mouth? See?
so you could
Insecurity.
call the fan base the hamburger waiters.
Yeah, maybe.
I got it on my list after waffle partiers.
Yep. That's a possibility. Yeah. So it's so funny to me that it's interesting that he actually knows he's a buffoon. He is a buffoon. That's the perfect word. I even described him as
Know
that earlier in the
thyself.
episode.
Know thyself. He's a charlatan.
Mm-hmm. He's aware of it. That's so surprising to me that when he said that he is actually aware. I forgot he said this, and I was calling him a buffoon earlier. Yeah. So interesting. He's at least he's self-aware. And Mark says, I mean, the book is brilliant. So and Rickon doesn't believe him. He thinks he's just being, trying to make him feel good. Well, thank you, but you don't have to say that. I'm well aware of how I come across to you. But Mark is legit serious. And this quote right here is just so telling too. It's like your book, it opened up the world for me. And it literally did open up the world for him, because that book radicalized him as an innie, and it was really instrumental, I think, in pushing him to do this extreme risky thing, and now he's out in the world, so it literally did open up the world to him. So I just loved that line. It's very fitting. And figuratively, so literally it opened up the world, and figuratively too, because it was just revolutionary compared to everything he'd ever been told. All he ever read was the Lumen Handbook, so just a whole new world of ideas.
Yeah.
And,
This is like,
Rickon is, huh?
this is, yeah, like reading that book. And it wasn't just him. And that goes like, because David in the chat was saying it. He said what I said, right? Like, the book sounds lame to us, but it's prophetic to them. But that goes right back to my point that the sycophants around Rickon, that's why I think they're severed, because they're like, oh my God. They're like, this is like, I don't know, like, this is like a revolutionary thing to them, right?
Yeah.
The Rebex is going to be called Rex soon, like Scarlet said. Like, all of them are. This is life changing for them. It's monumental, and I think that's why.
That's a great point.
They're severed.
That's a great point. The fact that they react to him like that, they react to him the way that Mark is too. So, I totally agree. Yeah. So he says, huh?
I think it's.
Oh wait. Sorry,
I wonder
Grant.
if he's the control.
Hello, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
we
you.
can.
Yeah, sorry about that. I forgot that I have a small child here that likes to play with things on my computer, and I forgot to check everything.
Oh, no worries.
I just wanted to say, it sounds like maybe if all the people or his gurus have been severed, maybe he's the controlled opposition, because he's anti-company. And Lumen wants people to have the severance because it's a way of separating yourself and promoting work culture in a positive way. But they also need someone to dispute it. And maybe it's some kind of controlled opposition. I mean, I know I'm getting a little tinfoily here, but possibly.
I see what I get what you're saying. That could be. Yeah. Like, yeah, this is like a big experiment that's going on here.
Right.
Makes some sense.
He's writing this book. He's got these severed gurus, and we saw in the trailer, right, for the next season, that the company is now celebrating them, that they came out and said what it was like being an innie, that they exposed it, right? So I think this is some kind of controlled opposition. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a slightly different theory on that.
Sure.
Okay.
When I see like Rick on everything, I immediately think, how the heck is this guy able to get a girl like that? I think we can all agree that it looks like there's certain guys that are punching above their weight. What are the two main reasons that a guy like that could do it? Either he's absolutely hilarious, or he's loaded. And I'm going with the second option.
Third reason, he's great in bed. Third reason, great in bed.
I don't know.
The problem with that is they have to find that out first. So it's one of those weird ones. I actually think he's a part of the whole Kerr family and everything like that. The Lumen. I think he's not in the direct line. He's a cousin. He's something like that. He's still important. He's still important enough that he can have all of his friends and lackeys and everything like that. He gets to play. I'm a writer because his uncle is the guy who runs the company. Sort of thing.
Mhm.
The way in which he's treated like a spoiled rich kid. He gets all the things he wants, and even his friends that are around him are very much like, oh, it's me. I need to help. It's my influence. Like when the baby gets found, and the guy turns around and says, "Oh, I found it. It was me. It was all by myself. I did it."
I
He's looking
found
for-
him. So you think
Yeah,
that
he's
Rick,
looking for that
is like
approval.
actually rich? Then you think, right?
He's like a Neville baby.
I think he's like, well, okay. How was he able to get her into that exclusive birthing center where they've got senators' wives
Great point.
and everything in there, multi-millionaires that a
Mhm.
very
Yeah.
specific thing catered to them. There's
You know,
no
I
way in the world a failed
I s-
writer could do that.
I saw a theory, Grant. Funny enough, I don't know if it was Hacks or somebody else. They said that they mentioned that maybe Rickon is actually related to the Keers.
Yeah. And
That
I
was
think
the
that's why
inheritance
when
left
Milkshake
to
had the
him.
book and he was reading it, he was laughing at it, not because it was ridiculous, because he's just like, these are the people who are in, this is what you truly think. This is what you do with all the, the affluence in the world that you've gotten. You write these silly little books. And I think that's why he was laughing versus how ridiculous the stuff sounded, because he actually knows who he is.
Mm.
Yeah, see, Matt just said
Interesting.
it too. He said he
That's
wonders,
interesting.
along with your ideas, if Rickon is Egan. So yeah, that I've seen that theory that he may be an Egan, but like they are disappointed in him, so they just gave him an inheritance or something.
He's on Ambrose's family line side.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, and that could be a legitimate thing.
That's
Like he could
possible.
literally be on that line. We
Yeah.
don't know, like, because we've never seen him interact with anyone else but his little group of insanely weird friends. And Mark, like he's once again another character that seems to have this weird little odd obsession with Mark, and we don't know why Mark is the key. But yeah, that was my theory based on the things that we've seen with him. That one of the more logical things is that he has to be loaded. Because if this book is a success, why is he doing a premiere at a house instead of a big place? And also, he basically lives in the same town that's run by the entire company. So
Right.
as we've seen, like it's a very small community. So yeah, it's for me, it's really interesting, this character, because the actor plays the same character in everything that he's done, but I think this is the perfect version of this character, because you need someone that's a little bit out there, a little bit weird, to make us think about all the extra weird stuff.
Right.
It could be.
Yeah. I like that a lot.
He's
Yeah.
definitely important somewhere along the line.
He's got to be.
And that would tie in with his anti-company feelings.
Mm-hmm. Kids rebel
Yeah.
against the, when you've been given everything and you want to feel like a victim, you rebel against your family because you've got a safety net. They're always going to be there for you.
Right.
Yes.
And I don't think he's mentioned anything about his mother or father in this so far. And if he has, I probably have missed it. Can any of you guys remember?
No, I don't recall him saying anything like that. So, yeah, though it makes total sense, though. I mean, how would he get access to that exclusive birthing center place with
Yeah.
all the cabins, the senator's wife, and all that?
That makes sense. So maybe next season his book is going to be a big success too. because now
Mm.
everyone's interested in these innies and their experiences there, and they're exposing it, and they're going to say, yeah, he's right, Rickon's right, we have to take back our lives, we can't let work take us over, or something like that. So
Right.
I could see that
Mhm.
happening.
Hey, I don't know how to say this, Twi Prime, I don't know how to say it, but welcome. Nice to see new people. Um, I'm gonna be covering Severance season 2 a lot, so if you're a fan of Severance, we're gonna be doing lives every Monday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, and also midnight watch parties in my Discord. So fingers crossed, hopefully I'll be able to do that. I'm pretty sure I can. I'm gonna do a test run this weekend and make sure I can do it, but I'm almost positive. So if you're not in the Discord, there's a link pinned to the top of the chat. Um, Feel free to join Discord if you have any issues with Discord, you're not familiar with it, you can always DM me or Dieter. Dieter is a mod in there, and we can help you out, but welcome. Um, and Matt here said, if the question about Severance is who are you, then you have a you that is both on and off, dead and alive, like Schrodinger's cat. Yeah,
Well, he
that's
does
right.
mention Schrodinger's cat, but in a really weird way. I had it in my
Right.
notes.
In a way that doesn't make any
Oh,
sense.
the
The
cat
cat
and
and
the
the shrew.
because the cat ate the shrew, and then it was something with Schrodinger's cat, but it didn't quite make sense.
That's what we were saying. Like, we couldn't make sense of what the point was. Like, the cat eats the shrew, and
Yeah.
they both consider themselves a you, but the cat eats the shrew, and then we are left to wonder what it means as Schrodinger. I don't understand what he's getting at, but
sounds pretentious.
it does. Matt said if the cat and the shrew are understood as workers, maybe it's a point about workers competing when they should be cooperating. That's a reach, I will grant you. Nothing to do with Schrodinger. Yeah, I could see that. Like it's all about, in capitalism and in society, really, it's like the little people are always fighting against each other when we should be looking up at the top. So maybe it is something to do with that. It could be a reference to that. We should be looking up at the elites that are controlling everything, the billionaires. Um, Sounds like symbolism. Yeah, it's got to be something like that, Amy, but it's a little unclear what it
I
is.
think it's just because it's both of them have a cat in it, and that was his connection.
Right.
He's just like,
Yeah.
oh well, this has a cat, this has a cat. Let's see if I can make
It'd
it
been
fit
better
together.
if it
Yep,
was-
there we go.
It'd be better if it was Schrodinger's shrew, because that would make more sense, because the shrew's the one that's dying.
Yeah.
Well, even if
Yeah.
it was Schrodinger's cat, you wouldn't actually know if the cat ate the shrew or not until you observed it. So it still doesn't make sense.
No,
I
it still
guess,
doesn't
sure.
make sense. No. Matt Gilbert also said it's a real company town. When you get severed, it's like selling your soul. I sold my soul to the company store. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what it seems like to me. And David said the luminous mind in Buddhism is naturally radiant and pure and can illuminate one's experiences. It's compared to a lamp in a dark room, illuminating itself and other objects. Reflexive awareness. Yeah, there's definitely they named the company Lumen on purpose for sure. I love that, David. That's so interesting. Welcome, William Waddy. Nice to see you. And Susie Greenberg, nice to see you. Yes, we are insomniacs. David said because they're severed, they're on a journey to find their true self, which is why the book is lame. Which is lame for us is prophetic for them. Yes. Matt said like pretentious academics who think they are anti-capitalist but have never really experienced hardship. At least Rick wrote a book. Yep. Absolutely. Rickon has insight. He's not so dumb. He knows he's ridiculous, at least. Yes. At least he knows it. At least he knows it. Matt said, I wonder if, along with Grant's ideas, Rickon is Egan, but not down with Severance. He's on the outs with the family. Could be. Could be. Miss J's reviews said, why was that book not removed from the building? No way Milchick forgot about it. Yeah. Sat down and read it.
He's so diligent with everything, down to the smallest little detail. Like,
yeah.
And I don't think that he would deliberately go against the company. That's why for me, that's one of the biggest mysteries of the first season. It's just like, why was the book left there?
He was reading it actively. He couldn't get rid of it because he was enthralled, just like everybody else who was severed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think he was, he couldn't help himself. He was looking at it too. Yeah. So,
Which, by the way, just to throw it out there, because
yeah.
we know at least to whatever degree, him and Cobell are not severed in the same way of Mark and company. So why was Milchick so enthralled when he should know stuff about the outside world? It must be a
I don't
different
know.
level of severance.
I don't know. I
Right.
thought he was looking at it because it was so ridiculous, and it was just like
That could
it
have
wasn't
been
like he wasn't enjoying it for what it was. He was just like, oh my god, I can't like. I'm obviously reading into my own biases about my theory, but yeah, to me it was like it wasn't enthrallment or anything. It was probably a little bit of disdain and humor with it.
That's what I took from it myself. Yeah. But Twi Prime said, I totally think Irving is investigating Lumen in some way, that he's an FBI investigator or something, or along the lines of your thinking, maybe looking into someone's disappearance. Saying that to Susie Greenberg. Yeah, it could be. Could be. It's, he's some kind of investigator. Absolutely. And you're welcome. You're absolutely welcome. This is an awesome community here. A lot of us are From fans, and now we're getting into Severance too. I don't know if you've ever seen From, the MGM Plus series, but it's amazing. And yeah, it's just I've tried to build a community of kind and accepting people here. Just everybody's welcome. All theories are welcome. We just like to have fun, dive into really thought-provoking shows, and have great discussions. So yeah, definitely try to get into Discord. We're gonna get some good conversations going in there about Severance season 2 coming up. So, and do the watch parties at midnight. So should be a good time.
It's one of the only
yeah.
few Severance communities that are out there. The Severed, why there may be many, they are not grouped together.
Right, and I don't understand that. It's such an amazing show. It's strange to me.
Well,
But
everyone that watched it said it's a great show, and they want to talk about it, but they don't. It's weird. Maybe they're
isn't it?
severed.
Maybe
then
there's
we got wrong.
They just probably don't have a central area to actually talk together about it, right? So Discord would help for sure for that. Like, jumping in. That's why I say make sure you poach a lot of those Hex Dogma folks over there and be like, hey, come on over here. The grass is greener.
Yeah. We have lives over here if you want live.
Right. He's not giving you that. We got you over here.
You don't want to watch his videos and then come over here to our live. That's cool.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly. We can fill in. We could have the market cornered on lives then. Maybe we can start, building the fan base from the ground up. Try to round up all these Severance fans that are hiding in the bushes somewhere.
Yeah. You go to Hex Dogma videos and like secretly, not so subtly, like shout out your channel. Oh, that's why we love this.
That's what I've been doing.
Yeah, a little sly, like, oh, we love talking about this on my channel. Oh, I would love you guys to come by the Discord, blah blah blah. Leave a link.
Yep. I might just try that.
I can't technically leave links unless I'm a mod though on those things, so.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I could leave a link. I think leaving a link's kind of tacky.
Hey,
yeah, I would go.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Wait a minute. If you leave a link in the comment section, does it allow it or does it?
No.
No, you have to be a mod for that to happen. Yeah. Unfortunately. I mean, fortunately, because otherwise people would just spam stuff on big streams.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, well, then you could just tag your channel. Then, like, oh man, we're talking about this one. I have a live on this discussion on my channel. Blah blah blah. Then you can do that then.
Yeah. So yeah, it's with From, it was easier for me because I just happened to already be deep in the fandom for months, and I made so many friends that they made me mods, and I wound up being mods on people's channels, and then they supported me and allowed me to drop my own link, and they promoted my channel. So, but like it was a process, like, and it wasn't something that was intentional. And I never intended to start a channel, so it just kind of happened. I got lucky with that. But yeah, we'll see. I'll try to get the word out. Anyway, let's get back to the episode. So he says your book could open up the world to me, and Rickett is so confused. Are you okay? Mark says, yes, this book changed my whole life. And it did. Rickett says, you actually read it? And Mark says, are we friends? Rickett says, I know sometimes I make you feel less than for having had the procedure. You had to deal with Gemma's passing in a way that was best for you. I was scrolling through old pictures this morning and I found one of the four of us on the crest hike. You remember the funny bees?
I love that line. Do you remember the funny bees? I'm like, what the hell are the funny bees?
I know. What is a funny bee? I don't
What is
know.
that? What does he mean by that?
I don't know, but I want to know.
Yeah. I don't
Oh,
know.
okay. I thought it was like something you knew or something.
No,
but I'm like,
I just love
okay.
this delivery. Like, do you remember the funny bees?
Oh, okay.
The funny
yeah.
bees can be another name I'll put under Waffle waiter, hamburger waiter. Okay,
Right.
here, hamburger waiter. Okay, they're
This was
funny bees.
This was such a tease too, because the writers knew what they were doing. They were teasing us, saying that he has a picture of the four of them, including
Yeah.
Gemma, on the hike. And Mark says, "Do you have that picture on you?" He says, "Yeah, sure, I should." And then they get interrupted. Like, God damn it!
Pod. The damn neti pod.
Wanted him to see Gemma because this was that writers teasing us.
But the neti pot is warm.
They pulled it from.
Because at this point, we know who Gemma is. We know that that's his wife. We know more than Mark does at this point because we saw the picture and that was him as his outie looking at her picture. So at this point, the writers are teasing us with this, wanting us to.
I'll be honest. My dumbass didn't make that connection when I saw that picture. In the end of the previous episode where he ripped it up.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Didn't even make the connection with it. I'm just like, oh, okay. And also, it didn't really look like her all that much.
And I got shot down. So.
What was that? You
guys
not
alone in that one.
You all didn't connect that it was.
Because of the Discord, when there was a big reveal of Jamie and a couple other people, including myself, when I watched it on my own by myself, I was like, I did not make the connection because.
No, but the thing of it is, that made the ending of this episode so much better.
More fresh. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
so you all didn't know that was Gemma? Is what you're saying?
No, I didn't even realize until the very last second of this episode, and I went, "Oh, okay. Crap!"
I see. Yeah, no, I recognize.
Because I thought it just looked like a different woman. I didn't even recognize that, which is weird because she's a fellow Australian, but
Yeah, true.
I noticed it immediately, but at the same time, they were teasing it, so I was waiting to see it. But in my head, I thought it was going to be Helly at first.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I think it's because of the angle she has her head. Because normally she's totally shot from the front. She looks tanner. She looks shinier. Like probably more robotic, like Julie says. But then on the other side, she looks more fresh-faced. It totally looks like two different people. Maybe that was the intent.
I think so. Yeah, definitely that was the intent. So I don't think that's so strange.
It was lost on me. I had to go all the way to the middle of episode 8 and go, "Oh, okay." But it had a ton of Rex, but I was like, not from the picture though.
Yeah, I don't think that's so strange. She did look completely different. So yeah, I get it.
I just didn't and also I did make the point that I rewatched it and then I binge watched all of them in a row.
Right.
So yeah, I was just all right, cool, yeah. Oh, that's his wife. Yep, next episode, let's go, sort of thing. And I didn't have any time. There was no theory videos or anything. I just went straight in from rewatching the first episode to the 9th one. So when I saw that I was lying in bed, I was just like, oh, and then things started clicking in my head. And I'm just like, I probably shouldn't have done this at 3:30 at night. Now I can't sleep.
Yep. It was mind blowing. Definitely.
But as I said, it made the last episode way better because of that reveal.
Oh God, yeah. Because you're just waiting the whole time.
Well, I think that if they didn't show that picture initially, it would have made the reveal more impactful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know,
possibly. Yeah.
when he's looking at it and he's got his thumb over it, and I know you were saying move your bloody thumb out of the way. I wish they didn't. I wish they just cut it there so we didn't see who it was.
Right. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't save that reveal for the finale. I agree. It would have been even more impactful if they had saved it for the end. I don't know why they did that. They dropped that early.
He looked at the hiking picture on Rickon's phone, and then it was like, ta-da!
Yeah. Or at least, yeah, like the picture that he sees at the end of this episode. Like if he saw that, man, that would have been crazy. But now we already know. So it's yeah. I don't know why they did that, but Rickon has to go flush his sinuses, and Mark says thank you. You have no idea how much this meant to me. So he's his idol.
Mark.
Harmony shows up and says, I was worried about you. Mark says, I'm fine. I'm going to check on my sister. I don't know what she's about, really, honestly. She was telling him, yeah, go ahead, quit.
Do it.
Quit, Mark. Get away from them. And she's still obsessed with him. She's still obsessed. Are you okay? She's still trying to spy on him. It's so bizarre. She said, when you hugged me before, you suddenly became tense. What was that? And he's like, oh, I was? She said, yeah, you're tense now. He said, it's just parties. She said, did you mean what you said before about your plans? And she looks so intense here. It looks like she's back to just being the company spy. But in the previous episode, she was saying, yeah, do it. Quit, Mark. Get away from them. So I don't really understand what's going on in her head right now. To me, now it looks like she's pro-Lumen again and like really intense, wanting to know what he's thinking, what he's planning on doing.
Hopefully
It looks like she knows
she does
already.
have a chip and they're activating it.
Maybe.
They're activating
It's like she's
it on Glasgow.
Yeah.
I said the same thing. I was like, why did she switch back to like this pro-Lumen stance? It felt like.
Exactly. I don't understand. That really confused me. Unless there's something like altered in her brain and they switched it to a different mode now, like Scarlet just said. I don't know.
Maybe she can somehow, I don't know, sense when someone's severed, and then that's why she's asking him specific questions that he shouldn't know.
Right.
Like,
Well,
because the moment
afterwards,
yeah.
I mean, it
Yeah.
could go two ways. Either she's got a chip and they messed with it, or she was just like, I want my job back. You know?
And, it was his damn politeness that outdid him in the end. When you're at parties, just be rude to people. It's the best bet. Don't be nice.
Yeah. There you go. Just be rude. Anyway, yeah, she's so intense again. Tell me more. She wants to know more about his plans. And this is where he screws up. And he says he's on uncle duty for his sister, says he'll be right back, and he calls her Ms. Cobell.
Mm-hmm. Wah, wah.
Yep. And her face. So now she knows it's any Mark. Oh shit. Yeah. That's an oh shit moment. So yeah, again, she's like, it's like all of a sudden she's back pro-Lumen again. So it's hard to understand her stance. Maybe she did. Yeah.
From Mark's perspective, because he's called Mark inside and he's called Mark outside. So in his mind, it makes sense that they have the same name.
Yes. Yes.
So like he wouldn't think anything of it.
Right. He wouldn't think she'd have a different name. He wouldn't know anything about that. So it makes sense. Yeah. Hallie looks around. Huh?
Yeah, this is when you realize why Milchick was taking all those photos.
Yeah, I was saying that when you were gone. Like now now we know why he was taking a million photos with that camera all the time. Yeah, always had that camera out. And you see all of it now. It was weird how he was taking so many pictures, right? Mm-hmm. Now we know. It was for this, the PR campaign. And it's so creepy. You know, it's like looking around.
I wish we could play some of the sound bites from this because they're kind of horrible.
I don't remember her
they
smiling
they
that
are.
much. That's the weird
I
thing. I'm
was
seeing all these photos. I'm like, when were these taken? Where?
I was I was just about to say that. I literally opened my mouth to say that. When was she smiling this much? Like,
That
I
has
don't
to
know.
be the outie her, right? Not the innie that's smiling so much.
But there she is in the office though. So
Well, they
maybe the
could
Maybe a
outie
stage
prop.
her maybe the outie her came in there and took some pictures with them and pretended to
Mhm.
be any Helly. I don't know.
Yeah, they could
I
have
don't remember
staged.
her.
They could have staged something easy like that.
Easy.
She never smiled that much. That's for sure. Yeah, I had the same exact thought. Um, so so back to Mark and still trying to talk to her, but the baby's having a meltdown.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, I'm tearing my hair out when I first watched this thing. Like, come
Bloody
on,
baby.
damn it. Yeah. And so she gives the baby to Harmony. And again, she's prying. Is
Mm-hmm.
Mark all right? Yeah, he's fine. And she's looking at the baby, and it- yeah, we had that fake out that she took the baby coming up. um, again, okay. Then he's finally gonna get his moment with his sister, but we cut again. And we're still on the edge of our seats waiting for this moment where he tells her,
Masterclass.
yep, we cut again to Helly. And again, she's looking. So this is the quote from her outie. One of the things you learn growing up as an Egan is that the workers are our
Mm-hmm.
family. And I remember being confused about that as a kid. I had a few 100,000 literal brothers and sisters. She thought she had a few 100,000 literal brothers and sisters scattered around the world. But as I grew older, I
Such a
learned
corporate
it's about,
answer.
right?
Yeah.
It's such a corporate answer. Uh, But as I grew older, I learned that it's about shared ideals. My dad used to make me recite the 9 core principles before bed every night, which I can't say I always did happily. Sorry, Dad. So yeah, brainwashing her, basically. Sounds like brainwashing to me. She says, now those are the values that I share with everyone who works at Lumen, and that's what makes them my family. And I would never ask them to do
Never.
anything that I'm not willing or excited to do myself. Yeah, okay. Uh, Look, my dad would love for me to sit here and say I'm taking the job out of loyalty and that it was the spirit of pure Egan calling me to service. But I took a severed job because it sounds freaking awesome.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
sounds freaking
sure,
awesome.
sure. Unbelievable. What a
Are the
liar.
severed on only one floor? The severed participants, are they only on one floor?
I think so.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the
So the
severed
rest of the
floor.
company is normal?
I think so. And it's quite a big building, too.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So,
those marks she got around her neck were freaking awesome too. Is that what she's saying?
yeah.
Nothing like some rope burn around the neck to make you feel alive.
And her innie threatening to cut off her fingers,
Yeah,
real awesome. She's having an awesome time down there.
freaking awesome.
Did you
Oh,
all notice
yeah.
the cool iconography though of her standing in front of her name Helly, but
Mm-hmm.
it had the highlighted word of hell instead.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I thought that was pretty dope.
And
I love
also
that.
how she's standing there staring at everyone else that would looking at her would not think it's out of place. So she's literally got the best cover. They just think that she's been narcissistic and watching her own videos.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so surreal. It's so surreal. And what she's saying about all this nonsense about the workers being family, hundreds of thousands of people around the world working. So this is a huge multinational conglomerate then. That's what we take from that. So they have hundreds of thousands of workers around the world. I'd say that's a pretty big company, and
It's at least
looking at
20
them as
years old,
family, huh?
right? I said it's at least 20 years old. I mean, it's been around since she was a little girl.
Oh yeah, I'm sure longer.
1800s.
Yeah,
1800s,
much
because
longer.
in the late 1800s they were making salves.
They were making and then they made pharmaceuticals. So it's been around since at least like I'd say late 1800s.
Oh, okay.
Yep. But this is such corporate nonsense. Like looking at the workers as family. That's such bullshit that nobody does. They're your cogs in a machine. You don't mean anything to them. It's so God. It's just such propaganda. And no, she's not. Yeah, like taking the job out of the spirit of pure ego and calling me to service. No, she's doing it for some reason. It's not that. It's not because it's freaking awesome either. I don't know why she chose to do it. I mean, maybe that's a big question. Why did she choose to do it?
Because
Pressure
she
from
was
her.
responsible for the accident that killed Mark's wife.
Do you think so?
This is a PR
Oh.
cleanup campaign.
I've heard that theory as well. That'll be something.
I feel she might be vying for CEO.
She's a woman that doesn't work out good for them. We've seen the history.
Maybe she's up against a
They're
dude,
Megans.
and that's the only thing that's going to make her be a female CEO, because there was only one before her.
Well, it's either that or Rickon. So
I mean, I think that's a strong theory that she wants to be on top, and it's hard for ladies to be on top, and Egan is sometimes at the waffle parties.
Yeah,
Those are some
it could be
crazy
that.
innuendos that you could have just used and flew off of. Where's Dieter? Dieter
Dieter
he-
left earlier.
he could have used that. Yeah, he could have used what you just said so well just now.
Yeah, I know that one was for him, but I don't think he's in the chat right now.
What was the innuendo? I missed it.
No, I said
You
she
said-
she's probably in a battle with some other Egan's son to be on top as a CEO.
Oh,
But she
yeah,
It's hard
not
for
only
the
just
hard
on
for the
top,
ladies
there's
to
a
be
lot
on
of her
top.
parties.
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, it could be a reason she would take it if they were like, "Oh, only one woman has been the CEO. Well, I'm going to be the next one, so I'm going to do what it takes."
Well, they ousted her as well. She's the only Egan that didn't die in as the CEO. They actually ousted her before she died. So, yeah, there's a precedent for it. I can see that. That's why she's fighting so hard for it.
Yeah.
Which is a huge,
Or-
awesome juxtaposition to Helly, who absolutely hates the company.
Yeah. Deep,
Right.
deep inside, she hates it.
And that's also, so I like that theory a lot. And I also find that interesting. Like, maybe she was the one who caused that mysterious car accident. Did Lumen have something to do with it? Like, was she the one who caused Gemma's car accident, or someone else with the company? I would think if they caused it in some way, it was deliberate. That's such a huge mystery as to what was the situation there, how they wound up getting their hands on Gemma, but I'm not sure why.
I was under the false idea in my head that he was in the same car as Gemma was when they had the accident. But Ben Stiller in his podcast made it seem like she was alone in the car when she had her accident.
Oh, because Helly said, "Be careful driving on those icy roads," when he almost
Icy roads, yeah.
ran her over. So I assumed that he was in the car when Gemma had the accident.
Yeah, listening to the podcast made me feel like Gemma was in the car by herself and had an accident. So that could be even, more of a case of them doing something with her and people not knowing.
It also opens up the door for a lot of internal conflict between Mark and Helly, because he now knows who the wife is and what all led to him actually being there as well. And if it was her Audi that caused it, then you've now got a huge question about, can you blame your Audi for what your Innie's done and vice versa? Does the Innie Mark have a right to be mad at Helly because of what she did? And I think that'll open up a huge philosophical question about who's to blame, whose consciousness is real and what, it just opens up so many questions. And I think that would be a direction that I can see the show going, because they like these really long existential questions. And I think that would be a really cool one that I've never seen show tackle.
Yeah, I didn't know they said anything about that, like how the judicial system would be. You know, if the innie does something or the outie does something, you have two people inside a person. How do you judge them? How do you sentence them?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. That opens up all kinds of questions. That opens up all kinds of questions like that. Like, yeah, who would get if your innie does something, like who goes to prison? It seems kind of unfair. Yeah. Yeah. You'd both have to pay for it. But anyway, let me see. I was just looking at the chat here. Let's see. Yeah, just me. It's so confusing. Cobella is such a creep, and she was all about him quitting, and then runs to turn him in. Make it make sense. It's very confusing. I find that it's strange. I don't understand the about face that she did. Matt said maybe there are two people inside of Harmony. One is her mother and one is her daughter.
Yeah.
Then one is pro-Lumen and one is not. I think I'm probably wrong though. That's interesting though.
I threw out a theory like that too, if you remember, Julie, where I said maybe something along the lines of maybe Charlotte was actually her daughter, I think I said, or something like that, not her mother. But that didn't pan out because, as I think you and Scarlett pointed out, that shows the date on the bracelet, which was like 1944, I think it was, or something like that.
1944, yep. So most likely her mother. CT5V. Sad to say, I have absolutely no idea what the hell y'all are talking about because I'm behind. I'm just here to hang out with Severance. Well, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate that you didn't even want to hang out. You don't even know what's going on. So
CTV just wanted to highlight the Severance again. I see you, CT5.
Yep, absolutely. Cobell said she knows integration is possible. Yeah, Matt. She seems really invested in that, you know. It explains the pigtails and how she dresses and acts older when she is Selvig, but also how she knows what Cobell knows when she is Selvig and vice versa. Maybe, yeah, Selvig is Charlotte. That's a really interesting theory, Matt. I like that. It's possible. You know? It's oh, hey Jackie. Hey, what's up? Nice to see you, Jackie. See? Thanks for stopping in. Why did anyone choose to do it? Exactly. You know, it's hard to imagine a lot of people.
It's freaking awesome.
Because it's freaking awesome, right?
I'm wondering though if she can just, you know, maybe she agreed to do it for a few months and then she's out, or a year. You know what I mean? And then she's out. I'm talking about Helly.
That's a good question. Yeah, a good thought. Yeah, like how long does she plan to dedicate herself to that?
It's probably just a temporary thing, I would imagine. I doubt she would be doing this for the long haul. Maybe just long enough to really convince people that Severance is cool. Everybody should do it, and then just stop. I could totally see that, and eventually maybe try to angle for a CEO job, like Scarlett was saying. You know, Matt said if Severance is over 30 years old, then my Harmony Charlotte theory is plausible if we grant that Severance can also preserve consciousness to some extent. Yeah, it could be. It's plausible.
I floated the idea with the whole goat thing, that with the cloning part, that the consciousness could be copied into those Severance chips, if you remember.
Yes.
So that was so Matt, I think me and you are aligned a little bit on the transfer of consciousness. I think that's the ultimate goal. Maybe they're trying to bring back, or maybe they've brought back other members of Kier and such like that, right? Of the Egan family or something.
Yeah.
Kier is Rickon, but the chip didn't work. That's why he's spouting up all these weird philosophies that don't make any sense.
Wouldn't that be something?
Misfiring.
Oh, yeah. Severance gone wrong. Yeah, that could be. I like it. Jackie C said that so the men who chose to do it for greed, power, wanting to be on top. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about it. It's hard to say, you know. Twi Prime here says maybe that would make the moment when he tells Miss Casey, "I'm sorry," and she says, "I forgive you," kind of more meaningful than we would know then. Yeah, like I also thought that maybe Mark was driving drunk, and when he said, "I'm sorry" in the break room hallway, and she says, "I forgive you," or like no, it was a different point where he said, "I'm sorry for like getting her in trouble" at some point. She was worried and scared because he and Helly were in a different area, and he said, "I'm sorry." She said, "I forgive you." So yeah, I mean, it would make sense
The
if he was
best
in the
8 hours
car
of
and
her life.
best 8 hours of her life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's why I, I think it just makes sense for him to have been in the car driving when they got in the accident. But I'll have to listen to that podcast. Maybe not.
Yeah, listen to it and tell me what you think.
Yeah. Um, but anyway, getting back to this, she continues to say, so this is such an ironic quote. I don't think severance divides us. I think it brings us together. Talk about an oxymoron. Severance brings us together. Yeah, okay.
Wow.
It's literally a derivative of the word severed.
Yeah,
So how does
Brings
that
us
work?
together.
Yeah. What?
yeah.
Cutting ties. That means we're closer. Wait, what?
Oh yeah, of course it does.
Yeah.
You should
Yeah,
get it
'cause
done
that makes a
today.
whole
Pay us the big bucks.
That's a
yeah.
Lumen employee trying to get us to get severed in the chat.
Oh, jeez. Where's that?
Somebody above, who was it? Starts with an S. They were like, I believe, or they said, what they say, Lumen is the good people or something like that, the good guy or something. Where is that?
What?
Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, they were
Yeah.
like, it's going to be a second before I find this. But basically, they were like, oh, I believe in Lumen or something like that.
Oh, jeez. We got a Lumen cultist in the chat, or Kier cultist.
Praise gear.
Praise Kier. Yeah.
You chosen one, gear.
Harmony was so it showed Harmony frantically driving and trying to reach Milchick, just getting his voicemail, she's screaming, and then it quickly cuts to Irving. Now, this is some of his stuff, and I think I have closer images of it too. There's this article, it says severed workers. Wait a minute, why is this so blurry? Severed workers severed workers sue for information following something.
Have you read this
And then
article? This article's crazy. It's about him hurting his finger.
no, I didn't read it actually.
And it says on it, it says, he now, can you go back to the picture? It says he now finds himself struggling with elevator buttons, selecting his preferred gas variety, and entering his PIN number. His life forever changed by this injury.
Oh my goodness.
He hurt his
Oh,
finger.
that's devastating.
I find this article
Yeah.
hilarious. I paused it. I read like the whole article. I was like, oh my god, this is so hilarious. They probably didn't mean anybody to read it.
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't expect most people to actually read it. That's really funny.
I
Lumen
can't
needs to be
select my
held
preferred
accountable.
gas anymore. I can't hit the button. My life's
That's
a
funny.
tragedy.
Oh, yeah, woe is me. Oh my gosh. My heart bleeds for this person. Jeez. Yeah. That's great. I love the attention to detail they put into this. That's great.
Well, it's
Sometimes
supposed to be satire now.
sometimes if you look closely at fake newspapers in shows, like if you actually look at it, it's a bunch of nonsense that they don't expect anyone to actually read. Like total nonsense. But
Oh yeah, it's
they
just like
actually
that filler stuff that graphic designers use, and it's just
yeah,
the same kind of words over and over again, just to
yep.
fill out space. Yeah.
Yep. So
But this is
so he
special.
has So he has a Lumen employee list here, severed employee list. So Audi Irving has been compiling information on Lumen. So that's evident here, and somehow he's come up with this list. I don't know how he's gotten it, but he's doing some detective work, and so he's got an X next to somebody named Peter. So that's Petey. That's Petey that he worked with, I'm sure.
That means dead, I guess.
Yeah, then
All
there's
the
one
addresses
here.
say PE. They say PE. I don't know what state is PE.
None.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania where? Pennsylvania where? It's Delaware and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, Delaware.
Because there's no such thing as a PE. Yeah, they've already, it's been confirmed. It's just a made up little spot. Because again,
Maine and Pennsylvania?
I guess Pennsylvania is where they're supposed to be, but they're definitely not. Like, it's obviously made up PE. But by the way, they're really in New Jersey. They're really in New Jersey.
Yeah, I heard it's supposed to be Pennsylvania or Rhode Island. Surprisingly,
what?
Mixed together.
I didn't know that. What? Why Pennsylvania and Rhode Island? I'm confused.
It's because of the history. It's a history of like colonists and the kind of cults that are around Pennsylvania, like the Shakers and Quakers and things.
That makes sense.
And Rhode Island.
I can see that. That makes some sense.
Do a little history check on Rhode Island and see what was up with that.
Especially if you all, like you said, it was around, they got established in the 1800s and such. That makes even more sense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know of any major cults that were in Rhode Island though in our history, so that's weird.
No, I mean just like people living there, like different sects maybe.
Like extremist religion, certain extreme religions. Rhode Island's not known for that. Pennsylvania is, but Pennsylvania
definitely.
Yeah, like the Amish and the like my family, actually, my mom's side of the family, they come from Mennonites, who are very, very strict religious sect, similar to Amish. So I can see why they would base this in Pennsylvania. That's interesting because like I looked it up, and that college that they mentioned, Gons College, I Googled it and it said it was supposed to be in Pennsylvania. So that's why I thought the show took place there, but I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Some alternative Pennsylvania where it's PE instead.
Right.
And the E stands for Egan.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Pennsylvania though, that, like you said, definitely had more than a few different types of cults and such like that.
And extreme religions, Anyway, he's got a list here of employees, and then like he's compiling whatever information he can about them. He's got next to some of them, he's got age. He's got addresses of certain people. Lives near Lumen. He wrote here. This one, he has the date that this person was severed. And so he's just like compiling as much information as he can on severed employees, whatever he can find, apparently. Ages and birthdays, addresses, whatever. So that's interesting. Like, what is he doing? Age 48, 2 brothers, like anything that he can find, really. Kier PE.
Who was that right there? Who was that right there that he's saying that was severed at age 48 or whatever?
That is this person up here, Chris something. I think that says Chris something.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's got that underlined. Severed employee list. I think this is the thing we're really supposed to be looking at. Severed employee list. And then, so yeah, he's looking further down. Can't really see much here. He crossed off some names. I don't know if that means they died or
maybe.
He crossed some off. He found his own name. Yeah, like this one, he's got his undergraduate degree of this person. Like any information he can find, he seems to add to this list. He's doing some major detective work. Divorced, no kids, age 43. This one says has black dog. Like who cares? Like how is that even going to be helpful information? Sheila has a black dog.
I don't know. They have goats in the company, so you never know.
Yeah. And this one here, Matthew Blades, parents' 50th anniversary in paper, June 16th, born in Boston. Like, who gives a shit? Like, how is this relevant to anything? It's so weird.
Yeah. I guess
Son honored,
maybe it's kind of there to kind of just show that he's been doing his due diligence, right?
I guess so, yeah. You know,
Or
son honored for
maybe he
local
was gonna
charity work.
try to experiment with like getting the innies to get some of their outie traits in them, or some like what he was doing with the painting.
Here's a
Do you
dog.
think
Here's a black
do you think
dog.
it's there for people like us who theorize and everything, or do you think it actually has some sort of connection?
It's probably meant to for theorists like us to kind of like analyze it, but there might be something significant in here that we just don't know the significance of yet. I would imagine maybe something later will turn out to be relevant.
Like
That
maybe
some of these people,
find Sheila and just keeps talking about black dogs until she gets the memory that she has one. Like when he's an innie.
Yeah.
I can
Maybe
see that.
and maybe that's what it is.
Little
Like
breakout, like any breakout.
yeah, and he's looking for ties that they can not relate to, but they can remember from their actual outie life somehow.
He has
This
a
is a
black
pretty
dog.
important list for someone to have too. For me. This makes me show that he's definitely got some sort of pull or influence on the outside to be able to have this list of the most secret organization that we know.
Yep, absolutely. Significant for sure. Yeah, so none of these names are anybody that we know as of yet.
I know that. I was going to add a little bit because I did skim through the Lexington letter, and it does say there's times when that elevator doesn't work, and people slip things through the elevator. They had letters on them.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
have
not
to be a lucky
directly,
time,
but through somebody.
like, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to be asleep before you guys talk about that, so I just thought I'd throw it out there.
Right. I don't even at this point. I don't think we're gonna even get to the Lexington letter, but maybe just briefly,
maybe we could do that as a separate thing.
Yeah, maybe just briefly touch on it, but
yeah, a brief 7-hour stream on it. We'll be right.
yeah. Sure. Yeah, so that it's possible. Yeah, maybe he got information out somehow when the elevator wasn't working. But so this one here, he crossed off this name, Karen Campbell, and it says tried to make contact. So maybe he's crossing off names that just didn't work, and he's giving up on this name.
Oh, I thought he contacted Ian because it's right next to Ian's.
Was Karen someone that was mentioned earlier in the series?
Not that I can recall. No.
Oh, sorry. I thought Karen was one when they said when they said, "Oh, well, you didn't get upset when Karen left." Like when he was talking.
Maybe.
Was it Karen, or am I mixing up my names?
I can't remember. There was someone mentioned. I don't remember the name. That might be her.
I remember an Alice. That's all. An Alice.
It could be Alice. Yeah, it could be Alice. Yeah. Memory's not crash out at the moment.
Yeah.
My thing with Irving though still goes back to the paintings. Something traumatic enough happened to him where that bled into his outie consciousness. You know what I mean? So like, what happened? That's he still remembers that and paints it over and over and over. Something traumatic had to happen, right? So I imagine it's tied to Bert somehow, and maybe Bert was taken to that testing floor and had his mind wiped, and now he's living this life that he should be living with Irving with this other guy.
Yeah. It could be something to do with that. Yeah, because he's definitely, I would say he's been to the testing floor. He just can't remember he can't remember, but that's how he's painting this. It's somehow that memory bled through for sure. Yeah, I definitely think so. But anyway, this person here, it said daughter awarded Kier Education Scholarship. So yeah, Anna, 14. Yeah, it's probably some kind of indoctrination thing too, I'm sure. Like they're indoctrinating the kids young. This is blurry, but there's Dylan Griffin, age 50 something. He doesn't look that old. 58? Does that say 58? He looks younger than 58 to me. But and then he wrote, "Who else is 58?" I don't know what relevance that has, but who else is 58? Um, and then
What has
It might
Bert's
be
address in
Dylan,
the other one?
George.
Yeah.
Do we know his last name?
oh, maybe he's Dylan George. This is another Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
There's another Dylan because he doesn't look 58 to me.
Well, if he's
I mean, he
58
could be.
with like an 8-year-old son, I mean, he started pretty late.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, maybe this is Dylan. And there's Bert. There's his address. And so yeah, he sees that, and then he finds a road map. It's funny to see somebody using a paper map to try to navigate instead of a GPS. I mean, no one's done that in ages at this point. So and like how he even finds his way there, it's crazy to me. He's got this map and he's got names written on it. So he knows where certain severed people live. He's already put that on the map, several names that we've never heard of. He keeps looking, and Bert is on there somewhere.
They are pretty evenly spaced apart too. I remember when I'm looking at them going, wow, that's kind of weird that they're like, it's evenly spaced apart, like between these these ones. I'm wondering if that means that in between the two ones at the top, there's going to be someone that's right in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because maybe that's why they get them. They're not too close to each other, so they can't really run into each other or anything.
That would make sense.
Right.
Like they time them out, leaving Lumen.
Right.
Why not space them out in the real world?
Exactly. That's why I don't think there are any other people that work with Mark in that housing complex he lives in, which is Lumen Housing.
Maybe he lived too close to someone important, so they had to go, no, we've got a house for you.
Right. And they don't have anyone else living in this Lumen Housing that actually works with him because they want to keep them separate outside work. So it makes sense. This is huge housing development. You never see anyone else around there. Just him and Harmony. Where is everyone else? They could at least have other people living there. It's weird to me.
It is weird.
We got just a piece of mail here. I don't know why he's looking at that, but
so find his address. He doesn't know his own address.
Oh yeah.
So he needs to know his starting point and his ending point.
He got his address from his piece of mail. Yeah.
Now the whole thing is, does he know how to drive? Does he have that skill set or not?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he knows how to drive. It seems like he doesn't drive very well. And you know what's weird? It's almost as if he somehow knew this was going to happen because it's like he left himself a piece of his mail so he'd know his own address in case this happens. Like, how does he just happen to have a piece of mail here, a map with Bert's address, or Bert's name? It's just it's interesting. It's almost like he was trying to cause something like this to happen. Like he was sleep depriving himself and causing bleed through as a result, falling asleep at work. The paint dreams were kind of bleeding into his work self. I don't know. It's just interesting to me. Like,
see, I wonder if they just don't have like a rudimentary idea of what driving is that they can kind of adapt and do. Like they wouldn't know driving as an experience, but they would know vaguely what driving was. Kind of like they know vaguely what films are, but they haven't seen one. Yeah. Like this, a very rudimentary idea of what it is, enough to get you by if you had to.
Right. Yeah, I could see that. He definitely doesn't drive well, but yeah. And these pictures here, once again, I don't remember her smiling like this ever. These are huge smiles. Like I think some of these were staged.
What is in her hands?
I don't know. Like, that's got to be Audi Helly in that picture. I don't buy that that's any Helly. What is she holding up? I don't know. But she comes in the bathroom and we've got a mirror shot. I always love that. And of course, highlighting the duality of herself. There's, there's her reflection. Really nice shot. She looks at herself in the mirror. The duality of her severed existence there. And red, pop of red in the background, the red flowers, which is a nice touch.
Yeah.
Representing the Audi self.
Yeah, this is where she learns to trust herself, and that's the person she has to go to.
Yeah. She's got nobody else out there that she could go to. So yeah, that's right. That's right. And I love how they do this with color in the background, the red flowers. In Mark's apartment, he's got the red fish in the background and in his fish bowl. And here we've got the red flowers.
And then she does address it as, or somebody addressing that her dad's here because her dad's just gonna barge into the ladies' restroom, I guess.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Tim Robbins. This guy looks like Tim Robbins to me. So Tim Robbins is gonna barge into the ladies' bathroom.
Yeah, we hear someone say, "She's in here, sir," and he just barges into the ladies' room. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, he owns them, so.
Yeah. He's such a creep, too. He creeps me out. He looks like one of those statues from Lumen just came to life and started talking. It's so creepy. Like, what the fuck? He looks like a wax figure.
Oh,
I swear to God.
Actually,
he does look really odd.
If you look behind them, it looks like that's a unisex bathroom with the two figures on the door.
But
yes, it does.
It's also got the up and down iconography of the elevators.
Elevator as well.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily want my dad walking on me when I'm in the bathroom.
Dad, it's unisex, sweetheart. Deal with it.
Yeah, get with the times.
That's just icky. Yeah.
Yeah, it's wherever.
I'm old. I gotta go when I gotta go. What do you want to do?
when he says you look so nice like a film is really weird.
Like a film.
No, he was ultra creepy. Ultra creepy.
I don't even know what that means.
You look like you look grainy. Like
a film.
Yeah, what does that mean?
I don't know. I was hoping somebody else knew.
He's sounding like Rickon.
Yeah.
I want to know why she's in pain.
From the attempted unaliving.
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe she has physical pain that isn't involved in this.
I just assumed that's what he meant because then he starts talking about it. He reaches for her neck, where she tried to hang herself.
Yeah.
So I figured that's what he's referring to, and he talks about like what that innie did to you. She says, "Not anymore," and he tries to reach for her hand and holds her hand. It's icky. It's just kind of weird, icky vibes going on here. He's such a creeper. He said, "I cried in my bed when they told me what she tried to do to you." What that innie tried to do. The disdain in his voice.
But yet they still didn't do anything about it. Just send her back in.
Yeah, they sent her back in. Like, wouldn't you want to protect your daughter at that point and say, "Okay, forget this. This is more important. You're more important than this PR stunt." Like, it's crazy.
We'll try to find a way to reintegrate it, even if we don't know how. We'll just do it. We'll take the chip out.
Right. Or at least don't send her back there. It's problem solved. Like, maybe the chip can just stay there and you just don't go back. That's crazy that they sent her back in there. Obviously, this company and Severance means much more than her. Like, clearly.
Her pain means something, but the company means more.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Because he says, "Thank you for going through with this. The grandfather would cherish what you've done."
The grandfather, too. The grandfather.
The grandfather.
Not grandfather, the grandfather.
Yeah, the wording of that is so strange. The the grandfather. So, but Kira can't possibly be her grandfather. That's a few generations
maybe
back.
that means the overswinging grandfather, the great grandfather, the big grandfather.
Okay,
the grandfather.
like the grandfather.
The
It's just like
grandfather.
probably great grandfather. Yeah. That makes sense. It's easier than saying a bunch of greats in front of grandfather. You know.
The
Hopefully
one
there's
that
not a
counts.
machine.
The one that
Hopefully there's
counts
not a
is the one they're talking about, right?
Yes.
The one that counts, the grandfather. There
Right.
there may have been many, but it's, you know, this one, the grandfather.
Hopefully there's not
Yeah.
a machine or a clone or anything called the grandfather.
God, yeah. So
Could be.
creepy. And this is another weird statement. And one day you will sit with me at my revolving. Is he talking
Yeah.
about the perpetuity wing? Like, but they're not sitting in there. They're statues. I thought he was maybe talking about that.
I think revolving means they're like death ceremony.
Okay.
Revolving might be like some kind of term for some ritual.
Okay.
Sounds almost like it's touching back on a thought of rebirth or something like that in a way.
Yeah, something like that.
Like putting the consciousness back into him, or the same consciousness back into someone else, or something like that.
Now I feel like they reanimated Kerr, and now he's the grandfather, and you're gonna see some guy tied up to wires or something, and it's like, oh, the grandfather.
Yeah.
Something real creepy. We resuscitated him for 100 years.
Yes. His consciousness.
Yeah.
It's a revolution.
Yeah.
Wow.
The statement was so weird. I just did not understand the sit with me at my revolving thing. It sounded like a great honor that one day she'll get to do this. That's what I took from it, but I didn't understand what it meant. So
it is a weird term, because if it was at my evolving, you would say, all right, it's going to the next thing. But revolving just means to turn around.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like, so I'm wondering what that, like, is that their terminology for when I give up power, or when I
reincarnate?
Reincarnate, yeah. Like, I mean, like re-evolving, maybe that's what it is, where you're getting put into I don't know, the brain of a goat for a while until it manifests, and then they take that out. You know, like, I don't know.
He's
like,
not ready.
It's such a
They're
weird term.
gonna put his chip into Mark, maybe.
Maybe
he needs a younger body.
Well, I mean, the guy who plays Mark would be in his mid-40s, early 50s, so I'd assume they would go probably younger than that.
Well, this guy looks 70, so I don't know. They need to have the look of authority. They need to have the look of a leader, someone who's wise. So you won't go with a 20-year-old. Maybe you'll go with a 40-year-old.
I can see that.
Yeah, I could see
Why not
that
Milkshake?
too.
I mean, he's pretty intimidating. Oh, then again, they might be secretly racist. We don't know that.
He might be what?
They might be secretly racist. We don't know that. There hasn't been a lot of mixed families in the Egan line, from what we've been able to see. So who knows?
That's true. Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't go the other way and it's incesty instead of diverse.
Right. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. Someone in the watch party said there were kind of incesty vibes here.
Yeah.
So who knows? But let me just check the chat for a second, and we'll keep going. Because I saw a couple. I saw a new name in here, a couple new names. Yes. Hey, Tiff. Nice to see you. Welcome. Yes, Pennsylvania is PA. I don't know what they did with this. It's so strange. Maybe like Twi Prime here says, I think PE refers to some amalgam of states. Like they live in the state of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Pennsylvania. Yep.
Yeah, maybe. I'm sorry I missed this, but Twi Prime said, very happy to have found this channel. I hope to check in with you guys again soon. Well, that makes me happy. So I don't know if you hear any of this on the replay, but thank you so much. And yes, we hope you can join us again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love to see awesome new people join this awesome community that we already have here and just see it grow. It's really cool. And Mel Lee, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Nice to see you. Mel Lee said he was trying to trigger himself. I'm not quite sure what that was, trigger himself. We were a little behind the chat. He does look dead. I
Probably
think he looks,
Irving.
oh, yeah, Irving. Yeah, Irving was probably trying to trigger himself, I think. Yeah. And yeah, this guy looks dead. 100%. He looks like a reanimated corpse, and he sounds like a reanimated corpse too. Sounds about half dead.
Well, you know what they say: if it looks like an animated corpse and sounds like a reanimated corpse, maybe it's a reanimated corpse.
Maybe it is. Yeah. Who knows? But let's see here. Uh, yeah, Matt said Severance doesn't affect procedural memory. Driving is like writing, typing.
Mhm.
It's procedural. Okay. But how come Irving drove so badly though? Maybe it was just because it was
No
panicked.
practice. Just no practice.
It was like, you know how you remember, I'm sure this is a common thing. When I was learning to drive, whenever you're learning to drive, you have to learn just the right amount of pressure to apply to the gas pedal
Mhm.
and the brake.
Mhm.
And at first, when you're getting used to it, you
Yeah.
floor it a little too much and you
Mhm.
speed up a little too fast, you brake a little too hard. And it
Mhm.
seemed like that was what Irving was doing. Like
That's
Yeah.
why I
someone who's
said
not
that
used
in
to
the
driving.
beginning. Yep. That's why I said that, because he was driving erratically, right?
Mm.
He was, yep.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't know. So he must have had some kind of procedural memory, but it wasn't, since he didn't have enough like practice at it. It just felt like a new driver who didn't know how much pressure to apply to the gas and the brake.
Yep.
So
I
Well,
thought he
that's what it
did pretty
seemed
good
like.
if that was his first time.
Maybe he's out. He doesn't drive. He has a dog. He could be very active. He could walk everywhere.
But he has a
Right.
car, so well, I
Yeah,
don't
he's
know.
got a car.
That's true.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That part
Could've-
confused me, but
It could have just
Me
been
too.
artistic
Well,
Me
license. It could
too.
have been artistic license where they were just trying to show that his Audi is doing something that he doesn't
Mm.
normally do. Right?
It,
It could have
it,
just been that.
it is like what you speak about languages, Julie, when you said that you knew how to read the language and you knew how to test well, but you didn't know how to speak it. I think it's kind of like that.
yeah.
He knew
Yeah.
what the car was and what it could do, but he hadn't practiced it and he hadn't gotten into it. So now he drives like a 16-year-old.
Makes sense. That makes sense to me. Yep.
I was hoping that would.
Yep, I totally get what you're saying. And Matt, I agree. This show it's sending a lot of messages, and one of them is the ruling elite. They don't consider their workers to be fully human. Yeah.
Yep.
Mel, like Mel said, he said "any" like it's a slur. It's crazy
Mhm.
they treat themselves like slaves, right? Yeah, absolutely. They don't see it as pain because Audi doesn't experience it. So it's like what that "any" did to you.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was
Um,
crazy. That
Yep.
dirty innie.
Yes, that dirty "any."
Yeah, that kind of reflects how corporate culture feels about their employees.
Mm-hmm.
They are
Very much.
family. Oh wait, no, never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, very,
Yeah.
very expendable to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They don't
Expendable.
respect them.
No,
Right.
they don't, and it's such a great commentary on actual corporations and how they look at people like just cogs in the machine, like not
Yep.
not human beings at all.
You're not supposed to feel anything. You're not supposed to think anything. You just do what you're told, basically.
Yeah, keep making them money, and they do the bare minimum for you, pay you the bare minimum that they could get away with, and give you the bare minimum benefits.
Yep.
That's it.
That's it.
That's the bottom
Pretty
line.
much.
But um,
David pointed out royals and elitists have no trouble. It says maybe he meant don't have any trouble sacrificing their children throughout history. Yeah, haven't. That's true. That's true. Sometimes they've sacrificed their children. Like he's allowing Helly to go through this situation and he shouldn't be. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. And just like in our world, they call this injustice reality. Like we all have to face up to reality. Yep. Yeah. So Umbra, you gotta take off.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah. No
I
worries.
will.
You've been here a while.
Yeah, it's what time flies when you're having fun,
Or you're severed.
or you're severed. That's true.
Or you're
Uh,
severed.
All hail Kier. But I'll be listening still, and I'll chime in on the chat. And if you're still going by the time I get back, maybe I'll try to jump back in. But other than that, I think you'll probably be done by the time I've finished doing what I have to do. So, but yeah, it was
Yeah.
fun. Thank you for having me again, as always. Allow me to jump in with you guys.
Oh,
And it was a
thanks
pleasure.
for being here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course, and it's a pleasure getting the chance to speak with you, Alice. Should we just call you Alice because you got with Alice? But
Sure, that's fine.
you sound like yeah, I guess if you want to, but
No, that's not my real name. That's
I
what
had
you
a feeling. I had a feeling. Yeah. My black sense kicked in again, Alice.
You got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't look into it. My name's not the same either.
Oh, you tricked us, did you, Mr. Grant? How dare you? This is your severed half talking. No, but yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's my
innie.
innie. So.
Yeah, it was a pleasure getting a chance to speak with all of you guys. As for G&T, is G&T still here?
I'm still here.
Yep, she's
Okay,
she's
there
here.
you go. It was a pleasure getting a chance to speak with you all and hear your thoughts on things. I'll be in the
Pleasure
chat
speaking with
listening
you
for now.
too.
Yeah, thank you. I will, like I said, I'll be in the chat. So you all do what you do.
Thank you.
Awesome
Thanks,
hanging out with you,
Umbra.
mate.
Good night. Good night, Umbra.
Everybody subscribe to Umbra's
Good night, guys.
channel. Link Dieter just dropped Umbra's link. So everybody check out Umbra's channel. Infinite Umbra. Thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
All right. So yeah, Dieter dropped Umbra's link. Definitely check out his channel. And all right. Yeah, we gotta try to speed things up because we still have quite a bit to go here. So let's continue.
I was hoping to get this done at 2 a.m. So
I know, right? We gotta try to pick up the
the
pace
best laid
now.
plans of mice and men.
The best laid plans, indeed. And I need to get some exercise soon. So we'll keep it moving. So he asks, "Are you feeling well?" She says, "Yeah." He senses something's off with her. Clearly, it's most people would just say, "Are you all right?" But he says, "Are you feeling well?" Little odd turn of phrase. She said, "I think the drink just hit me a little bit," but of course all he's concerned about is the speech. Of course, he's like, "You'll be all right for the speech." Not her well-being. She says, "For my speech." Yeah, of course. He said, "Do you remember when I brought home the first chip to show you the prototype?" So that was the beginning. So this he was there, like the pioneer of Severance then. He said it had the black and the blue and green lights back then.
So it is only like 20 or 30 years old then?
Yeah. Yeah, so she was a little girl at the time.
I still
And
think
it makes sense.
should have said blue and red lights. The
It
green
should have
lights
said,
threw me. Yeah.
yeah. If anything, green is the third most common color in the show. I'm not sure what it's supposed to represent, but there's a lot of green in the building
what she's
too. It's a whole
wearing.
lot.
That's
And
what
she's wearing
wearing.
blue. She's
It's what the
wearing
floor's
blue and
covered
green.
in. Yeah.
Yes. So, yeah, I'm not sure what it's supposed to symbolize, the green, but but he said it had blue and green lights, and she said, "It's so pretty, Daddy. Everybody in the
Why
whole world should get one."
why would a chip inside your head need lights?
I don't know. It's a good
Huh?
question.
I don't know. Just did, I guess.
Yeah.
They
And
will.
Daddy's
when
a
he
little
says that
girl.
when he says they will, everyone in the world will get one, and they said they will, she looks horrified.
World
And she should.
domination.
Wow, that's
World
chilling.
domination.
That's chilling. Yeah, everybody in the world he wants to be severed. That's insane.
I want to know
That's
what
insane.
happens when you're neither innie or outie. What is that? You know what I mean? Like,
I
do they
mean,
have the ability to have you in the middle, if you will, in neutral? And do you remember any of that?
um,
I don't know.
there
It
is.
could be one of
Huh?
those things they have, like Elephant and Glasgow and everything. It could be one of those settings.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think it's got to be one or the other, or maybe have another consciousness. Maybe you could have more than two. There could be like a third one. I could totally see that too. And there's one called freeze frame. There's one function called freeze frame, so I would imagine that would just completely shut them down or freeze them in place. Like, and
And
yeah,
what
so
happens to you then? They can do anything to you at that point, right? I mean,
yes, yeah,
that's scary.
yeah. It's scary. I think it was Umbra who said that maybe when they do the freeze frame function, they actually search people in the elevator for any potential
Sorry to interrupt you. I
contraband.
was just wondering.
What?
Did she cut out for everyone else, or
No, I can't hear
Yeah, I don't hear
without.
them either.
Hmm.
Can you? Who was that talking?
It was Alice, wasn't it?
I thought it was. Okay.
You hear Alice? I don't know.
I'm,
I
Get
don't
together.
know.
I
here.
think she said too much. She said too
Yeah.
much about the neutral thing. Now she's gone.
Now she's
no? I
gone.
just heard her a second ago. She just said, "I'm here."
Yeah, she's here.
Someone else was starting to say something and it cut out.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Gene
Oh,
T was it, or
yeah, I don't know. I
so?
forget what I
Anyway,
was
back to what
saying.
you're saying. You're saying that the reason why the things work is because they freeze them, like the severed things, and someone physically goes in and searches them.
Right. Umbra had said, I think it was Umbra who said maybe the code detectors are bullshit and they just freeze them and search them for contraband. But
Oh, that's
if somebody
insane.
swallowed a pen with a note in it, that wouldn't work. They'd still
But
know. I
but
mean,
we
they still
don't
wouldn't
know that
know about.
they could just say that we found someone that swallowed a pen and did that, and they're no longer with us, and then that's now the story.
Yeah. Yeah, they could. They could. So it's
Because we never
possible that
saw
no one
Elliot
ever.
swallow the written things. She was stopped by Mark beforehand, so we have no idea whether that would have actually worked.
Right. We don't know if. I mean, that sounds pretty outlandish. The idea of Milchick searching. Mark said it's better for both of you if Milchick knows which end to search first if she swallows that thing. It's pretty crazy. I don't know. Like, it seems like something that they spread around to scare people. I doubt they actually
Exactly.
Seems like
do
something Milchuk
cavity.
would delight in doing.
I can't
It's like
imagine them
something
doing
you tell a
cavity searches.
child. You know, if you do this and that, then the monster under the bed, blah, 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 just to keep them in control. But it's
Yeah.
not real.
Right. I can't imagine him doing cavity searches. So I mean, yeah, maybe the code detectors, like Umbra had said before, maybe it's bullshit and they freeze frame them and then search them before they leave every day. There is a security guy who's always sitting there outside when they go in and out of the elevator. Maybe it's his job to search them. It could be.
And yeah, we still have to figure out what all these are for. I'm fascinated by that. I really hope they show us some of um these other functions. Like Beehive could be like we were saying last week, it could be like a hive mind kind of thing, with multiple of them connected.
Well, whole bunch of
Oh my
the whole
goodness.
world domination. Make the army.
Yeah,
That's scary.
yeah, right,
It is scary because
It-
everybody will have one.
right,
So you can control
yeah,
everybody in the world.
yeah, yep. AA said things probably started going wrong when Helly's dad started Severance, unless it was something the Egans always had in the works, and Helly's dad was just the first to introduce it to the world. I mean, it would have been way too advanced when Lumen first started, in the 1800s, of course, but it might have been a concept that they developed in time. Yeah. But it's interesting. Anyway, let's keep going. So he says they'll all be Kier's children, the entire world. They'll all have a chip. They'll all be Kier's children. It's so culty, so culty. Um,
I think he's the
and
madman. The
he's
first
what?
one. He's the madman. I think the first one, I guess.
Oh
Maybe.
yeah, he's yeah, like
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
yeah. No, I think he's just he gives off the impression to me of a cult leader, but maybe he's also brainwashed one of many generations of brainwashed people.
Mm-hmm.
So he could be brainwashed like everyone else to worship Kier, worship his ancestor.
Or you could be the guy that just turned it around, like you said. Like there's Kier, and there was like his teachings and the painting, but then there's the people that twisted around and made it kinky.
Mm-hmm.
Right, they perverted
You know,
the original
like
message of
maybe
Kier.
he was the first generation that kind of perverted the message.
Would
I
Kier
think
be
so.
his grandfather
I don't
based
know
on
how
the
many.
lineage?
Maybe, yeah, maybe his grandfather. Right,
Because maybe that's why he doesn't refer to him like that. He says the grandfather. Like,
right. I could see that. Yeah.
I thought it was this Kier in a way that he was everybody's grandpa.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
like the way people say, everyone is God's children. It's the same kind of vibe or sentiment. Everyone will be Kier's children. They're worshiping Kier like a god,
Mm-hmm.
but somewhere along the way, Lumen does seem to have perverted the original message of Kier, and
I was
bastardized
going to say,
it.
yeah, do you not think that would be the ultimate, like, he was completely against everything that they're doing, and they're using his messages and his words?
Mm-hmm.
Twisting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'd love that.
Even
Like,
the
the whole idea
paintings.
of, yeah. Like,
The
the first
paintings are
painting that we see
twisted.
was him and his wife. You know, there was nothing perverted or anything about that. They were both working hard, and that's how they met. Or a days of, I can't remember if that's exactly how they met, but it was their courting.
Right,
And then there's all the
and
other ones.
they met doing some kind of work, so, and yet now they're not allowed to fraternize romantically. They're not allowed to do that, and yet Kier and his wife originally, they met that way and fell in love. So yes, somewhere along the way, his original message got twisted, and it kind of like how some organized religions have twisted messages around, and like
Well,
commercializing it and stuff like that.
yeah, well, you see
And
that with
what's
a lot of
that?
like big authors, like Tolkien's family. His son was an avid protector of his work, but when it got down to the grandkids that were in control of it, they don't care. There's no, yeah, oh yeah, we support Tolkien and with this work and everything, and we'll take bits and bits from here, but we're willing for you to change things here and there for a profit. It could literally be the same sort of thing. Like if he was the grandchild of Kier, then that would make sense that his father was, strict down the line. This is the way in which this is the traditional sort of values. He's like, well, maybe let's change a few things here and there. Let's think bigger. Let's go globally, and that would make sense, as a lot of people with affluence tend to have that happen.
Yep.
Right.
But what
Right.
about the paintings? You know, they'll have one version of a painting, and then they have another one where it's, you know, grotesque. Is is there some reason they're twisting the paintings, you know, making it something that it's not? Or
If
I
you've
don't know.
ever worked with anyone in like a higher place, like a producer or anything that's working on a film or a TV series, they've all got their own idea. Yeah, that's great, but how about we give the guys guns instead of swords? Oh, let's do this. I think it's just something like that where there's just a million, chefs trying to add something to the dish so they can claim it as their own.
Okay. I was just thinking about the name tags on one painting,
Oh,
and
you were thinking about the optics painting.
yeah,
No, I
That
think
that was propaganda that they were using
propaganda
to
control.
pit two groups against each other by putting blue on one of them and green on the other.
okay.
Do you understand it? Should I talk about it?
I understand what you're saying. I'm just, you know, I don't know. It's just weird. Why would they,
Yeah.
you know? It's
Or if you're
twisted.
afraid, if you're afraid of going to another apartment because the last time that happened, there's a painting depicting people getting their heads ripped off. You're not going to go there. You're going to stay in your safe
Right.
little cubicle.
It's to keep people away from each other.
Right.
To fear each other.
Exactly. It's propaganda to keep them in fear of each other, to divide them, divide and conquer, keeping them as far apart as possible. Apparently, in the past, the departments used to be allowed to mix, and maybe that led to problems for the company. Like
maybe a coup.
So now they're.
I guess it's
Yeah,
only
I
on the severed
it's not
floor
actually
though,
a coup.
where they do this. I can't imagine
What
them
happens
painting something like that in the other departments on the other floors. It's only for them to see this twisted art like that.
Maybe they're the
Yeah.
ones that rebel the most in the past. Maybe it's something to do with the numbers that they have to see, and that fear that it invokes creates a reason for them to want to leave. Where the other people are they're just 3D printing stuff, or they're taking care of
Right.
goats. You know.
I thought that was the same floor.
I'm not.
Yes.
The geography is really hard to understand in it. So
I think that's all the same floor. It's just twisted with a zillion hallways.
It is the same floor, yeah. It's got a million. It's called the severed floor, and it's got a million hallways, and it's huge, but it's all the severed floor. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
just different departments, and they don't have any idea how many departments there even are.
So
There's still
Grow and
others.
Thrive said they lost the stream, but they're still in the chat.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Sorry that happened, Grow and Thrive, but thanks for joining us on the panel. Always appreciate it. Anyway, I think the paintings are really meant to be propaganda for sure, and they make them look very biblical and old-fashioned. And I do think the paintings represent the original message of Keir, and then it got like some of the ones depicting Keir, and then it got perverted. You've got the painting of the Four Tempers, and they're in biblical looking attire, and then you see how it's perverted with this Waffle party dance, or they're literally in lingerie, and it's literally perverting his original message. That's what they're trying to get across. But that whole thing interests me a lot. It's interesting what they did with that. Yeah, there's the indoctrination through those paintings and perversion of the message that Lumen seems to be doing, and I think Harmony is rebelling against it as a result. She's a purist, like the original dogma of Keir. Anyway, so Helly looks in the mirror, and she just kind of has this blank look on her face, like almost like a dissociation kind of expression on her face, and she starts reciting what she had to say in the break room a million times. I think 1,000 something times she had to say it. Forgive me for the harm I've caused this world. None may atone for my actions but me, and only in me shall their stain live on.
I think that's her realizing how bad she is as a person now. Like, she's like, oh my god, this is who I am, and she's reciting that because that's one of the only few things that she knows.
Yes.
Oh, I got a different take. I thought she was reciting it to her reflection like she was talking to Helena. And
That's what I got.
Helena was a horrible person.
That works too. I mean, that's why we love this show. That they do a lot with reflections,
Yeah.
and yeah, so it could be both. It could be either. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. It works either way. It works either way. She says, "All I can be is sorry, and that is all I am." And because she's realizing that it's interesting now. This quote takes on a whole new meaning because it's saying, "Forgive me for the harm I have caused this world." And what did she just say? What did they just say in her conversation with her father? He was saying
Yeah.
that none of this could
Everyone
be
in the
possible
world.
without you. That
Mm-hmm. Everybody in
yeah,
the world
everyone.
will want
He said everyone in the world will have one, and it's all because of you, because she's doing this. She's the PR face of this. It's going to change
one.
people's minds, and his vision is to have everyone in the world with a chip. She said that as a child. Everyone in the world should have one, Daddy. Like so she's now these words actually mean something, and it's actually true that the real Helena is causing harm to the world. And she's realizing that, my God, this is who I am, looking in the mirror. So that's a powerful moment. I love that, how they brought that back
Well,
around.
the real world implications for a severed chip going public with everyone is insane. You would never see the real person at a gym or doing laundry or anything. Like there would be so many. It would be like the ultimate. It'd be the ultimate slave labor, and they couldn't
Yeah.
do anything about it because that's all they know. That's all they're essentially programmed to do.
Right.
Can you imagine just working out for your entire, or going on a marathon run, and that's all you ever do in your entire life is just run?
Oh my God, no, I can't imagine.
Well,
I can't even
well,
imagine.
another thing, I thought she was talking to her reflection too because of those roses you pointed out earlier, like the Audi roses that were behind her in the reflection.
Right.
That's why I thought it was Helena, because I thought that was like symbolism.
Right. Yeah, she's speaking to her Audi self. Yeah, I can totally see that, That's her, because she knows that that's also who she is too. Like they're the same person inside. It's just separate sets of memories, but so yeah, she's feeling the weight of what she's responsible for, and she didn't even know it. She's responsible for it. It's a strange feeling for her to be in this position knowing she's responsible, but technically not. It's not this version of her, but it's still her. So yeah, such a great scene. Her scenes were, I'd say, the highlight of the whole episode for me, like the most powerful and memorable stuff.
Yeah, I feel like she has the most struggle out of any of the characters.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
And I feel like they wasted Irving's, like the guy who is so like there's no way he wouldn't have wrote himself a note explaining what those paintings are as soon as he sees them.
I know.
He's
Yeah.
like the paintings are this is what it is. Like it's he went straight to the cupboard. He knew there was something there for a reason, like, and yet he's just worried about going to see Bert.
Right.
For me,
Well,
I feel like this was a big wasted opportunity.
They were all supposed to find a person they trusted.
Well, looking at your thing, would you not trust your own innie, your Audi? Because he's the one who's the most close to burn it down and everything. How he feels.
I thought they meant an outside person.
yeah, I know, but I mean, or write a message, put a message on the dog's collar, so that way you know that someone's going to say. Like, I just felt that there was so much stuff that he could have done, but they wanted to push that he was so infatuated with Bert, and then it doesn't get resolved. Like, give him an embrace, and he's like, or he remembers, or he says, "What do you?" And then it cuts. Give us something more than what we got.
I think they were pushing the, like, if love goes outside the bounds of Severance.
Right
there.
But we didn't even get an answer to it. That was the problem. Like, we just got teased again.
Well,
right.
I can't say anything against that.
I feel like
no, that's sort of teasing.
Irving's storyline was the most lackluster. I thought it was lacking myself. It was not very satisfying for me. It was interesting seeing that he was investigating all of this stuff in the trunk. I found that interesting, and yeah, I understand he needed to try to find someone he trusts, so that he can talk to them about, like tell them everything. Like he's the innie, and they're torturing them out there and all that stuff. That's what they're supposed to be doing. So I understand going to see Bert for that reason, but hold on a
Do
second.
do you think Irving is the guy that his sister was talking to Mark about, saying, "Oh, your friend with the funny mustache that you've been seeing"? She mentioned it in, I think, was the second episode of all that. And I'm wondering if that was meant to be him, because if he knows about all these people, maybe he went and saw Mark and as a disguise, because he doesn't know who he works with.
No, who said that your friend with the funny mustache?
Was
His
it his
sister?
sister? I'm pretty sure it was his sister.
Mark?
They were sitting down for lunch or something like that, and saying, "Are you still? Is he like a psychologist or something like that?" He said, "Your friend with a funny mustache." And the only character we have
Interesting.
see that has a mustache is him. So I'm wondering, now that we know that he's searching for people, I'm wondering if that was the case.
It's possible. I like that idea. Maybe
And
he
I
did.
mean,
Maybe he's been coming to see him.
do you think he
That would
started
make
doing
sense.
this when Petey got out, or do you think this has been longer than that? Because
I
I
think it's
assume Petey would have gone and seen him as well.
I think it's probably been longer based on the amount of information he's gathered there.
That's what I was thinking
Probably,
too. Yeah.
yeah, probably longer. So, but I'm with you in that I wanted more out of his storyline. I felt like it was just not satisfying enough. We didn't get enough, especially the way it ended. I mean, he didn't even get a chance to talk to a single person. The
No.
other two got to interact with people. He didn't even get a chance to talk to Burr. It just ends with
He
him banging on the
he
door.
patted a doggo. I mean, that's a win in itself, but like at the same time, yeah.
I think they
Frustrating.
needed one story to be like this, because if it was a bunch of people, it'd been kind of messy.
They could have given us more, in my
You'd be
opinion.
like, but they could just make it 73 minutes and
or
solve.
don't include his story. Have him as one end. So old Bud's not doing the stretch of a lifetime, proving how limber he is. Would have made sense, but like I don't know, see how he could have been in there. Never mind, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think the note idea it was good. Like he should have left himself the Audi a note and just I don't know any information he could leave that he wouldn't remember, right? So
Right.
at least he would have had that, but no.
Yeah.
Because I wonder if when you're getting severed, if there's a feeling like if there's a lightheadedness or if there's like your heart rate, like do you recognize the feeling of being severed or reconnected? So when all these people go back to being normal, are they going to be like, oh, how the hell did I get here? What's going on? Or are they going to have some sort of like, oh, wait a minute, this is only supposed to happen in the elevator?
Good question.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. It never actually occurred to me until I watched this episode. Speaking of elevators, they did that on purpose. That this happens on an elevator because right when they switch from innie to outie or vice versa, the doors open and it's like the parted doors. They show the divide between the two halves of themselves. I like how they did that. The visual symbolism in the show is so on point, and they do something similar with Helly later, where they open up the this this backdrop with her picture on it.
Yeah,
and it's her face.
Like her head opens.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, they have this thing. They have this thing with her face on it, and it opens. It's split right down the middle, and it opens, and then she walks through. It's so on point, that visual metaphor. Split right down the middle. her consciousness. But see, look here. Irving looks so like freaked out, like he's not sure how how to drive.
Petrified.
Like this look on his face. You get point of view shots of him putting his key in the ignition, and you can sense like he's disoriented, doesn't know if he can do this. I mean, he's never actually done this to his recollection before, and yet they go in there on their very first day of work and they sit down at a computer and they don't look at it like, oh my God, I don't know what I'm doing. But maybe because it's a car and it's scary driving, typing on a keyboard, there's nothing intimidating about that, and it's just something automatically built into them that they remember how to do it.
I
But
think
and
they're
it's the same thing with
programmed
the
to do
car.
certain things. Don't you think they're programmed to do certain things within the company? You know,
Exactly.
it's like they're a baby otherwise, except for the work that they need them to do.
Yeah, if you had
That makes
any
sense.
escape and his only mode of transport is to get out and get in the car, you don't want them to drive away.
Right.
So
Right.
I can see the idea of driving a car is completely alien to him. But if it's completely alien to him, how does he know what it does?
Right.
Those are rudimentary skills.
Why not just remove that?
Yeah.
Any memory of driving a
I don't
car?
know.
Because literally we haven't even seen him use a key in a lock yet. He knows what to do with those.
Yeah, somehow he
Well, there's
knows how
keys
does
at
he know
work.
how to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's keys at work, but yeah.
Yeah, but they're key cards,
Yeah.
aren't they? Are they actual keys or locks?
Yeah.
They're key cards. They're key cards. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. I got the sense that he was like freaking out and not having any idea what he was doing from his mood in this scene, and like how freaked out he seemed as he was putting the key in the ignition and then flooring it and just driving erratically like crazy. So,
Like the idea of inertia, they've never felt that. So the idea of moving like getting pushed back in your seat in the car would be completely alien to them because they've never experienced it. Yet somehow it
exactly.
doesn't freak him out or bother him.
Yeah.
Love
Yeah.
conquers all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's what they're going for.
Yeah, probably.
I think so, yeah.
And he's the only one that we
I-
see in a vehicle. So
Yeah.
it's our only
So I
point of
guess-
reference.
Yeah.
A brave move.
But yeah. Huh?
I
What did you say?
It's brave. Brave of him to do that. I mean,
It
all
is.
things considered.
It is, right? But yeah, he had to try to find somebody he trusts. So I mean, I get why he did this. When I first watched it, I thought, oh, they're just pushing the love thing, just like any Irving just dropped the whole, like any Irving abandoned the team and had to go find Bert and make sure
Oh,
Bert was
yeah.
all right. Here he is running to Bert again, but when I thought more
Again.
about it,
Oh, that's
when I
true.
thought more about it, I understand why he's doing it, because like Scarlet was saying, like he has to find someone he trusts to talk to, and he feels like, okay, well, maybe if he trusted Bert on the inside, maybe he can get Bert to maybe love can conquer Severance. And even though this is outie Bert, if I were him, yeah, that's the name I would go for, since he wakes up alone in there. So maybe he might be able to get through to outie Bert. So I get it now that watching it
Makes
again.
sense.
On the first watch, I just thought, okay, oh, come on, it's just he's just got to run to Bert
problem
again
is-
because he loves him. But
We don't know what the severance chip actually does and what it removes and what it maintains. Like that's for me the biggest. Okay, what does it actually do? Like he's never navigated a street before or known how to turn a car, yet he can do it. Yet he figures out how to do it. So if something like that can be retained, what about the memory that's attached to that? So the first time I learned to drive a car was with my grandfather. Do I lose the memory of my grandfather or the lessons that he taught, or do I just remember the motor skills involved?
You should have gave that question to Ben Stiller.
I do, but Ben Stiller doesn't really like me. So
Oh no.
yeah. Because I told Ben Stiller that he needs to stop doing comedy because he's not the funny one in his family.
Oh
Because the serious stuff was
wow!
way better. So I might have told him that the day that one of his parents died
Ruh-roh.
without me
He'll
knowing.
never come on
That's
here now.
my fault.
Oh
So
no!
but he's not. He's not the funny one in his family. He's a great writer, and he's like everything that he's done that's been serious. I've thoroughly enjoyed. I'm just not a fan of his comedy.
I like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little comedy.
Tropic Thunder is the only one because it's self-aware for me.
Which
and
one?
his character in Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, I like the Ben Stiller show though. That was good.
Don't think I've seen it, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's why it blows me away. Like when we see him putting his thoughts to paper and doing something, and each of the best episodes that I've liked the most, when I go back and look, they're all the ones that he directed.
Mm-hmm.
So like, he's got a talent that supersedes his reputation, and I think he needs to stick with that.
Shall we go on, Julie?
Oh, Julie said she'll be right back. So
boy. I can't. I don't have the power to actually push this thing forward.
Oh well, I guess it's your show now.
Yeah, it's my show,
yeah,
but
like-
I can't do anything.
How come?
I'm like a prisoner. Because I don't have any authority to like do the computer stuff she's doing. I can't put comments up on the chat. I have the same skill set that you guys have. And I wanted to go to bed at 2, like we kind of planned to do, and now it's almost 5, and now I'm here still.
And we've still got 20
So-
minutes of the episode to go, which means we're here for another 6 hours. So
Well, I didn't want it to be 6
I'm
hours.
not gonna be on here that little. I'm telling you.
We were making a hard and fast plan to start at 10 and end at 2.
well, I mean,
That was the plan.
the channel's called Deep Dives for a reason, so you can't get really much deeper than this. So
Truly. Can't come up too fast
Yeah.
either.
that's true.
Okay, here,
Yeah.
Matt Gilbert.
You get the
I'll
Vans.
tell you what Matt.
That's right.
I'll say what Matt Gilbert is up to. Okay, I won't say anything then. We'll just have silence.
Yeah. Well, Ben, Infinite Umbra says Ben has some great comedy. But like, yeah, a lot of the comedy doesn't really translate, like, to me, being an Aussie. Like, a lot of it, what we would consider like American comedy, it's you guys' style of comedy versus our style of comedy is different. Our style of comedy is a lot similar to like British comedy.
Yeah, but
it's a
I
lot more
love British
dry.
comedy, so
And yeah, but that's why I like
I
the more
probably
self-aware
like
stuff
British comedy.
that he does.
I like British comedy better than I like American comedy most of the time.
Oh, that's good. Well, I think anyway. Like,
Well, there's more wit to
But-
it, and I like dry humor. I like satire. There's a lot more of that in British comedy than American comedy.
yeah.
American comedy is more like pratfalls and like, zany physical comedy, or
I don't really like physical comedy either.
yeah,
But
or just really
Physical
obvious comedy, like real obvious. So even the the person not paying attention on their cell phone, they can't even like register what's going on, still finds it funny.
haha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the cleaner that's cleaning with headphones on that can't see that there's a alien invasion going on in the background.
Mhm.
Comedy.
Mhm.
I don't get
Plus,
that.
plus
sort
a lot of
stuff.
times there's more historical humor
Mm.
in British, probably Aussie too,
Yeah.
in humor than
Also-
than American, or literature
a lot of the
references or poetry references.
Well, okay, yeah, I'll say like pop culture references.
I'll
I
be
think
back.
I think if you
Yeah,
get
yeah.
them, then they're even funnier than not.
Yeah,
So stuff like like what I would consider like the MCU, Marvel Cinematic Universe comedy,
Mhm.
Um, where something happens and someone says, "Well, that just happened." It's not
yeah,
comedy,
exactly.
but people laugh
Or
at it
they
in the
explain
cinemas.
it.
I'm just
Like there's like a pause often where people are like, I'm gonna make a dumb
Oh,
face, so you know it's funny.
oh, what was it? Was it a show that was notorious for it? Everybody Loves Raymond.
I never even
Um,
watched it because I had zero
yeah,
interest in watching it.
that and Friends. You watch those shows without the laugh track. It turns into like a horror film.
Yeah,
Like
they had
it
that one
sounds
that
like
they had like friends about the laugh track, and a lot
yeah,
of David Shriver's parts sound really sinister when there isn't a laugh track.
yeah, like yeah. Oh, I mean that's something. I mean, Ben Stiller was actually on an episode of Friends. As well, he
Doesn't
was
surprise
Rachel's
me.
boyfriend at the time. He was angry at people that took his seats in the cinema or the theater, whatever you want. I'm not sure what you call it over there. Cinema?
They usually call it movie theaters.
Movie theaters, yeah. I wasn't too sure.
Yeah,
We go theaters to
yeah.
cinema, but sometimes theater means
Movie.
like Broadway.
I was hearing John Cleese had a thing where he would say, as you Americans say, movie instead of film or
Movie, yeah.
cinema.
Instead of a film or
Yeah.
I seen a movie.
Yeah, see, Matt Gilbert's in the chat that said Stiller had a show in the 90s. It was quite good. Can't remember the name. Literally called The Ben Stiller Show.
I think that's the dry wit humor, the joke.
Oh, nice. Okay, so God, we were gonna go through this episode, then we were gonna break down the trailer and the 8-minute preview, but honestly, I think we might have to like do
Go
a
really
separate
fast
mini
for the end
live.
of this. Go fast.
I think we're gonna have to do like a separate mini live just for the trailer, the 8-minute preview, and the the Lexington letter. Maybe I don't know, maybe Monday night or something, because like I am in so much pain. I don't think I can make it through any more than just the rest of the episode. But I really want to discuss those other things. So
Well,
I don't know.
let's go through the episode and call it then.
Yeah,
When
we could always
whenever
do
you
a
want to call it,
separate live for the other stuff.
Yeah.
you can always pick up with a part 2. That's the beauty of it. Whenever you want. So
Absolutely.
But we could probably get through the end of this if we go fast.
We could at least get through the end of this episode. That we could do, and then cover the other stuff. Maybe we could do a live Monday just to talk about everything else.
See, and I thought
But
this was gonna go faster because it was one episode as opposed to 2.
me too. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was not expecting this, but it's just like the finale is so crazy, and now everybody wants to talk about all the theories and the whole season. So I should have figured, of course. This discussion has been amazing. So of course there'd be a lot to say. Now we're talking about the entire season as a whole, not just this one episode. So understandable. And yeah, time has gone so quick getting through it, but I'm gonna be feeding the cats too while I'm doing this, but we can get back to breaking this down. Um, so Mark told Devin off camera. We didn't see it. It's kind of good that it wasn't really necessary. I mean, I kind of would have liked to see her reaction, but I guess they just didn't find it necessary. He told her off camera that he's the innie Mark. Personally, I would have liked to see the reaction. Like what? You're kidding me. I mean, we cut right to her reaction. She says, "You swear you're not fucking with me,"
I
and he
think
says,
that
"I
was
swear."
deliberate. I think it's deliberate. I think that when she says that, I think we're going to do a flashback later on to this exact scene, and we're going to see from her perspective, and it's going to be slightly different. But yeah, that's what I thought. She literally looks like she's afraid that he's going to do something to her. Look at that face. Like that's not a face of "oh, I'm shocked." That's like, "oh, what are you going to do to me? Is my kid safe?" Like that's fear.
So interesting. So you think that she's in on it? Like you're in that camp?
I don't know that whether she's in on it or whether she thinks that all the innies are bad people or they want revenge or what. We really don't know where she stands on it. All we know is that she's looking for people that she thinks are severed. So
Do you think she just has fear for her brother's safety?
She could also be worried, like, is my brother ever going to come back? This was only supposed to be at work, like, because as I said, you don't know what they're doing at work.
That's a good point. Yeah, because I don't get the sense from her that she's like in on it in a nefarious way. The way that she's curious about the state senator's wife, and she's asking Mrs. Selvig about it. She seems like she genuinely doesn't know what's going on, how big the scope of Severance is.
Yeah,
But yeah, maybe
I
she
agree
is
with that.
fearful.
Yeah, but maybe she's
Yeah.
heard something along the lines of it. Like, yeah, is it like I understand the initial reaction of, okay, so you're a stranger here in my house with my friends and
Right.
family.
Makes
What the hell do you
sense.
want? Yeah.
I hadn't thought of it that way. That makes sense. It also makes sense why she immediately panicked when she realized that Mrs. Selvig is really his boss, Harmony. She completely panics, like, oh my God, she's got my baby.
That's what I
Like,
mean. Like when you find out that okay, you're a workie but the boss of the company's there, so she pieces all everything together. Like, okay, obviously, so she's been lying to me this whole time. There's been a reason here, and maybe if her husband is a part of the family, then that's why she's like, oh shit, they're gonna do something to my kid to make him toe the line, or do something like that. It could be anything like that. Like,
it could be. I like that idea.
Mhm.
Like that.
Kind of a hard sell for me to think that Rickons and Egan. It could be just a nepo baby.
but that's why they're theories.
Cool.
That's why I love doing these sort of stuff, because
Yeah,
I could
but
be
I just
I'm
really
wrong
don't have
99.99%
time.
of the time.
I just
But the
need
fun
to go
part is
to
coming up with them
bed.
and connecting the dots.
I need to
Yeah.
sleep.
It's fun. It's fun talking about the theories. Yeah, even if we're wrong, like I enjoy it. I enjoy the process too.
I
Anyway,
think what he's saying to her right now,
Okay.
I think that base
Okay.
is appropriate. Don't you?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. She says this is so insane. He says they need to send people down to check every inch of that place, like inspectors or whatever. Is that a thing? Inspectors? She says, yeah, there are inspectors. We don't call them that in the States, though. Like that sounds like a police term they could say in the UK or something. Like, it's kind of an odd thing to say. Like
There's
you would say the
inspectors in the
police or the
U.S.
cops,
There's inspectors in
but
the
like
U.S.
you would, yeah, but that's not what you would call people. You'd call them like the cops or the police or, the FBI or something. You wouldn't. I've never heard anyone call U.S. investigators inspectors. Like if we're talking about law enforcement, that's not what we call it here.
But why would
Oh,
he
I
have
thought they
any
meant
knowledge
just
of what law
inspector.
enforcement is?
Okay.
Inspector is a corporate term. Someone who comes in and inspects something.
Yeah, that's what I'm
all he
saying.
has
Somebody
to
comes
draw
in the
from.
building and inspects it as a building inspector. I thought that's what he meant.
Yeah, but people know things like the state of Delaware, so why wouldn't they know that police exist? Like they know
I think he's
basic
talking
things.
but
about police
this
too,
is
but I
Mark
think he's
talking now.
but I think he's also
I mean,
talking about inspectors going into Lumen
this
and
is an
inspecting
any.
Lumen. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is
So
the
he
any
may
mark.
not understand police.
Okay, I
Right.
guess
No,
I'm not getting
He
her.
may not understand police.
But yeah, but my point is that she says, yeah, there are inspectors. I'm just surprised she didn't say, oh, you mean the police? Yeah. Like that's why
Yeah.
that's what I thought was weird. Like
Yeah.
that she
There
said,
is
yeah, there are inspectors.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I thought she
That's
said
what I thought
something
was
else
weird.
about police in the same scene.
Well, let's see. I don't remember, but she didn't correct him. That's what I thought was odd. It doesn't need to be a big debate. Let me just can we just continue, please, so we
No.
can finish.
It's because I
Sorry.
just want to go to sleep.
We gotta finish this. We gotta finish this thing. Um, it was just an observation I made. That's all.
Oh,
That I
okay.
thought was odd. But so he wants to know why. And this is so sad. He says, "I just want to know why he put me in there." And he refers to himself in the third person.
Why was I
It's just,
born?
yeah. Why was I born, right? Um, why he put me in there? It's like, yeah, it's like he imprisoned himself. He enslaved himself. It's tragic, really. Um, and and she doesn't refer to him in the third person, of course. She says, "You lost your wife." I think she started to say he, but I didn't get that. She started to say he. I didn't get that frame, but she said he, and then she said, "You lost your wife," a little before you started at Lumen Jamma. And it was a car accident. At first, you tried to keep teaching. He said, "I was a teacher," and how ironic. We know this already, but just a comment. How ironic that he was a professor of history, and he has no memory of his own history. I like that. Um, and she said you tried to go back to teaching 3 weeks after she died, and it was a disaster. Um, she was still just in your veins, making everything hurt. Which is why I guess you thought the severed job would. He hoped you'd be spared from the pain. Then she refers to him in the third person, um, you know, saying he. So, yeah. But the thing is, part of her is still in his veins anyway, even when he goes into that job. That's what Petey told him. He'd come in and be sad some days, and he just didn't really know why. Like, there was still a sadness about him.
But this one almost seems altruistic. Like, this guy would have a good time during the day, at least.
Right.
He would have a good time.
Right.
I mean, it's weird. But it's altruistic.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's kind of trying to spare himself for part of the day. So this version of himself, um, maybe he thought he was like doing himself a favor, and his innie self must be happier because he doesn't remember any of this grief. So, you know, but yeah, clearly this was a mistake, and yeah, he's realizing, why this happened, and he said it's a nice name, Jamma. She says we were all close. It was great. She was wonderful. She made you wonderful. Um, and I guess the loss of her completely fundamentally changed him. So, um, but I mean, so the implication of that is kind of odd. She made you wonderful. Like, what? So there's something wrong with him without her? Like, you don't need another person to complete yourself. Like, I don't really like that trope personally.
Unless he
It's
was
like,
someone who felt like he didn't deserve any sort of love, and then when he finally got it and gave it back, it was reciprocated the right way. It could have been something like that.
yeah, I get that.
Or it's just a nice way of saying you were happy.
Right.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah, because like you don't need another person to make yourself whole. You don't need a partner to be whole and to be, like
She could have said it
like
better, I think. Yeah.
yeah.
She
But
only had an hour and she was under pressure.
yeah, she didn't have a lot of time. But I noticed they really made use of like the red here. We see the red tail lights. Irving is driving, and trying to follow an actual map instead of a GPS, of course, because they have no modern technology, and he wouldn't have known how to use it anyway. They don't use anything modern in this place,
Surprised he knows
really.
how to use a map. So.
I think this is where your piano music is coming in that you like so much. The piano stabs.
Yeah. This crazy.
Like what year is this set in? Look at the cars. The cars look so old. Yet there's a cell phone. Like, is this is the city of Kerr like supposed to be like set in the 1970s where the rest of the world isn't?
That's what really drives me nuts watching this, trying to understand that. Personally, I don't understand why all of the cars, literally every single car, is old. the computers are old, the watches are old.
He has a map in his car.
Yeah,
Who has maps in their
Yeah.
cars anymore?
nobody.
Smart people.
I don't know anybody who uses paper maps, though. That's
The
strange.
company that used to make the map books only does them digitally now. So we can't even have them there without being online.
Wow.
I don't have
That's so
one in my
strange.
car, but I sure should have one, just in case.
Yeah. I wouldn't even know how to read a map and follow it
You'd figure it out.
properly.
You'd figure it out if you had to.
Yeah, I guess if I had to, I could. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But-
You're smart. You could figure it out.
Thanks. But yeah, it's just so strange the old technology throughout this entire show, and yet they have high enough level tech to put chips in people's brains. So we know this is not taking place in the past. So I don't know. I wonder if they discuss this at all, or if they're going to on the podcast, because I'd be really interested to hear about it. I would want to ask what is the deal with this if I were to ask the showrunners. And they have flip phones, not smartphones, too.
Yeah, it's
So
like the technology it's so skew with. It's just like there's got to be something along the lines of why everything's this way, or they could just say no. We just like the look of things this way. So I'm like, okay, that's fine, but we need answers.
Maybe it's kind of like
Yeah.
From. It seems like they're in a different time zone to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a different time, a different era.
Yeah,
right.
you got dial phones and all that on there as well, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, I don't know. But I noticed they use a lot of red light, more of the use of the red light, the stoplight here, the red tail lights, and so yeah, they were using, they did this crazy piano music in the score, which I loved. It really heightens the tension and puts you on edge. Um, yeah, that they did an amazing job creating that frantic ambiance with the crazy piano music. Uh, so cool. Yeah, not enough shows employ music in that way anymore. Like I was saying earlier, the Twilight Zone did a lot of that when a show was reaching like a climax, and yeah, it would the music would get crazy. But
Scarlet dropped off.
oh, she might have tried to look something up and then she gets kicked off. She'll be back. I'm sure she'll be back.
Okay.
So we've got Harmony here, and she's calling Milchick and says the goddamn OTC has been triggered. Marcus is fucking innie, and she's driving frantically. And Milchick had said they told me not to talk to you, so he wasn't even allowed to talk to her anymore after she got fired. Just shunned. Then she said it's Dylan. They've been plotting this all along. Now, how did she know that? Wait a minute. She
I
found
don't
out
know.
that she figured out. That just hit me. How the hell did she know that? It's
Because he
Dylan.
had the party, maybe he was left there unattended, or not.
She asked specifically not to pick what's his name for the party. She says, who is it? Anyone but so and so, and he went, no, that's who's getting it. Dylan.
Yeah, maybe she suspected that they were plotting something. She's
just
like
yeah.
anticipating their chess moves or something ahead of time. Yeah, I'm not sure how she would have picked up on what they've been plotting. I know they have cameras everywhere and she's always watching, but yeah, she didn't want Dylan to get the waffle party, and then she got fired, so she couldn't really do anything about it, and I guess she suspected it, so she just assumes it must be Dylan. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
See, they shouldn't have gotten rid of her. She's so loyal to the
I
company,
was
and
just thinking that she's still Team Lumen, right? She's even though she's fired and Sean,
even though
she's
she's
still, yeah,
even though she's fired,
yep,
she was enraged. She even
yep.
told Mark, "Get away from them. Go ahead, do it. Quit." I
Why
guess
not
that was
let
just
it
a
fall
moment of
apart?
weak.
Why not let it
Yeah,
fall apart right now? She could.
yeah, yeah. I think she probably just in a moment of weakness told Mark, "Go ahead, do it. Quit. Get away from them." But in her heart of hearts, she's still brainwashed to the cult of Kier, and Lumen is part of that. So
Team Lumen.
yeah,
But maybe that's why she didn't try to stop Helly from going on stage. I don't know. Maybe she thought
I
about it.
go I go back and forth on whether she really is Team Lumen or if she's plotting to take the company down from within and she's just playing three-dimensional chess, but she's a true believer in Kier. Not the company
Well,
Lumen, but Kier.
I see.
that's why I
So
think she let it happen, because if
She
she
wants
was
to run
seen,
things.
if she was seen physically stopping the daughter of the CEO of one of the biggest companies in the world, making a speech that's the most important speech to the company's history, she's immediately out. Like if she holds it back and
She's the
he
fall
calls her
guy.
up and someone else sees it, she's done. They're just going to kick her out. They're going to remove her credentials. They're not going to talk to her ever again, because she's just assaulted the CEO's daughter. So
right.
That would make her the fall guy too. They would blame everything
well,
on her if she had
no,
gone up there on
she was already
stage.
gone. She was already gone. That's the beauty of it. So
Nope.
they can use her to clean the mess up, and that's what she's hoping. That's what she's banking on.
Right.
Um,
I'm
yeah,
saying what you're saying. I'm just saying the opposite. I'm saying it the opposite way, but
yeah.
yeah,
And they're going to blame it all on her either way. I
they're gonna
understand.
blame her if she had been
Yeah,
on that stage. She wasn't supposed to be there. She had already been fired.
yeah.
Right.
She's, what are you doing? Right. So, yep,
Right.
she did. She played it right.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean she stopped. Yeah, like she was right there. She could have done more, I think. She could have done more in terms of like warning people, like that's Helly's innie, like it's been triggered. I feel like she could have done more. Um, Rather, she didn't have to like physically assault her, but she could have done something more. So it does kind of make you wonder, like what is
She's
her end
smart.
game here?
She's smart because if she had done any of that, they would have pointed the finger at her. This way, she's completely out of it. She only told the other guy, that I think something's up with Mark, you know.
If that's the
So
case, though, then why did she even go? Why'd she even go? She says right here, I'll take care of Helly. I'll fix it like I fix everything. But all she did was just go there and tell
you're
Helly,
right.
not,
You're right.
that they're gonna make you suffer. They're gonna make all of you and your friends suffer. Uh, She didn't
Maybe she
fix
changed
it.
her mind.
She didn't take care of Helly. She
Mm-mm.
she didn't fix it.
Maybe
So
she thought about it, Julie. Maybe she thought about it. She's like, "What am I doing?" You know. I don't
maybe
know. We'll find out, I guess. But yeah,
she's
this
hard to
is
figure
great.
out.
She's
She's
good.
really hard to figure out. Like,
hmm
she's an enigma. I'm still trying to figure out. Hopefully, season two will, shed more light. She's not in the 8-minute preview from the first part of season two, and she doesn't really have a presence like much of a presence in the trailer. So I'll be curious to see what they're gonna do with her, um, in season two. But so she told him to get to the security office and shut it off. Um, so she warns him about that, and and he takes off running. Like really, really great shots of him just barreling down the hallways.
hmm
They did a great job shooting this. Like he is just the company man. His all his loyalty is to Lumen. Just like turns into a juggernaut here,
I know
barreling
he's
down
definitely got
and
it. I keep thinking of football when I see him run. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks a lot like that. Where he's charging.
Hmm.
And I like how they shot it, like the tension is so high, it's so frantic, the music is crazy, and like the camera angle starts slanting like this, tilted.
Hmm.
Yeah, I love that effect.
It gives a feeling of
Dylan was
inertia when he's
smart.
going around the corners. It's a very clever technique.
Yeah, yeah, it is clever. And then Dylan was smart enough to barricade the door with his belt or something to tie it shut. So he got something tied there. Um, and he's yelling, "I know you're in there, Dylan." I loved how he said, "Fuck you, Mr. Milchick." Like he's literally saying "fuck you," but he's still giving him the respect of calling him Mister. I loved that. Like, he could have just said Milchick. Oh,
That's
fuck you,
true.
Mr. Milchick.
Mister.
He's a badass with good manners.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I never thought he'd turn into one of my favorite characters by the end of the season. Like, it was a definite switch around from early on because I really didn't like him the first few episodes.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I always thought he was funny and I enjoyed his humor, but I never thought he'd become one of my favorites either. That took me by surprise for sure. But yeah, he's
I was
definitely in
annoyed
my
with
top.
him. I was annoyed with him at first because of the melon party. I mean, he was so excited about that melon, and he was taking all that time to pick a piece of melon. I just wanted to scream. I really did. I know that's small, but like a
Yeah.
melon party, really?
Yeah,
Anyway,
he takes this very seriously. Yeah,
I know.
it's serious business to him.
Woo.
Yeah. I love Dylan in this.
I did too.
He was taking one for the team, MVP.
Yeah, he did good.
So yep. Um, and he had every reason to want to go out again to see his son again, and yet he already got the chance to have a glimpse of that, so he wanted to let his friends, his coworkers have their shot. So that was
He's not in it
selfless of
alone
him.
now. They're a team
And
now, truly, in every sense of the word. They see more than he
right,
saw, but still, now they understand, You know
yep,
what I mean? Hmm.
absolutely, yeah, and it shows that he has more depth than he seemed to have at the beginning because he he seemed very self-centered. He's all into his perks, his finger traps and caricatures, and like he doesn't care about anybody. But
Seemed that way.
then you realize that he does care. The thing that
Mhm.
he requested, he could have requested that block of crystal with his face in it, just his face alone, and he requested their group picture to be there, which is
Mhm.
sweet. He actually does care
Mhm.
about them. They're like a family,
Yep.
so that's cool. I love Dylan. Um, so it's back to Mark and his sister Devin, and so she says Rickon knows a lot of high-end journalists in New York. And you think that's better than the police. Uh, so wait, is that Mark saying that? Wait a minute, who's saying what here? I forget. Oh, I think Mark said, and you think that's better than the police. So Mark does mention the police here. And she says Lumen has their hands in so many pies. And she says, "Sorry, do you understand metaphor?" So that's something he does understand. So okay, and he's can understand metaphor. So we know that. It's a mystery exactly what they do and do not know and understand. There's a lot we don't know, but so Lumen has their hands in so many pies. So
So she's thinking maybe they've gotten to the police, the local police. That's unsettling. That's not good. Um, like it might be better to go to the press in New York, some high-end press, because maybe the police are like on Lumen's side. That's just that shows how far their reach has gone, which is not a good thing. Um, they've got the cops on their side now. I wonder what happened with Scarlet.
I was just wondering that 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
She may have fallen asleep.
Maybe she did. She usually comes back on. Sometimes she has such bad tech issues that she doesn't come back for a while, but she does usually come back. Oh, this is interesting. AA. What if they're in an alternate universe of our world? Maybe that's why things are so similar. For example, PE could just be their version of Pennsylvania. Maybe not much food because in their universe it's not as important. That's interesting. Like how do we know this is our universe that we're looking at? That I remember there have been like in the original classic Twilight Zone episode, there were situations like that where there was a whole episode where you thought it was taking place on Earth and they were venturing out into space. And at the very end of the episode, you find out that the planet that they're planning on leaving to go to because their world is about to like get nuked and blow each other up. They find out that they're on their way to Earth. You find out that they're on their way to Earth at the end. So yeah, we don't know that this is our universe. We're assuming it is. Maybe it's some alternate universe that still uses old tech mixed with new tech. Who knows?
Yep. We don't know.
Umbra said they're in the 2020s. Maybe it's like an alternate universe version of the 2020s. Who knows?
I can see the 2020s with the technology outside of Lumen.
Yeah.
Could work.
Yeah. Maybe the weird situation with the tech is because it's the town of Kier. It's something to do with Kier, and they don't, for some reason, the town of Kier doesn't have the newer technology for some unknown reason. Maybe like, I don't know, to kind of keep the masses down, like keep control over them, limit their access to newer technology. I don't know, but
maybe that's why the place is so empty. They're testing this out, and it's taken them 20 or 30 years to get this far. But those empty homes there, they look like they're empty in Mark's neighborhood. Maybe they're going to fill them up, or that's the plan.
right. Could be, yeah. David said the mix of technologies highlights how past generations viewed the future, comfort and security of the past, and wonder of the future. Right. That makes sense.
It is a weird mashup, but yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. Umbra said that Mark's ID had 2020 on it. Okay. Yeah. Weird 60s to 70s stylings with Lumen and then like 90s level technology that we see. It's so odd. Retrofuturism encompasses many meanings, including identifying the future as a style, as well as content that highlights nostalgia, irony, and time-bending dislocation. Right, David. Yeah. I think Scarlett's talked about that too. Like the mix of technologies also highlights how past generations view the future. Yeah. I think Scarlett's mentioned that too. Oh, thanks for coming, Susie. Appreciate you being here. Sorry I haven't been able to look at the chat as much for a while. We just had a lot of people on stage tonight and it's taken us this long just to get through a 40-minute episode. So normally I read a lot more from the chat, but I appreciate you guys. I know you're there. Thank you for being there. I appreciate all of you. I haven't forgotten you. I promise you that.
Julie,
Umbra
maybe it's
said I
because
looked.
they're so far underground that the tech doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
Like, what do you mean? Like
Yeah, they
that would
go
underground?
make sense.
down. They go down
There's
to
no
work.
cell phone signal or anything like that, or radio waves, because they're so
There's
far under.
Yeah, they're so far
Right.
down.
But like, I still find it odd that they're using these old computers though. Like that they shouldn't need to use old computers. So that's weird. Um, yeah, I don't know. Keep them walled in, so to speak. Yeah, like what I was saying about, maybe the town of Kier, reminds me of The Village. Yeah, the M. Night Shyamalan movie. Like it's the town of Kier. It seems like it's kind of stuck in the past in terms of technology. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the town of Kier in general. Um, yeah, grow and thrive. I do need to get some sleep soon. I do. I have that interview with Doug tonight, actually. So yeah, let's finish breaking down this episode. Yes, Dieter. I know I gotta wrap this thing up. So let me get back to it. Where's my window with my photos? And then we'll do a part 2 to discuss the trailer, the 8-minute preview, and the Lexington letter. Maybe Monday night. If Scarlett's available, we could do it Monday night. That Monday's the night that we're going to be doing our Severance season 2 lives. So anyway, so yeah, so she's worried that they've gotten to the police, and she said, I think we have to be really careful about who we talk to. And he's like, okay. She says, how much time do you have? So this is scary. So like, Lumen definitely has some pull. Now, the senator who's pro Severance that we see in the show, he's just a state senator. It's not like he's national or anything, but I mean, it seems like they've really gotten a foothold in areas of power, with the police and
Because he's the one that's pushing Severance, so it makes sense that they're backing him.
yeah, right. So yeah, apparently Lumen has some major pull and reach with powerful people and with the police. So she's saying that we've got to be really careful about who we talk to. That's pretty scary. So she says, how much time do you have? And he says, I don't know, maybe an hour. Yeah, not even that. Like that's it's being optimistic. She said, because once your bosses find out, and then he's like, oh, I totally forgot Cobell. Why is Cobell here? Yeah, exactly. Why is Cobell here? And he says, my boss from Lumen, Miss Cobell, she's at this party. Devin says, what are you talking about? And he's like, well, yeah, she's dressed different. And she says, are you talking about Mrs. Selvig? He says, yeah, but her name is Harmony Cobell. And immediately she's like, oh shit, and she works at Lumen. And so not only does she work at Lumen, but Mark says she's his boss. So immediately she panics. So something, I mean, because obviously he's saying that we don't know exactly what he told her because it was off camera. But I mean, I assume he told her that they're treated horribly there, they're trapped, they want to get out, that their boss is horrible. And I'm sure he told her some of that. He must have off screen. We just don't know. So when she hears that his boss is actually there, she completely panics.
Plus, she's going by a false name and a false identity, as whatever she is, a nurse.
Right.
And she's also handling her child. So yeah, I would be like, what?
Yes. Right, because like, why would she have a false name and be pretending to be? That's the other thing, pretending to be a lactation specialist. So she's got a false identity. Yeah.
False identity, false name, 2 names. So yeah, she should go into panic mode right now.
Oh, 100%. Because clearly, like, what the fuck is going on here? She's actually Mark's boss, but she's got a fake identity as a lactation specialist, getting close to her and her child. Now she's got the baby. Yeah.
Yeah.
Time to
like
panic.
someone lied to get close to my child.
Yep.
That's enough for you to go, nope, done.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, so yeah, then we get a bunch of quick cuts as things are really ramping up here between the three of them. Well, the four of them really, because we cuts back to Dylan a bunch of times too. And so yeah, we've got um Kelly and Irving driving, and back to Dylan. It really ramps up the suspense. I love all these quick cuts. It gets you revved up along with you know, the excitement, the anticipation as everything is kind of building to this climax, this climactic ending, and you know, of course, Milchick thinks he could still bribe him with perks, saying, "Well, why are you doing this, man? You're the refiner of the quarter." Um, he said, "While most cultures view sex as ugly or foul, I've always seen it." I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, wait, no, that's not him. Okay. So he's talking about this was an overlay of Rickon. I was like, why would Milchick say that? No. Rickon says, while most cultures view sex as ugly or foul, I've always seen it. So this is part of his book, of course, and his book reading gets interrupted by, of course, Devin, and she's looking for her and the baby. And Eleanor, by the way, a very old-fashioned name. Like if it were me, I would at least use like the nickname Ellie or something rather than just straight Eleanor. Very old-fashioned.
L.
But you don't hear that much anymore. People don't really name their kids Eleanor. It's
Well,
one of those
Ellie could get
old-timey
mixed up with
names.
Helly when they're talking about it, so maybe they wanted to avoid confusion.
Right. Yeah. Just odd that they picked that name in general. Such an old-fashioned name. But anyway, a lot of old-fashioned things in the show, really. The tech and whatnot, and Mrs. Selvig's house. So yeah, she's running around freaking out. Her car is gone. I gave her the baby and she left. I was totally faked out when I first saw this. I thought she took the baby for sure.
Me
Um,
too.
yeah, they got me.
You got me.
Because she even looked, she gave a creepy look down at the baby after she was handed the baby. So
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah, I
you
thought that was
definitely
really
why-
weird too.
And why
right,
leave
It's
the
like just
child
handed the
alone in a room?
right,
Weird.
yeah,
unless she was looking at it, she's like, handling a baby. I need to handle these people like a baby, and then left. It's really weird because Selvig, we see her when she's outside, and when she's doing the stuff with the kid, it almost feels completely genuine.
right,
She knows things that only a mother would know how to, how to calm down a kid. She knows certain things like that,
right.
but we've had no mention of a child. So we see that sort of stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay, so obviously she's going to take care of the kids, and then she just leaves the kid for the business. Maybe there is that
Yeah,
switch or something, or there's that physical programming that she had as a child. Maybe she was indoctrinated so hard into it that sometimes it's just hard to turn off.
There were so many
right.
people in that home that she could have handed the child to. Why did she want them to panic? Why was it to waste time? I mean, why did she leave the child in that room? By
Maybe it was to make them slow them down at realizing that she's off and running. I don't know.
Didn't want to hurt the
I
kid
don't
because
know.
she's not a complete monster. So she
she
didn't
could
want to
have
leave the kid
handed the
outside in case
child to
no one
anyone.
saw it, but didn't want to hand it to anyone that's in there because she all knows they're absolute children themselves because they're probably all severed.
Yeah, they
So
probably are.
leave the child alone in the room. But the dad was there. He's used to handling his own child.
Yeah,
She
just
could have,
bring
I
her over to
mean,
him.
yeah, or just sit the baby in the middle of the crowd. At least, he's there with someone. I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either, to be honest.
Why would
But
she do that?
anyway, yeah. Um anyway, So Irving is driving. He gets to Bert's house. Um, and then we cut back to Milchick. I bet the Tempers were disappointed. I didn't catch this the first time around, only on the rewatch. I didn't realize that he's talking about the four freaks in the lingerie with the masks on, the four Tempers. I bet the Tempers were disappointed because they didn't get their orgy, apparently, that they were supposed to get with Dylan.
Trying to
Really
pin him
bizarre.
down to what time has he been in there? How long has he been in there with that information, right? If he
Yeah.
answered, you know.
Yeah. It's so strange. Yeah. It's completely bizarre that they even do that. Like, they have this reverence for Kira's bed. They're not even allowed to sit on it, but if you get a waffle party, you get to have a legit orgy in there. It's
Rules apply to
it's
only certain people.
What
yeah,
if Helly won?
yeah. I
Would it
don't
be the
know.
same people?
I don't know. Maybe it would be, well, in this case, I think it was three women and a dude. Maybe it
Yeah.
would be more men. I don't know.
So are
Oh,
we to assume that because he's been a frequenter of these parties that he has engaged in that activity with the three women and the one man?
I think so. Yeah, I assume he has because he didn't look surprised when he left and he's walking down the hall. He didn't have a look of like, what the fuck? Knowing Dylan, he would have some kind of reaction as he's walking out of there.
And
He
he
didn't
would have
have
made a
any
smart ass
reaction.
comment about it, but he didn't.
No, he didn't say anything. He didn't have any kind of reaction at all. So I think he probably had one of these parties before. Yeah, would not be surprised.
Do you think when the request came, who's getting the party, as long as it's anyone but Dylan, that actually came from the people that were down there? They just didn't want Dylan again.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Maybe they've had enough of him.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't
Well, I mean,
sure why Harmony didn't want it to be him, really.
what was the implications of that? Let's just say, if we look at every single person that we know that has been severed in there, none of them are actually in a relationship with anyone that we've seen. There's been no
Mhm.
mention of Helly's Audi being in a relationship. We know Mark's not. We know that what's his name has a child, but they never mention anything about a wife.
Right.
So maybe that's the way they can get away with legally getting away with that without it being too creepy.
Yeah.
Because what if one of them what if one of them got pregnant? How does the outside person get to then sue them because they're now pregnant?
Well, they would. I mean, they had that scene where the news was on and there was some big controversy because some woman got pregnant while she was her innie and she was going to the press with it and the Natalie was on the news talking about it. So it's happened. What are they supposed to do about that? You know? Um, yeah, it's
And that being
problematic.
said, now I get why Dylan worked so hard to get the end of the year party. Like it's all starting to make sense for his character. He loves the perks.
Oh yeah, this is a whole like giant leap above finger traps and caricatures, though. Jeez, I mean, like this is like light years apart from silly things like that. Like it's just it's bizarre to me. I don't really get it, but
It's
yeah, Dylan
it
definitely
reminds
is
me of
on
like
it.
a Brave New World style sort of thing where it was just like sex is like a reward. It's a plaything. It's something that that's used as a just as a tool. Like it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, like pacify pacify them, you know, keep him docile, keep them docile. Like this, they have to be trapped down there. They should at least have something, some kind of pleasure that they can look
Does
forward to, and
does
they get
each
rewarded
department get that?
probably.
Because there's a
would-
department where there's a guy just with a goat. We've never seen anyone else. Does that mean that he gets that every time?
That's a good point. I don't know. I mean, that would suck if it's really just him alone in there. Maybe there were others that just weren't with him at the time in that scene, because then he would be working alone all the time, isolated, depressing existence. But yeah, you would think, yeah, he'd get it every time. It have to be others, I would think, that we just didn't see. Maybe they were out of the room. That would be my guess. There's somebody in the trailer that I've never seen before standing in that room with all the grass. Some lady. So maybe there are others. Um, there's also some some person in a costume with big black horns in the trailer that's in that goat room. Very curious to see what the hell is up with that. But anyway. Um, and also you have to quickly
Scarlet's in
pause
the
it.
back.
Oh, okay. You have to quickly
She's been
pause
for
it.
about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. For a split second, you have to pause it in order to see that thing with the horns, too. So it took me a while to get the screenshot, but we'll have to look at that on Monday. Scarlet, what happened to your device again?
Yeah, I've been sitting back there for 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Yep.
I'm
20
sorry.
minutes.
I'm
Well,
sorry. I looked for you, but then I was back in the image tab, so I didn't. I got to go back in my settings and figure out how to. Wait a minute. Where are the
Yeah,
settings that
I
I
had
don't
the stream
see?
full screen, and then I just unfull screened it, and I went, oh, there's a private message, and I looked and went, oh, shit.
well, I typed it in after about 15 minutes sitting.
Oh, you should have done it right away, or sooner than 15 minutes, so I would have known. I'm sorry. I can't find the setting that like plays a little noise when someone enters backstage. There's a setting in here somewhere, and I just can't find it. Yes, it's here. I have it checked. It says play a sound when guests enter, and it's checked. Well, there was no sound. It every single time someone has joined tonight, no sound. So I'm sorry. I have the setting enabled. I don't understand what's wrong with this. Um, but anyway, we're making our
Julie,
way
you're gonna have
through.
to go in the box.
This is the
It's
wrong
all
show for
StreamYard.
that. You're gonna have to go to the
StreamYard.
testing room. The testing room.
The testing
It's
room, not
StreamYard's
the break
fault.
room.
Or the
The
break
testing
room.
room is
You want the
worse.
testing floor or the break room? Or both.
Yeah, or both.
I didn't know
It's
John
all
Noble was Australian.
it's all
Oh,
StreamYard's
it's
fault.
funny. He's actually in the picture as well. That's what Tom's got as his picture. So
I love John Noble.
I didn't know he
He
was
was in
Australian.
he was in Fringe. John
dude,
Noble is amazing.
everything
Yeah.
he's done, Fringe is still a thing. Like he was in one of the biggest movie franchises in the world. And every time I explain who the guy is, I'm like, he was in Fringe. I always have to go to Fringe because I love Fringe so much.
Me too. Oh, I love
Yeah, for the
Fringe.
last 4 episodes. But yeah,
Oh yeah. I absolutely love Fringe. I loved it from start to finish, personally. I just it's one of my favorite shows. Um and John Noble is phenomenal. He was by far the highlight of that show. Like he
well,
just
I was a big Joshua
brilliant.
Jackson fan in my teens, and so anything that he was in, I was constantly going to watch more and more. And then as an adult, I'm like, oh, I remember him, and I'm like, this is actually pretty good. I really like
Yeah.
this.
Oh yeah. Absolutely amazing. Walter Bishop's one of the best TV characters I've ever seen on any show. Period. Just brilliant. And hey there, Thomas O'Rourke. That's amazing. I'm so psyched to hear that he's going to be in season 2. I hope he has a decent role that we get to see a fair amount. I just
Well, that's
absolutely
cool.
love him.
And like Anna Torv, that was the female lead in that was also an Aussie actress. So I like to see
Oh yeah,
Aussie actors getting out there in the world.
yeah. Nice to see. Absolutely. Yeah. Um. So anyway, so Milchick Miltic is still just trying anything he can. I can still get you back in there. Like, so I guess he could get back to the waffle party is what he's saying. Can still get back in there and have that orgy. Don't you want that? Try the cat of nine tails. He says I can get any perk you want. There's stuff you don't even know about. There's paintball, there's coffee
It's my
cozies.
picture, coffee cozy.
Yep. He's he's out of his mind. Dylan just found out he has a son. You really think he's that shallow that coffee cozies and paintball finger traps are going to be enough anymore? Really? Like this changes everything for him. I found this so comical that he's still trying this. Just say the word and I'll get you a coffee cozy literally right now, Dylan. It's ridiculous. And he responds, I want to remember my fucking kid being born. Go, Dylan. Yes. I love it.
Best line of the series, like hands down.
Oh,
Like
I
it's
love that
for
line.
me being that's the most relatable line. You know?
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. I could totally understand that. Yeah, it's a phenomenal line. Yeah. That changed everything. His whole world is upended now. And finger traps, caricatures, no, none of that is going to lure him in now. He wants to remember his kid. Period. And then Milchick says, "You have two others. I can tell you about them. Open the door and I'll tell you their names." Like seriously, dude? So he might be lying. We don't know. But
Others
wow.
is weird because he just says others.
Right. Yeah, he says you have two others. Yeah. I just figured, yeah, he has two other kids, but he could be lying. Um, he could
I'm
be
He
wondering
lying.
just
if
really wants him to unattach himself from those switches.
I'm wondering if Dylan actually asks to be severed. Are there some there that ask to be and some not, you know?
I thought they
I
all
don't
gave their
know.
consent.
I think they
I
do
thought
all
so,
give them,
but you wonder if he
but
has a child, why would he even do this? You know, if he has 3 children or whatever, why would he do it in the first place if he cares so much?
I
Perhaps his
thought
wife
about that.
died in a nasty accident.
Yeah.
So abandon the
Just
children? Okay,
I can
maybe.
I can understand it
Mrs.
though. I
Cobell is a
mean,
great nanny.
it doesn't it
We
doesn't
don't
make
do
him a great. I mean, technically, it doesn't harm the children at all, really, because he's still going to work and providing for them, and he's there outside of work with the kids. So technically, it actually doesn't hurt the kids at all. And just because you have kids doesn't mean you don't have horrific things in your life that you'd want to forget. So when I first watched it, I was thinking the same thing. Like, you have a child, why would you choose to do this? But yeah, we don't know anything else about his life. Something horrific could have happened to him, and he doesn't want to think about it 8 hours a day. So he goes, does this, gets his paycheck. He still is providing for his kid or kids, possibly, and that's it. I would be curious to find out more about him. I want to know why he chose to do it too, for sure, and why Irving did. But Dylan is the biggest mystery. Irving, we could say maybe PTSD, but with Dylan, I mean, we just don't know. Um, and like, yeah, he still won't listen. I love how he doesn't budge. Even when Milchick tries to pull this psychological manipulation, uh, he doesn't do it. And that's fucked up. Telling him you have two other kids, open the door and I'll tell you their names. That's fucked up. Um, and yeah, so then we have this beautiful shot here, just panning in with with the Lumen logo there and panning in on the building as Harmony shows up. And yeah, she runs in
The fact that she's
and
driving that shitty little car out there, like
yeah,
it shows so much about the secrecy of everything. Like,
yeah. It is. They all drive shitty old cars.
yeah,
They're all those boxy cars that are all like pre 2000, pre, like at least mid-90s or older. Every single car that we've seen on the show. And so, yeah, Hallie's getting ready to go on. My name is Helena, and I'm an Egan. Yeah, so she's got this playing in the background, which is what we heard before earlier. It's kind of playing on a loop, and she's heading out to the stage. She's Natalie says stick to the talking points. Use the line about how you see your innie as your sister. So they know it's bullshit. It's just a line. So they know it's bullshit. It was bullshit where she was saying in the video that all the people who work for the company around the world are like their brothers and sisters. They're like family, and Severance, it sounds like freaking awesome, and it's all bullshit. And no, she doesn't see her innie as her sister. We saw that in the video, her contempt, the way that she told her innie that she's not a person. She said, I'm a person, you are not. I make the decisions, you do not. She doesn't see her as a sister. So clearly Helena is a horrible person, from what I can glean from this. And yeah, and so is this person, Natalie, too. Natalie seems like a true believer in the cult, though. Still, terrible person. Yeah. So that's got to be funny to hear for her as the innie to hear use the line about how you see your innie as your sister. She literally got to have to hear. She had to actually hear her outie say you're not a person. So, yeah, what a
She's
load of shit.
gleaning a lot of information. She really must be, who's who and everything. This is good.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like, this is really the most monumental part of the episode is all of this Helly stuff for sure. And Irving gets to Bert's house. This is so sad. I felt bad for him, but in this moment I was also annoyed on the first watch. He's wasting time sitting there looking through the window at him. Get out of the car and run and knock on the door. I know he's nervous because he has feelings for Bert, but you don't have time, man. Like, you're supposed to find someone you can possibly trust to go talk to him. Move.
You are
just
so
sit there
right.
and watch him through the window.
So true.
But I felt bad. So
Yeah.
sad. Like, poor Irving. He sees Bert has a guy there who's clearly his partner. They're smiling. I mean, it looks that way. They're smiling together. It looks very, very coupley, of course. And Irving looks like he has tears in his eyes. That's heart-wrenching.
If only the guy closed his window and had curtains, Irving might have been in there quicker.
Right? Seriously. Jeez.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah. Yeah, so they find the baby. They run around the house, they find the baby, and we've got this really comical scene.
Crying
Which
in
is
the room by himself.
Big Heck's favorite line of the whole episode. Yeah, so this guy, I forget his name now, but one of the pretentious guys, he says, I found her, Devin, she's here. I found her. I found your child. I'm the one who found her. Like, what the hell?
Pitiful.
Why does he need the credit like a little kid?
Pitiful.
Yeah.
Like a little kid or someone trying to suck up to like middle management.
Yeah. Could be something like that. Yeah, to me, it's just more evidence that there's something wrong with these people, and he's probably severed. That's just not a normal person's response. I found her. I found her child. I'm the one who found her. That's like something a little kid would yell to like claim credit for something.
Exactly.
Look at me.
I want a gold star. I found her. Or,
exactly.
Whatever. Is it a boy or girl? I don't know.
A girl.
A girl. Okay.
Eleanor. Yeah.
Eleanor.
Yeah. Yeah. That was hilarious. So they So he takes the baby and runs out, and then we get the big reveal coming up. Finally, like it's spliced together, I think, with a few other scenes. We get quick cuts back and forth. So really ramping up the tension. Amazing job they did with this. As you know, the final moments are coming. Dylan's, he's hanging in there just a little longer, and everything is kind of coming to a head at once. Everything is coming to a
Do they
climactic
not
point.
have tape at Lumen with
Um,
all
do they
the
not have?
office supplies? Like, I would have thought he would have tried to at least tape it.
You
I
know,
think it
I've
was
thought of
supposed
this
to be
too.
done together, right? They had to do it together, right? So how is he gonna? Well, maybe.
I feel like I've thought of this too. Like, wasn't there some other way, like something he could have used to tie the thing down? He tied the door shut. Like, couldn't he have tied the lever down or taped it down or something? It
He would have had to
it's
go
like,
in with the tape on his fingers already, on both fingers. So when he lifts them up together, then he could tape them. You know what I mean?
mm,
He'd have to have the tape on his
right,
fingers.
right, yeah. So I guess yeah, you maybe it wouldn't
It's,
work if you lift one, tape it, and then lift the other and tape it.
I think they had to be
So
done at the same time, but I'm not sure. I thought they had to be
no,
done at the same time.
I
Maybe
think
not.
you're right. I think you're right.
The
Yeah.
tech is really old though, down below, isn't it? Looks like,
It
I don't
it
know.
looks kind
Something
of
off
old
of
to
Star
me.
Trek.
It definitely looks old to me.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I love how like things are coming to a head for all three of them at once. And so it's cutting back and forth really quick between them. Um and he's cutting through the like whatever this thing was Dylan used to tie the door shut. And over this little montage too, so I missed some of the quote, but it was something about improvements in morale, a happier workplace. Yeah, okay. All this bullshit about Severance. As with any transformative technology, there have been setbacks. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Bumps in the road, but I'm here tonight to tell you that we are on the verge of a revolution, which they don't even know the half of it. Like the real revolution is what's going on with the innies right now. They're staging their revolution. So that's the double meaning of that line. Um, Now, of course, it's pretty short-lived. It's not like it's gonna last that long, but they are having their own little revolution. And and right as she's saying we're on the verge of a revolution, I like how the camera pans in on Helly, who's about to blow the whistle on them. And it gets, it kind of zooms in on her. A kind and empathetic revolution. Yeah, okay. What a load of bullshit. That puts the human being, and then it just cuts. We don't hear the rest of that. But yeah, it's a load of bullshit PR.
Hmm.
Um, and then we've got, of course, Harmony grabs Helly with this really cool. I love how they do the point of view shots in this show all the time, especially the finale from Helly's perspective. Just kind of jarring. It's like you feel like you've been grabbed by Harmony. She's like, oh my God, is it you?
Yeah, how did she get through all the
And
security and stuff?
yeah, I don't know. I would have thought she would be blacklisted to
Yeah,
even
because she
be
was
able to
fired.
get in there. You would
Maybe no one
think.
knows yet.
Maybe it's too soon. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but she says, "Oh my God, is it you?" Helly says, "What are you talking about?" But she's not fooling her. It is you, isn't it? These shots looking right into the camera are so effective. I love the point of view shots from each of them.
Hmm.
So striking. And then I wouldn't have dropped the act so easily. I wouldn't have said that. I would have kept trying to keep up the act and not because like now Harmony could have done something to try to stop her, but Helly couldn't resist saying, "I'm going to kill your company," which was a very satisfying line, I gotta say. I enjoyed that
Hmm.
very much. I'm going to kill your company. Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
we needed that. The
But-
audience,
but
we the
it's- but
audience
it's
needed
your
that for
company.
sure.
I
Yeah.
love the irony of it. It's like, it's your company though.
Mm.
Right?
That's what she should have said. She's like, I'm going to kill it anyway. Doesn't matter.
I'm
I
gonna
love
kill
that.
my
Yeah.
company.
Yeah. Yeah. That would have been
Yeah.
that would have been so
It's
badass.
mine,
It's
and
like,
I'm gonna
I'm going
kill
to
it.
kill my company. Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. They should have put that in.
Hmm.
And she said, and then Harmony says, your company. So she's reminding her, like, it's your company. Helly is still thinking in terms of herself as the innie. She's not thinking of herself as Helena Egan. This is her company. It's partly hers. She's like reminding her, your company. Who the hell do you think you are? Which has a double meaning. Who the hell do you think you are to come here and do this? And yeah, who the hell do you think you are? Meaning, yeah, you don't even realize who you are. This is who you are. You're Helena Egan, and yeah, you may be severed, but you're still her. She's not grasping that.
And Hell being Helly or Helena.
Yeah. Oh, yep. Yeah.
Yep.
That fits. It makes the line even better. That's great. That's great. And yeah, Hell as in Helly. She says, no, your friends are gonna suffer. Mark will suffer. And she knows, I guess she's been able to pick up. She doesn't miss a thing. She can tell that Helly has a thing for Mark, I guess. She's always watching. She doesn't miss
Mhm.
anything. She said Mark will suffer. She didn't say Dylan or Irving. She
Mhm.
said Mark will suffer. She knows. And she wasn't even there to see them kiss on the security camera. She was already out the door, fired. So she just picked up on it anyway. She said, you'll be long gone, but we will keep them alive in pain. So in other words, like maybe there is a plan to take her out of there. I would have to
Mhm.
guess that this is only a short-term thing. That they're not planning on keeping her working there for the long haul, I would imagine. She's an Egan. But so she'll be long gone, but she's warning her they're going to make your friends suffer. And she says we will keep them alive in pain. She doesn't even work there anymore. But I don't, maybe she's banking on getting her job back after this, I guess. Now, is she trying to warn her here? Don't do this because they're going to keep your friends alive in pain? Is she actually like trying to take Lumen down, or is she threatening her, saying we will keep him alive in pain? I'm on the fence. I'm not sure. I don't know.
I don't remember the tone. I need a replay on this one. I think that I thought she was threatening her.
That's what I thought, but it could be taken either way, especially when you
Mhm.
consider her in general. Like she's such an enigma, trying to understand her motivations, her true motivations, and her true allegiances. So
It's
I
also
don't know.
telling that she mentioned Mark first because that's clearly the person that she herself is most obsessed with.
Yep.
It's almost like she's begging her, don't let this happen to him.
Yeah. We know she's obsessed with him too. She's spied on him the entire season. So yeah. Now I took this as a threat for sure. I took it as a threat, but I could see it from the other perspective. I could see the argument for her potentially trying to warn her. Um, they're going to suffer if you do this. I don't know.
Look,
I don't know.
look at her
I could
face.
see the argument either way.
Her brow is frowned. She's clearly she's almost like she's growling as she's saying it. Like, yeah, it's definitely anger involved in the tone.
That's what I'm thinking too. Yeah, that's the vibe that I get. That's definitely the vibe that I get. She seems enraged, but yeah, she's just so hard to figure out why she would even do this. Why she would tell Mark in the previous episode, "Do it, Mark, leave, get away from them," and then in this episode, she's right back in
Yeah.
there trying to help them after they fired her. It's just so
Alright,
strange. It makes
I'm
me
picking up what you're
question.
putting. I'm picking up what you're putting down now. Seeing how angry she is, she's like, they will keep them alive, but in pain. She's angry at her because that's what's going to do to Mark and the other ones.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
that actually changes a lot about her. I like that.
yeah, it could be taken either way. That's the thing that's ambiguous about her.
Most
It
of these texts are dual meaning, and I think that's the reason why it took 2.5 years or 3 years to write the second season, because they had to make sure that they get it right.
yeah,
I'm hoping
because
anyway. I hope it's not like Silo season 2.
oh yeah, I've been hearing some negative things. I'm behind on it, so I don't know what's going on with Silo season 2, but I've been hearing some negativity. So
I saw
this time around,
I saw a Geek Academy video that said you don't really have to watch episode 8 of season 2 of Silo.
I saw
Well,
that.
yeah,
didn't
because
miss
Yeah,
anything.
his series is called "This Is What You Missed."
And
He's
I'm
like,
like,
"You've missed
oh.
nothing."
You missed
yeah,
nothing.
that's
It's
not a
going
good
pretty
sign.
slowly.
Yeah. Honestly, the beginning of it was so slow and such a letdown that I was like, I just haven't had the motivation to keep up with it with all my other, with all this other stuff I'm doing for my channel. I just haven't had time. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like it fell off a lot in season 2. But anyway, but yeah, Severance is on a whole other level. It's so genius the way that it's written, directed, produced, the art direction, everything. So if that's how long it takes them to create something as stellar as season 1, then I think it's worth the wait. Hopefully it's equal and we don't get a sophomore slump. We'll see. But yeah. Um so that's her reaction after Harmony says that, and she's not dissuaded. Um uh, 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 hold on. What is this for? Okay. Sorry, my mom just handed me something. Um so okay. Anyway,
It's
so
interesting
yeah,
that she just shook her, but the other person's like, "You're on," and doesn't really react to it.
yeah, like she just kind of lets it happen. I
Mhm.
don't I feel like she could have done more to make it stop. She rushed down there and said, "I'll fix it. I'll fix this with Helly like I fix everything." She just lets it happen. When she can't convince Helly, she just doesn't say anything to anybody else. Why couldn't she just tell somebody they've activated Helly's innie? She could have been like their hero if they stopped her from going on stage and
Mhm.
saying all this stuff. I don't understand that
Mhm.
myself. I really
Mhm.
don't get it. Why she didn't do more. But um, so here, so someone is saying he may have never seen a severance chip in his lifetime, but it represents his gentle and elegant vision made manifest.
Mhm.
Um, I guess they're talking about Egan, her
Mhm.
father. Yeah.
I think Kier, maybe.
Oh yeah, here. Yeah, they're talking about Kier. So she's standing right in between her two eyes, which is so good, the framing of this. Um, and they're about to sever right in the middle of her photo. Brilliantly done. Um, and so yeah, we got some quick cuts between each of them. Irving, Mark. Mark is about to finally look at this photo,
Yeah,
and
finally.
finally, so they're introducing Helly in the background. Why don't we hear about from someone who can tell us about it firsthand? And he picks up the photo, and then yeah, I love how they did this.
Mhm.
There's Helly's photo, and it's
Yeah.
severed right down the middle. It
Mhm.
opens up.
There she is,
There
inside,
she is. There's two halves of her severed
outside,
mind.
and inside.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant. I love it. Um, and like this big blue square behind her.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, I love
It
it.
may be saying a lot about color too, because the Audi is black and white, and the innie is in color. So maybe the innie's living more of a life, like a more passionate life than the Audi is.
Yeah, Yeah, I think
Like she's true to herself.
Shouldn't
like
it
true
be
to the
red?
core.
you would think, right? You'd think it should be red because the red is the Audi version. But
No, I'm saying true to her any self. Like her core is who she is.
right,
Hmm.
right. Yeah, the photos are all in black and white. Yeah. Um, anyway, um, her
Yeah.
smile is
Oh,
her
just
smile is so creepy.
She is
She
one of my
really
favorite. She is one of my favorite characters on this show. I love her.
I
Really?
don't
She
advocate for violence against women, but someone needs to punch this woman.
Oh
Like
my
she has the
yeah.
most
goodness.
Punch
punchable
women,
smug
God,
face I've ever seen.
that's horrible.
It sure is.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah.
don't condone violence against anyone.
Well, it's just we're not literally saying someone should punch her. It's just
Yeah,
it's
you
not
were.
like but it's not that
No, I'm saying she
serious.
has a
We're not.
punch like that. That's the terminology. She has a punchable face. It's so like it's
Not
like you
not
want to slap the grin off her.
not
Yeah,
Kobo,
I mean,
but this one.
yeah,
Not
it's just an
Kobo, this
expression.
one.
Yeah, it's an expression.
Mhm.
Yeah, having a punchable face. I get it. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, she strikes me as someone who's like a true believer, brainwashed, completely brainwashed, and that smile says it right there. Like she's completely drunk on the Kool-Aid, I think.
Totally immersed.
Oh yeah,
But she
yeah,
gets a
completely.
slap or punch, a punch in the face. I think Kobo
Yeah,
needs the punch.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, her dad, for some reason, I found it odd that her dad is way in the back. You'd think that he'd be right in front, but he's like
He
looming
likes
in
to
the back.
creep. Creepers like to creep.
Yeah, he's just being a creep back there, all in black. I swear to God, he looks like a reanimated corpse, and he looks like he's all in black too.
His
Mhm.
funeral clothing. Well,
So this reveal, oh my God, finally. We already knew, the audience already
beautiful.
knew, but seeing Mark discover it is so satisfying. Like what a moment.
Such a nice
He sees
picture. Isn't that nice with the flowers? They look so alive and happy, you know?
it's a beautiful picture. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
beautiful picture. Yeah, and she doesn't look like a robot there either. She
Mm-mm.
looks like a normal human,
A normal
like
person.
Miss Casey. Yeah, yeah, amazing, amazing. Um, he did a great job acting this scene, Adam Scott. The emotion in his face, and he doesn't know, like he doesn't have feelings for her, uh, but on some deep level, that's his wife still. So he's feeling emotional anyway. You can kind of see tears welling up. He gets emotional even though he doesn't have that deep of a personal attachment. It's just on a very subliminal, subconscious level, I think. You know, love kind of transcends Severance in some way. Um, and I think that's why he cared what happened to Miss Casey. Yeah, she even said, "Why do you care what happens to me?" And he said, "Well, because we're people, they can't just shut us off, yeah, and whatnot." But I think he cares because on some deep level, he does remember her. It transcends Severance, at least a little bit. It's not consciously. He doesn't know why he cares, but he cares. Um, and of course, Irving is rushing to the door. Um, One of the most frustrating things of the whole thing, Irving got the least accomplished out of all of them. He didn't even get to talk to a single person at all. He didn't even get a chance to talk to Bert. All he does is get up to the door. I was like, you're seriously going to end it like this? He's just banging on the door. That was one of my only nitpicks with this. That and the fact that it's too short.
Only way I can see them fixing it is if he's the last one to get unsevered. And what we're seeing in the timeline here isn't happening at the exact same time as everything else.
Oh,
They could be playing around a bit with it just for a more of a dramatic reason.
Hmm. Okay. Okay. So you're saying like maybe he hasn't been activated yet, like the any
Oh no, I'm saying maybe that what we're seeing, how we're seeing it, each thing playing out at the exact same time. Maybe this actually happened a little bit later, but
hmm.
they kept it there for dramatic effect.
Okay. Maybe. Maybe.
Because
I
maybe
don't know.
maybe
It
he
just
goes in there and he's talking to him, he's trying to figure out what's going on, and they've got the Lumen thing playing on TV, and he's like, "That's Helly." So and then she goes up to do a speech, and as he's doing it, he's distracted by her, so he doesn't tell Bert what he wants to say, and then he gets de-severed, I guess you'd call it, resevered, unsevered.
right.
What I
Right,
don't know
right,
the
right.
vernacular. Yeah, I mean that's the only way.
Yeah,
At least give us something.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, like it's possible there might be a little bit more to Irving's little plot line here before he snaps back to the Audi
Yeah,
mode. That would be nice. Give us a little bit more.
I
I have a
always thought it
bad
was
feeling that's not
fine. I always liked Irving's storyline. I thought it was fine.
I like it too. I just wanted more. I didn't think that enough got accomplished in this episode for him. It wasn't enough. I needed more. I liked it. I needed more. There was so much packed into Mark and Hetley's Audi experiences. So I just wanted more for him. But um
Poor
so
Dylan.
yeah, so this is so intense. Yeah, it's cutting back and forth. Dylan is still holding it down.
Glasses are almost falling off his face.
I know, right? And the crazy thing is, he could have kept this going a bit longer. The only reason that he let go is because Milchick tackled him.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? They could have had even more time.
Mm-hmm.
He was holding it down. Amazing.
It really looks like Captain Kirk's Enterprise back there behind Dylan.
Yeah. So Irving goes up to the door, and this part was amazing. Yeah, Helly's speech. My name is Helly. I think she said my name is Helly R. Yeah, I'm an innie. Awesome. Um, and everything they've told you about Severance is a lie.
And then there's laughing on the track because the crowd thinks she's lying.
Right, the crowd thinks that she's like making a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Irving's banging on the door. Mark is running out. Like, my God, this is just heart pounding, unbelievable. Like ramping up to this final ending point. Mark running out. All this happening simultaneously, and then she says, "No, no, listen, we're not happy. We're miserable." And now there's Natalie's like, "Wait, what the fuck?" Maybe she's not joking. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
It was a good
fucking
ending.
Milchick.
Really good.
Fucking Milchick has to come in and ruin it. Dylan could have held it down a little longer for them. I was so mad when he busted in the door and he tackled it, Dylan. This was great. She's yelling. They torture us down there, and Mark's running out, yelling for Devin. She says we're prisoners. And of course, she's alive. Oh my God. Oh my God. That last line, she's alive. And his voice is literally echoing as the thing ends, as it cuts. What hell of an ending to end it like
Mm-hmm.
that. What a cliffhanger. You know,
Really good.
Milchick
It was really good.
tackles Dylan to the ground. That's it. And then he snaps back like that. I didn't get the last split second, but that's him, with the
Mm-hmm.
Audi Mark is about to come back. That's
Mm-hmm.
it. Cut to fade to black, end credits. I bet the Severance fans watching this were like wanting to throw something at the TV. Like, you got to be kidding me! You're ending with this.
I
Damn it!
loved it. I loved the ending.
It was an
I wasn't
amazing
on board
ending.
at first though. The first episode, I almost didn't watch it, but I'm glad that I did. You convinced me.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm
Mhm.
glad. I'm so happy I've been able to get some more people on board watching the show because it's an amazing show and I needed people to talk to about it. So glad you liked it.
Yep.
Wow.
Thank you. It was good.
Oh, thank you for giving it a chance. I'm really glad you did, and everybody else that's given it a chance.
It was one of
Um,
the first questions that I asked you because so many people I know who love Severance. I'm just like, please tell me you like Severance as well.
yep,
You're like, yeah.
that's
And I was
right.
like,
I remember.
yeah.
Yes, I remember that. Yes, yeah, that's when we knew we had the same taste in shows. Like, oh yeah, this is gonna work great. Um, yeah, absolutely. And and Silo too, although I hear Silo fell off. I'm several episodes behind. But
I'm still into Silo. It's just kind of moving slower than I'd like it to, you know? I'm tired
yeah,
of what's the lead's name? What's her name? I'm tired of her being hurt in that same old, oh, I'm hurt, you know.
Yeah, Juliet.
yeah,
It's just
Juliet,
it,
thank you.
in the source material, it's half a chapter.
yeah,
Ah,
It's a very minor inconvenience that happens, but
but they're dragging it on this.
yeah,
It's just dragging. But I mean,
yeah.
she's a good actress. I'm just tired of her doing the same thing, but in a different scene, you know, different setting. But it's the same thing. I'm hurt. Oh,
yeah.
you know, I'm
Rebecca
strong. You
Fur
know,
is
thing.
phenomenal with what she can do. She can convey so much information just in her eyes alone, and yet they have her doing nothing. Like there was 2 episodes where she wasn't even in.
Mm, yeah, yeah. I don't. I, I feel like they could do so much more with this concept than what they're doing. So it's disappointing from what I've seen so far. Um, but yeah, Dieter, one of the best cliffhangers ever. Absolutely.
He wants you to ring
Um,
the bell.
and Darfalina, hey, yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up, but yeah,
Thank you.
just wanted to
Thank
shout
you.
out Darfalina here in the chat. Nice, just got into the show over the weekend, so I might catch the replays of the other lives to see what other theories y'all have. This is fun. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. The lives are pretty long, so yeah, I think most of them are 6 hours long for this show. This one actually we only covered one. The others we covered two at a time. We still managed to finish in 6 hours, but for whatever reason, this one took longer, much longer, and we only covered the finale. So, but yeah, if you want to check out the replays, that would be great. I wanted to make videos on season one, but I just didn't have time, so I'm gonna wait. When Severance season two ends, I'll do a rewatch. I'll make Severance season one videos then, I'm sure. And yeah, I appreciate you stopping in. I'm gonna be covering it through episode breakdowns every week. I'll make episode breakdowns and theory videos if I happen to come up with theories whenever I do, I'll make those and then we'll do streams every Monday night at 10 p.m. Eastern for season 2 of Severance and midnight watch parties in my Discord, which is pinned at the top of the chat right now. Um, I should be able to do it. I can't do a 100% guarantee because I still have to do a full test drive, make sure that it's going to work, but I think we figured out how to do it. So, because there's some issues with Apple TV, but with Discord and Apple TV watch parties, but I think we might have cracked it, the issues. Um, so yeah, if you're interested in that, anybody that's listening or on the replay too, there's also the link to my Discord in the description of this video. So definitely check that out because I am going to be hopefully, looks like it's a go starting next week doing midnight watch parties in that Discord Thursday nights when they drop. We're going to do pregame lives, starting around I think around 10:30 p.m. Eastern, until the episode drops. Then we'll go watch the episode, and then Monday will be the day that we break down each episode after it airs. So Monday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern, we'll do that. I'll do my episode breakdowns, which are just my scripted videos on my own, and that's at the same time while still doing the From Rewatch. We're still gonna obviously continue to do that. So yeah, tomorrow night or slash tonight actually, it's gonna be a little later than average. Probably go live around 11 o'clock PM Eastern for the next From Live. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, thanks Darfalina for stopping in the chat. Appreciate it. And Vanessa Wicked, thanks for being here too. I know you've been at work listening. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for all your support. Um, yeah, rich bitch attitude, right, Vanessa? As soon as she got up, she
Vanessa,
wanted out as if she knew she didn't belong there. She literally would rather die than be there. Right. I like
yeah,
that.
Vanessa has the greatest thing that just changed my mind on stuff that she went in there without trauma. I'm just like, I can't not think of that now. That's the reason why she's so rebellious, because she literally doesn't want to
Right.
be there. She has a reason to go back because her life's good. I'm like, oh man, that's so good.
It makes
Everyone else
perfect
has some sort of
sense.
trauma. Yeah,
Makes perfect sense. She wants the hell out of there because she has a good life. She's rich. Yeah, totally makes sense. I love
she
that,
wants the hell
Vanessa.
yeah out of there.
She wants the hell out of there. Yes. Yes. Genius. Yeah, I love it. Love it, Vanessa. You're spot on with that. It's fantastic. Oh, nice, Darfalina. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, it's not going to always be, in the middle of the night. We're going to start the lives at 10 p.m. Eastern. I know that's still late for some people, but yeah, we are going to start at 10 p.m. Eastern time and not pull crazy all-nighters normally. Tonight we started later than usual. So yeah, that would be great. And I'm gonna try to spread the word, more people that watch Severance. Glad that you just got into it, and yeah, looking forward to covering the show starting next week. So now we're caught up, and I think we're gonna do one last thing. I'll just add. I think like I want to do a little extra live because we didn't get to discuss the trailer or the first 8-minute preview or the Lexington letter or just general theories. I mean, we already talked theories in this live. That's what made it so long, but there's a bunch of stuff we didn't get to, so I really would like to. I'll talk to Scarlet about it, make sure it works. But hopefully we can do this Monday. I would like to. And do a little extra live. We'll figure out the time. We'll let you know. But I'm thinking probably around 10 p.m. We're shooting for starting most of our lives at 10 p.m. Eastern now. So, yeah, because we got a lot more to cover. We got to talk about the trailer. We absolutely have to. Yeah. And the 8-minute preview too. And if you join my Discord, you want to watch the 8-minute preview, there's a video of it actually right in there. So you can just play it and watch it if you want. Um, so yeah, link to the Discord is right at the top of the chat. And yeah, great, yeah, great discussion. Umbra, thanks for being here earlier and contributing to the discussion as always, adding your awesome contributions. I appreciate it. And everyone else that's been on the panel tonight, with Alice, Mr. Grant Gregory, Grow and Thrive. Did I forget anybody? Was there somebody else? I think that was everybody. Is that everybody? I think that was everybody. It's been a long night and I'm tired. Um, and I'm like dying of thirst. So I'm gonna call it. Yeah. Thank you, all the panelists that were here tonight. Um, Mr. Grant Gregory has a channel too. Definitely check out his channel, and maybe we can throw that in the chat too.
Yeah,
Um,
I ruined things with AI. I just did an episode on Squid Game where I ruined Squid Game with AI. The previous one was From, and before that was Sopranos. So go check those out.
ah, nice, nice. Yeah, yeah. Check out Mr. Grant Gregory's channel. See if I can find a link to drop in the chat. Before we sign off. Let me see if I can Google if I can
Yeah,
search for it
Deed's
on
got it.
YouTube. Oh, okay. He's on
That's why
top
he's
of
the
it.
goat.
That's why he's the GOAT. Thank you, Dieter. Appreciate it. Yeah. All right. So yeah, definitely check out Mr. Gregory's channel, and I will see you guys next time. I'll keep you posted on the live from Monday. But should be a go, so we can finish discussing before the new season starts. Go over the trailer and the preview and all that good stuff. So,
Thanks,
yep.
guys. Good morning. Good night. Good morning.
Yeah. Bye. Yeah. Good morning. It's now morning, so good morning with Atlas. And thanks for being here, all of you, and thanks to everybody listening on the replay too, and those of you who are just listening and not in the chat. I truly appreciate it. Um, yeah, trying to spread the word that I'm covering this show and we're covering it via lives. So, um, yeah, every little bit helps, and I truly appreciate everybody that showed up. So, thank you very much. Made it a great conversation. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together. Have a good day or a good night, everybody. We'll see you later.
Bye.